This main character cross over to the world of cultivating immortals just likes to go fishing and cook rice. He only wants to live a normal life and has no interest in cultivating. Unlike other crossover characters who want to have golden finger systems, extraordinary physical abilities, divine level skills, or a predetermined position at the top, the reason why he became like this must be related to his past. He is a crossover person who has crossed over 99 times. Each time he dies he crosses over to a different world and possesses different systems such as, a skill that increases luck 1,000 times, summoning divine beasts, or a cultivation speed 100,000 times faster. Once in another world, he modestly lived a low-profile life, but before he could mature, he was killed by a destined enemy. Another time, after struggling to reach the maximum level, he thought he had achieved glory, but he discovered that he was simply a pawn nurtured by the system, meant to be sacrificed to others. In those 99 crossovers, he never reached the end of the road, always meeting a tragic end in various ways. He realized that since he dies no matter what he does, there is no point in trying anymore. So in this 100th crossover, he simply wants to live peacefully, fishing and cooking rice, being a proper salted fish, and enjoying life. The system in this round also has to yield to him. It tried every way to get him to do the task, but all ended in bitter failure, causing the system to crash and restart, only to keep crashing. Yet the system did not give up, but manipulated to tempt him into completing the task. Giving him 9-tailed spirit fox spirit beasts, it was almost taken away by the guards, so the system deliberately gave him the reward of an immortal beast egg. Thinking it could move him emotionally, but the result was that the egg was also taken away, but instead of hatching, it gave birth to a mutated husky, an unbeatable immortal beast. But for him, getting rid of this fierce dog early would be better. However, the husky thought its master wanted to play hide and seek, so it went out to play, wandered into someone else's sect, lifted the old ancestor lightly, destroyed that sect, and even sent their old ancestor flying to another ascended life. And now let's get into the content. Under the deep blue sky, amidst the rugged high mountains, is the scene of a sect actively dividing and practicing. Some disciples ride swords flying high, some constantly train, some run tirelessly. In the group of people over here, there are 2 young men also practicing martial arts, but their eyes wander around unfocused. The young man in a large purple robe spoke up, "Newcomer. Even ye senior brother doesn't know," pointing towards the tall tower on the mountain, explaining, "See that mountain peak up there? That is where ye senior brother resides." The young man in a small green robe curiously asked, "Can one occupy a spiritual peak alone? Is ye senior brother really powerful?" The one in purple replied, "Ye senior brother has an immortal heavenly Tao body and is our master's 4th direct disciple." The young man in green eyes widened in shock. "What? Isn't the immortal heavenly Tao body an extinct high-level existence?" The purple-clad man continued, "Furthermore, ye senior brother is the direct male disciple of that beautiful master, who used to only accept female disciples." As they spoke, both could imagine the beautiful women blushing in their minds. The young man in green sighed enviously, "Damn, jealous of ye senior brother, so he is a very powerful figure in our sect, right?" The purple-robed man immediately frowned and said, "No, he is just a useless person with natural talents. With abundant resources but unwilling to cultivate, he has been in the sect for 2 months but has never practiced, now he is only afraid of being a mere mortal. Ye senior brother, who is now being talked about by everyone, is lying in the room, with a blindfold on his face and humming, 'The sky is blue, the gentle wind is blowing, it's indeed a beautiful day to be lazy.'" But unexpectedly, the system suddenly appears with a notification, "Congratulations host for successfully activating the strong manufacturing system." He jumps up in surprise, removes the blindfold and shouts, "Not again." Another system has appeared. The system confirms, "That's right, it's the system, there must be a system for those who cross over to pretend to be cool and upgrade. This system will do its best to manufacture the host into the strongest in the mainland. The system excitedly invites, "Come on host, from now on the journey to become the peak of the mainland will begin." the response to the system is a snoring sound. It feels like a black hawk flying over its head. The system helplessly says, "Host, are you not going to show off a little?" Yifan frowns and mutters, "Show off what? It's just a system." "I haven't seen anything like this before," the system yelled. "Host, wake up. Don't you want to become invincible in the world?" He closed his eyes, recalling in his mind, "My name is Yifan, a person who has crossed over. Before coming here, I had crossed over 99 times. In other words, I have encountered 99 different systems, with a variety of abilities such as skills with 10,000 times enhancements, summoning divine beasts, and training speed 100,000 times faster. In one world, I humbly lived in seclusion, farming every day, constantly reminding myself, one must be humble. But before I could grow up, I was suddenly killed by the Son of Destiny. In another world, I tirelessly worked on the brink of death to complete my mission. Yifan at that time kept jumping around, shouting, 'I'm in, I'm out, hit me if you can,' but when the mission time ran out, I was eventually erased by the system for failing the mission. The strangest time, I worked hard to level up." With tears streaming down, Yifan resolutely said, "This time, I finally reached the max level." Once again, he discovered that he was nothing more than a sacrificial lamb used by the cultivation system to offer to others. The monster with sharp teeth squeezed tightly, saying, "Finally you have the right to sacrifice for me." Yifan cried helplessly and screamed. For the 99th time, he never made it to the end, so he realized, after all, I will die in the end. Why do I have to try for it? Yes, the benefits that the system offers are just bait, a deceptive game of deception to drain my money. This is the 100th crossover. I will never listen to any system, whatever destiny. I am just a salted fish lying straight. The system kept yelling loudly, "Host, wake up quickly, how can you still sleep at this age? Get up and practice, life without practice is gone." Yifan heard that, he secretly thought, "Just afraid that I practice faster. Moreover, I have lived 99 lives, how about enjoying this lifetime? Just keep sleeping." He thought and fell asleep. The system immediately displayed the new player bonus that had been activated. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a training speed that is 1,000 times faster. Each time the host advances to a small realm, the training speed will increase exponentially. Host, hurry up and start training." The system did not see Yifan's big reaction and said, "I have already taken the initiative, why can you be so indifferent like this?" Yifan then scratched his butt, causing the system to angrily curse him. The system warned, detecting the host's resistance to training, system synthesizing model. After a while, the system screen was chaotic with the message, "Model is complete, system restarting." Immediately, the blue system has now turned to a cheerful pink color, saying, "The system has been restarted and changed to a check-in system, just go to the designated location to check in and receive rewards." The system immediately presented the task, "Today's check-in location is the host's room." The check-in process is simple, just go to the check-in location within the circle, then check in. Check-in location is only 5 meters away from the host. The time consumption is only 10 seconds, come on host, move quickly, just sleeping without any activity is not good for your health. After a while of monologue without a response, the system lowered its head and saw Yifan yawning, oh, helplessly muttering, "Sleep, am I really asleep?" The sun rose high and gradually hid its shadow. At this time Yifan woke up stretching and yawning, refreshing. The system waited impatiently, frowning dissatisfiedly saying, "Host, you finally woke up from your sleep, I thought you were going to sleep for 1,000 autumns." Yifan ignored it, got out of bed. The system kept shouting loudly behind, "That's right, just like that, keep going host. Just a few more steps to the check-in point." Yifan walked towards the circle, then entered another room, causing the system to freeze and exclaim, "What is this? You clearly arrived at the check-in point, why are you not checking in?" The place Yifan entered was the kitchen. He picked up a knife to prepare to cook the fish on the cutting board, opening his mouth. "Sleeping too long, so kind of hungry now, let's eat fish today." The system once again disrupted with a notification, system error occurred, restarting. Shortly after the system, from pink color, now changed to green, continues with a monologue, system restarting, system has successfully helped host check in. His eyes gleaming as he watched Yi Fan busily washing vegetables continued, congratulations host received purifying body holy water, after drinking can eliminate all impurities in the body, transform into the most suitable physical condition for cultivation, have strong damage against demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators, cannot follow the path of demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators anymore after use. Yi Fan said, I pour, then poured the water, making the system widen its eyes and exclaimed, damn it. Yi Fan stood up defiantly looking at the roaring fire, leisurely said, wait until the fish is done, then we can start eating. The system lamented painfully, why? At this moment, the door opened and someone came in, a person with messy hair in white clothes looked around, hesitantly said, hello. Yi Fan carried the food from inside and stepped out happily saying, newcomer. Come in, have a meal, he casually said as he pulled a chair for the person in front of him. Come on, eat, consider it your own home. Don't be shy. Watching the person in front of him eating, Yi Fan smiled inwardly. A month ago, a disciple from another sect got lost and came to our place, and now we have another one here. After the meal, I'll take him to the personnel elder to ask a few questions. Suddenly, there was a figure outside the door approaching here. Yi Fan looked up and suspected inwardly. Why did the patrolling disciple come here? He stepped out and looked at the crowd standing there, then asked. What happened, junior brothers? The one standing at the front replied. Yi senior brother, a skilled ghost cultivator specializing in disguise has infiltrated. We are trying to find his whereabouts. Yi Fan saw the strange bull not reacting, he said. The strange bull shows no reaction, seems like he's not here, the girl replied. Yi senior brother is right, let's search elsewhere. Yi Fan turned around and walked into the room, sighing. The Tao is really not peaceful at all. Suddenly, a strong smell wafted from the kitchen. Yi Fan sniffed and frowned, what's that burnt smell? Then he immediately screamed, oh no, my fish. He rushed off, yelling, it's ruined. The stranger sitting at the dining table turned his head and smiled wickedly, his eyes full of malice. He thought, although I don't know why this place can block the reaction of my ghost energy, I managed to escape a disaster. This foolish guy with no cultivation just saved my life. To repay you, I, the ghost, will devour you alive. As he thought this, he kept laughing, haha, his face showing a sinister and terrifying glee. Before he could relish the moment, he felt something unusual in his body. Sweating and clutching his stomach, he screamed, what's happening? Why does my body hurt so much? The purifying body holy water had taken effect, directly dissolving the ghost. His agonized scream, ah, echoed through the air. Yi Fan brought the food out and regretfully said, even though it's a bit burnt, it's still edible. Looking at the empty dining table, he noticed there was no one left. Yi Fan muttered to himself, wherever that person went, it doesn't matter. The security in the sect is very good, nothing will happen. He picked up the fish dish and sat down at the table to start eating. Suddenly, the system appeared excitedly and said, congratulations, host, on completing a random mission. The main reward is a divine-level skill book, immortal and timeless. Yi Fan glanced at the book on the table and listened to the system happily explain, this skill contains the will of heavenly Tao, cultivating it to perfection will grant an immortal body, longevity in the world. Yi Fan did not respond, bowing his head to the ground. The system crossed its arms and asked. What are you doing, host? Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, my eyes are truly extraordinary. This time, the table is stable again. This statement left the system in shock. Before it could regain composure, Yi Fan continued, after eating, I will go fishing to compensate for the damage this time. The system was stunned and muttered, the system has detected an unclear error and is rebooting. The sun was shining brightly as Yi Fan put on his glasses, casually took the fishing rod, and set off to fish. The sect disciples couldn't help but gossip about it. "You see, Yi's senior brother is out fishing again, what a waste of talent, maybe I'm better off without him." At that moment, a girl stepped forward and shouted, "Train harder, don't be discouraged." The disciples were surprised for a moment, then immediately shouted in agreement, feeling happy inside as they thought, "Senior sister scolded us again, how wonderful." The girl who spoke up was Zi Yan, a disciple of Zi Yan sect. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and an unsteady cry that startled everyone. A disciple quickly ran back and reported, "Senior sister, something's happening, people from Xiang's sect are coming to the sect." Zi Yan exclaimed, "What?" as footsteps approached. Second elder of Xiang's sect spoke up, "Little friend, there's a misunderstanding. Xiang's sect doesn't intend to invade the sect, we were just stopped from entering the mountain for inspection, we had no choice." Hearing this, Zi Yan angrily drew her sword and shouted, "Inspecting the mountain? How dare you enter Zi Yan sect's territory for inspection?" Second elder raised an eyebrow and replied, "If you won't allow us to inspect, then hand over the nine-tailed spirit fox to us." The disciples standing there listened to him speak and immediately began to discuss excitedly. "Nine-tailed spirit fox, it's not just a legend, is it? It's a treasure. It must be a treasure, having one like that will bring our sect prosperity." The second elder interrupted the noise, speaking up, "We've been pursuing that nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time, only to have it snatched away by your Zi Yan sect. You owe us an explanation." Zi Yan spoke up awkwardly, "This is a serious matter, we must wait for our master to make a decision. Until then, your Xiang sect cannot step foot into our Zi Yan sect." The second elder raised his hand and ordered, "Xiang sect, attack." He then shouted, "You dare to intrude? Zi Yan sect, you want to monopolize it, don't you?" The Zi Yan sect also drew their swords and Zi Yan scornfully shouted, "Relying on a few people like that to act so arrogantly in our Zi Yan sect, the courage of your Xiang sect is quite big, isn't it?" The two sides clashed and fought vigorously. The sound of swords echoed loudly, near the bushes suddenly moved abnormally, a man peeked out behind the bushes, his face showed a sinister expression thinking to himself, "Follow the plan, the situation is indeed developing as the elder predicted, while the elder is extending the time, I, who have the ability to sense the best spirit beasts of Xiang's sect, will find the nine-tailed spirit fox here." With that, he jumped down successfully infiltrated inside, running through the forest, he stopped in front of a large lake and saw a figure sitting far away fishing. He couldn't help but wonder, why is there someone here, now is not the time for cultivation. He slowly approached and silently evaluated Yi Fan, no cultivation. Turns out he is a mortal, a mortal who doesn't even cultivate, he is doomed to be hopeless. Yi Fan held a fishing rod, yawned, sound, the system then appeared a notification, "Host, I have recently discovered a supreme spirit beast nine-tailed spirit fox nearby, let's go catch it." Yi Fan chewed on a blade of grass, listening to the system and whispered to himself, "The system is despicable, We just finished forming a team and you want me to leave, trying to harm me in vain." The system didn't see Yi Fan respond and immediately awkwardly smiled and flattered. "I understand that the host is worried that catching spirit beasts will be dangerous, right? No need to worry, I have prepared to make a contract with the spirit beasts, just throw it towards the nine-tailed spirit fox and you can make it your pet." Yi Fan suddenly stood up, surprising the system buzzing, "Oh, host, you finally act," but it turns out that he responded with a joyful image, shouting loudly for a long time, finally obtained something without wasting in vain. The system stood next to him, speechless, with a dark face. Instantly angry, saying, "It's just a fish, why is it more important than an excellent spiritual pet?" With that, it threw the contract to summon the spirit beasts, and it suddenly flew around, coincidentally hitting the head of the nine-tailed spirit fox. Looking at the item hit on its head, the fox demon angrily cursed, wondering what it was. Seeing the dazzling light emitted from the contract to summon the spirit beasts, the fox demon was startled and muttered, "What? Someone wants to force me to make a contract. Humans want us to lose our freedom and then die in an endless battle, right? Don't joke with me. It shivered in the light and attraction of this treasure, gaping, sweating profusely trying to resist. As a nine-tailed spirit fox, how could I easily become a pet like that? After a while, the nine-tailed spirit fox, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. The system then announced, "Congratulations, host has received the top-grade spirit beast, nine-tailed spirit fox." A disciple of Xiang's sect from the bushes raised his head, suspiciously looking around. What happened? I feel like nine-tailed spirit fox has been contracted by someone else. He looked at Yi Fan vigilantly. Is he playing some kind of devil trick? No matter what. First kill him before dealing with nine-tailed spirit fox. He shouted, "One bullet, one wall," then shot a spiritual energy straight towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, unaware of what was happening, was still sitting there fishing, while the frantic system next to him screamed, "Warning, warning host." Shouting in despair, the system sighed and muttered, "Forget it, I know you won't answer. I will directly help you counterattack 100 times." The system threw a black counterattack at Yi Fan, not only defending him but also attacking back towards the disciple of Xiang's sect. The disciple was bewildered and immediately there was a loud explosion, smoke and fire spreading everywhere. On the other side, second elder heard the explosion and worried silently, "What's that sound? Did something happen at the stone of great power? I must quickly go see." He waved his hand at Ziyan and shouted, "Retreat." Ziyan was caught off guard and was hit in the chest, causing her to fall to the ground, spitting out blood. The disciples of Ziyan's sect rushed over and asked, "Senior sister, are you okay?" "Senior sister, hold on." Second elder looked at Ziyan's painful state and thought to himself, that blow shouldn't have caused her serious injury. Did she deceive me? The female elders of Ziyan's sect arrived in time. The leading master with long flowing purple hair stared at him, speaking in a deep voice, "The Xiang sect is really daring, thinking the Ziyan sect is easy to bully, huh?" The second elder and disciples of the Xiang sect immediately knelt down, expressing regret, saying, "Today is our fault, consider these as apologies, please forgive us." He displayed countless skills and precious treasures in front of the Ziyan sect elders. The female master of the Ziyan sect was surprised and exclaimed, "Ha!" then saw the people of the Xiang sect running away in panic. They kept running and muttering, "Damn it, the nine-tailed spirit fox can't be found, and we're being humiliated, we must leave quickly. Or we will suffer severe losses." The elders are really wise. Seeing the scene before her, the master of the Ziyan sect silently thought, "What are they here for?" Well, now healing Ziyan is more important, as she glanced over at Ziyan and immediately widened her eyes, muttering to herself, "This is." Yi Fan was focused on fishing when he heard repeated, chirping, sounds. He stood up in surprise and said, "Huh? Is the master sending me a message again?" Holding the shining jade in his hand, Yi Fan heard an urgent voice saying, "Something has happened, come quickly." Yi Fan threw the fishing rod and his hat, and hurried away. Before long, Yi Fan saw a disciple of the Xiang sect lying unconscious. Yi Fan frowned and thought, "Oh, it's another trap set up by the damn system. Once I pay attention to this man, a series of events will occur, making me unwittingly become its slave. Does it want to deceive me with this outdated trickery? Look down on me, huh?" With that in mind, he ignored the man, jumped over him, and ran straight on. Upon returning to the Ziyan sect, he pushed the door open urgently and shouted, "Master, are you looking for me?" "Master." With sadness in his eyes, replied, "Senior sister is not going to make it, I called you to see her for the last time." Ziyan weakly coughed a few times, cough cough. Yi Fan stood there and after hearing the master's words, he exclaimed in shock, "What?" He approached the bed, puzzled, and asked, "Senior sister was fine this morning, why is she like this now?" Master's expression turned grim, "It's all because of the Xiang sect. Ziyan cultivates a skill that uses demon energy from demon beasts as a foundation for refinement. Half a year ago, she unintentionally caused a problem with the demonic energy in her body, which has kept her condition unstable. Today, when Xiang's sect came to attack, Ziyan forcefully activated her skill, but unfortunately, she was hit in a spot where demon energy had accumulated in her body, causing the chaotic demon energy to ultimately swallow her body. Today, Ziyan is afraid she won't be able to hold on much longer. Yifan's face filled with sadness, quietly calling out to his senior sister, and reminiscing about childhood memories. Ziyan, who was a lovely child at the time, had said to him, "You're the disciple recently accepted by Master, right? So in the future, you have to call me senior sister. You don't want to cultivate? That's okay, senior sister will protect you in the future." Yifan, angry and gnashing his teeth, muttered to himself, "It's all because of this dog system, turning people into this. Just to make me its dog and do something like this, it's really despicable." The system immediately retorted, "Hey, it's not me doing it. Just lying down can get hit by a bullet." A female disciple entered and opened her mouth, saying, "Master, the spirit water you requested the disciple has prepared." The system now reminded itself to quickly cleanse itself. It took out a vial and handed it to Yifan, hesitantly calling out to the host. Yifan frowned and silently cursed this system for deceiving him again. He angrily shouted, making the system startled, accidentally dropping the vial into the water basin. The medicine was successfully released. The sect master took the water basin inside, hoping this spirit water could alleviate Ziyan's suffering. Yifan walked to the bedside and said, "Master, let me do it. You have been taking care of senior sister for a long time, take a break." He then sat down, took a towel from the water basin and wrung it dry. The master sensed something strange and murmured to himself, puzzled, "Why does this spiritual energy spirit water feel stronger than usual? Did I perceive it wrongly? Anyway, Yifan doesn't have the ability to change the quality of the spirit water." Yifan gently placed the towel on Ziyan's forehead, and her pale face suddenly turned rosy, leaving the master pondering in confusion. The complexion of Ziyan suddenly became so rosy. Could it be that the light shining in? No. It's not the light, but Ziyan has fully recovered. What strange thing is happening? Just now Ziyan thought she couldn't be saved, but now the demon energy in her body has stabilized again. The external wounds have also fully healed. Not only the internal and external injuries of Ziyan have fully recovered, but even the realm has broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 10. Yifan didn't hide at the corner door, staring in awe at the constantly changing expression of his master, silently thinking, why would senior sister be hit so hard? Why does master seem a bit unusual at this time? It would be better to leave master alone to calm down a bit. Thinking of this, he spoke up and said, "Master, I'll go back first. You should also pay attention to your body." Here master is not paying attention, mind still unclear about this matter. After all, as the night fell, the elders of the Ziyan sect sat at the table under the leadership of the master. A female elder at this moment spoke up, "Master, how is Ziyan's condition?" Hearing this, the master replied, "Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. Ziyan has long been safe and sound." Another elder questioned, "Is that even possible to cure?" The master coldly responded, "All right, we'll discuss Ziyan's situation later. We still need to talk about what exactly the Xiang sect is planning. Although our two sects occasionally have conflicts, storming our mountain gate is unprecedented. Moreover, as soon as we arrived, they knelt down and apologized smoothly, as if rehearsed, leaving us puzzled." An elder with a long beard suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "That's right. I discovered the body of a Xiang sect disciple near Jingming Lake. After multiple examinations, it was determined that the disciple was killed by a skill unique to the Xiang sect, indicating that it was likely a suicide." The sect master stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Suicide? Is there something wrong with the head of that Xiang sect disciple?" Suddenly, the master's eyes widened in shock as an idea struck him. "Wait a minute, isn't Yifan the only one who has been active near Jingming Lake? Could it be him? But we haven't seen Yifan practicing anything. How could he do such things?" Thinking about it, she shook her head repeatedly, denying, "No, it's not right. Yi Fan is indeed an immortal heavenly Tao body of thousands of years, maybe he has some abilities that we don't know about. The Grand Elder looked at the Master's strange behavior and asked, Master, do you have any clues? The Master replied, there are some clues, but we need to confirm further. She thought to herself, maybe my disciple is already asleep, I should wait until tomorrow to go. The sect master looked at everyone and continued, what clues does Xian sect have about the nine-tailed spirit fox? Another elder replied. The disciples of the Ziyun sect haven't found anything yet, but don't worry, master, if they see such precious spirit beasts and don't report it, they will treat it well. The precious spirit beasts that all sects value are currently lying in Yi Fan's room, pale and lifeless, the system on this side urging Yi Fan to sleep on the bed. Host, your pet is hungry and thirsty. If you don't feed them, it can be dangerous to their lives. The nine-tailed spirit fox walked to the bed and focused on looking at Yi Fan sleeping with his mouth wide open, making sounds of, non-stop. It was secretly angry, thinking, even if forcing a contract is not counted, at least they should be fed. Forget it, I'll take care of it myself, food and warm clothes, at least there should be some leftovers in the human's kitchen. With that in mind, it jumped down and left the room heading to the kitchen. As Yi Fan was a clean freak, when the nine-tailed spirit fox entered the kitchen, it was overwhelmed by the cleanliness and shine, inwardly exclaiming, so clean. It approached a pile of fresh vegetables, its eyes showing disgust as it whispered, I am the nine-tailed spirit fox, I will never eat this even if I die of hunger outside, but at that moment, its rumbling stomach directly accused it, leaving it embarrassed. A moment later, the nine-tailed spirit fox was sitting there happily munching on delicious carrots, constantly exclaiming, so delicious. The next morning, the sect echoed with shouts of, thief, catch the thief. At that moment, someone was quietly opening the safe door with a click. The two men slowly walked into Yi Fan's room, whispering to each other. The man wearing a thick fur coat and a long, bushy beard said, he, the spirit fox tracker is getting brighter every day, it seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is nearby. The chubby elder following behind heard this and exclaimed, unbelievable, Ziyun Zhenren couldn't detect the nine-tailed spirit fox, this is truly a godsend for our Xiang sect. The long-bearded elder immediately got angry, scolding, God send my foot, I gave second elder so many resources, and not only did he fail to catch the nine-tailed spirit fox, but also lost the stone of great power, compensating Ziyun sect, and now he's making me go into battle myself. Truly shameful, the elder did not expect such a strong reaction, so he nodded and said, yes, all thanks to the protection of Xiang sect's master, this sect cannot be without you. It turns out that the long-bearded man is the master of Xiang sect, and after hearing the chubby elder's flattery, he smugly said, of course, let me tell you one more thing. To be able to act tonight, I spent a large sum to hire the three most notorious thief kings in the eastern wilderness to create a diversion outside. This time, even if Ziyun Zhenren arrives, we can still escape unscathed. The fat elder flattered him with a bright smile, Master, you are truly brilliant. Seeing Yi Fan sleeping with his mouth open on the other side, the master spoke, why is there still someone here? Didn't the thief kings lure him away? The great elder immediately replied, Master, he's just a mortal, probably didn't hear anything. The sect master laughed maliciously, his hand filled with spiritual energy as he rushed towards the sleeping Yi Fan, fiercely saying, even mortals must be eliminated. I've spent so much money this time, I cannot tolerate even the slightest mistake. After a long while, the master of the Ziyun sect sighed, holding his head, let's just forget about this. Our Ziyun sect has a sense of shame, we won't stoop to the level of the insane Xiang sect. The second elder of the Xiang sect shouted angrily, our Xiang sect also has dignity. You dare to harm our master and leave him in such a difficult position, we will fight to the death with the Ziyun sect. The master turned to leave, saying, forget it, don't think about this anymore, we still have to go see what my disciple is hiding after all. Second elder raised his hand to stop and said, wait a moment, don't rush, we have to decide a bit, who will be the next master. But at this time she immediately flew away without answering. Behind the crowd rushed into fighting and competing, smoke filled the air, the ground shattered and cracked, then a voice was heard saying I will be the master. The disciples of the sect prepared to leave, hearing that, then opened their mouths to say that a master of the sect died so miserably, and there are people who want to seize power as master, their minds are already troubled. Back when the master of the Xiang sect used the fist of breaking the heavens and opening the earth, to rush towards Yi Fan, who was asleep. The Grand Elder was excitedly shouting loudly, not in vain, as a master, dealing with a mortal with all his might. At this moment the system directly punched him in the face with great force, the system showing a bored face saying, "Do you see me as invisible?" This punch by the system sent him flying far away, staggering and falling on top of the fat old man. Both of them screamed in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Yi Fan, woken by the noise, sat up with a start and said, What's going on? Rats causing a ruckus." The system excitedly exclaimed, "Host, you're finally awake." It smirked inwardly, thinking, "I'm starting to understand the host's personality. If I directly called him to wake up, not only would he not respond, but he might even cause my own collapse. So, it's better to handle the situation first and then wait for him to wake up to take credit. I've matured." Yi Fan looked at the scene before him and blurted out, "What the hell?" The system thought, "My chance to claim credit has finally arrived," and pointed as it began to say, "Host, while you were sleeping, 2 people." Before the system could finish, Yi Fan interrupted, "Why would someone wander in the middle of the night? They fell asleep as soon as they came in, it looks like they were exhausted from cultivation." The system was left dumbfounded. Then Yi Fan continued, "Luckily, I have the pills from the second elder, otherwise, they might have died from exhaustion, and I would have been the unlucky one." He took out a bottle of pills, which instantly made the system furious and scream, "Host, they just wanted to kill you. Do you think I'm stupid? First of all, the Ziyun sect strictly prohibits disciples from killing each other, just offending is more terrifying than death. Second, I either don't have the skills or the treasures, why would they kill me? The identity of the master's disciple is nothing to me. Plus, I've lived 99 lifetimes, I don't care about life and death matters anymore." Insane, Yi Fan sat down, took the pill bottle and poured it into the mouth of the Xiang sect's master, the system angrily hugging head. After a while, Master Xiang's sect slowly opened his eyes, silently thinking, "Am I still alive?" In the darkness, the old master and Grand Elder vaguely saw Yi Fan gritting his teeth and opening his mouth. "Are you awake?" Both of them hurriedly ran out the door in horror, leaving Yi Fan surprised. "Wow, strong spirit, seems like there's no issue." Suddenly remembering something, Yi Fan stopped laughing, his eyes widened in shock and said, "It is broken. They said the medicine of the second elder is very strong, can't eat, but the usual legends are all deceiving people, go to sleep." The 9-tailed spirit fox on this side is full, sighing, "What are these humans doing? It's really noisy." Grand Elder and Master Xiang's sect quickly ran into the forest. The old man shouted, "Master, we have run like crazy for 500 miles, must be safe." The master kept saying, "It's terrifying, really terrifying." He not only easily dissipated a full force attack from us, but also saved us before the brink of death. Remembering Yi Fan's face from earlier, both couldn't help but shiver and break out in a cold sweat. The master continued, "Did you see his expression? His smile?" Grand Elder thought and replied in fear, "I will never forget that smile in my entire life. It's a caring smile because we survived." The master was running and speaking, "It's not care, it's the confidence that he can control us." The subordinate nodded in agreement. "I never thought. Turns out there's cultivation in the Ziyun sect that surpasses the existence of Ziyun Jinren. It turns out that the reason we couldn't sense his cultivation wasn't because he's immortal, but because our cultivation is too low." Master of the 9-tailed spirit fox. Before he could finish speaking, the old master quickly ran ahead and exclaimed, "What time is it now? And to think about the 9-tailed spirit fox, we are still alive is already the mercy of the experts." After returning immediately prepare for the grand ceremony. we must personally go to apologize, even if it means risking everything, we must make the other party forgive us. The Grand Elder chased after, shouting, clear, loudly. After running for a while, the old master felt something was amiss, so he turned back and saw his chubby subordinate jumping around, making strange movements. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you doing there?" The subordinate replied, "I don't know, I just feel like jumping." The old master, unable to control his body, started dancing along with him, saying, "You say that, and I also feel like jumping." The two of them then wildly danced non-stop. Far away, a wild boar was looking at them with angry eyes, breathing heavily and muttering, "Humans are stupid, they bother others even in the dark." Before the wild boar could charge at them, it saw the two of them standing in front of it, causing it to panic. The master raised his hand, his face flushed, and gently said, "Younger brother, you don't seem bad, why not join us?" The Grand Elder also bent down in front of it, coaxing, "As an examiner, I am willing to come back for you." The wild boar was horrified, gaping and screaming loudly throughout the forest, "Oh, pervert!" The disciples guarding around the Ziyun sect heard the strange sound and shouted in alarm, "What's happening?" Another person hurriedly ran over, saying, "Quick, let's see what's going on." Both rushed to the source of the sound, their eyes widened and mouths gaping in surprise. "Oh, this is..." In front of them were two men, one holding the wild boar and the other dancing with a monkey, the master twirling the boar around singing, "Jump up, la la," while the Grand Elder was hugging the monkey and crying out loudly. "Father, I miss you so much," he said, making him horrified and gasp for help. Seeing this situation, the two quickly ran away, shouting, "Run fast, there's a weirdo, go report to the master." Early the next morning, two other disciples of the Xiang sect entered the forest to start searching. The short-haired youth asked, "It's been a night, why haven't Master and Grand Elder returned?" The other curly-haired person looked around and replied, "Moreover, we didn't see anyone along the way to this place." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from behind them, both startled, saying, "What's that sound?" They slowly turned and walked behind a bush to observe, both of them wide-eyed in shock. As in front of them lay the old master and Grand Elder they were searching for, motionless on the ground, surrounded by monkeys and wild boars jumping around excitedly, the two panicked youths shouted loudly, "Something has happened." Upon hearing this shocking news, the master of the Ziyun sect couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? The master of the Xiang sect and Grand Elder are dead?" The second elder of the Xiang sect shouted in horror. "What? Master and Grand Elder are dead?" Both were shocked by this news. Each person had their own thoughts at this moment. Ziyun sect's master muttered silently, "Why did they die right next to our Ziyun sect? It's really ridiculous, I can't understand what Xiang sect wants in the end." The second elder on this side also gritted his teeth and exclaimed angrily, "They died near Ziyun sect? No need to say that it must be Ziyun sect playing tricks." The sun rose high, shining brightly. Yi Fan woke up and walked out of the room, lazily yawning, "Ah, slept so well yesterday, today I have to cook something good myself." Standing in front of the messy kitchen, Yi Fan couldn't believe his eyes and stepped closer to look inside. The baskets of food were now empty, leaving Yi Fan shocked and gaping. He then shouted, "Where is my food? Such a big basket of vegetables." Walking to another barrel, Yi Fan saw the nine-tailed spirit fox sleeping with a full round belly, immediately angered and thought to himself, "Did this beast eat all my food?" Yi Fan angrily woke up the nine-tailed spirit fox, saying, "This bundle of vegetables and fruits is what junior brother Yen brought from the foot of the mountain, it's very precious." The system, seeing Yi Fan interacting with the nine-tailed spirit fox, couldn't help but cheer, "Host, you finally pay attention to it. This is the top-grade spirit beast nine-tailed spirit fox, if nurtured well, it will bring great benefits to you." The nine-tailed spirit fox, with shining eyes, looked at Yi Fan and thought, "Although this person is a bit poor, he didn't hit me just because I ate his food. It seems he's not a bad person." Maybe I was too biased against the cruelty of humanity before. So if I follow him in the future, maybe it won't be bad. Yi Fan, scrutinizing the nine-tailed spirit fox in front of him, made the system ecstatic, shouting in his ear, "They have a mental connection, they do, the host must nurture it well, your future will be bright." What the system and the nine-tailed spirit fox didn't consider at that moment was. Yi Fan mused aloud, should I make steamed fox or braised fox, causing both individuals to gape in horror. Before they could regain their composure, Yi Fan continued, now that I mention it, I wonder if it would be good fried. The system screamed in frustration, host, that's a nine-tailed spirit fox, an extremely rare creature. Please stop having such dangerous thoughts and show it some respect, a lot more respect. The fox's fur stood on end as it silently wailed, my life is over. Yi Fan looked at the fox and said, no, I can't eat it like this. The system eagerly agreed, exactly, host. This is the right way to think. The fox breathed a sigh of relief, thinking. So it was just trying to intimidate me earlier. I really don't like such mischievous humans. But before the fox could fully rejoice, Yi Fan spoke again, fox meat has a strong odor, I'll need to use medicinal herbs to mask it. The fox was shocked, lamenting, are you still planning to kill me? Yi Fan's voice murmured in its ear, but to prevent it from escaping, it's best to just kill it. With that thought, Yi Fan headed to the kitchen and grabbed a sharp knife. The nine-tailed spirit fox cried in despair, you don't really need to be in such a hurry. Just then, Master Ziyun Sect unexpectedly entered Yi Fan's room and asked, my dear disciple, what are you doing? Yi Fan, upon seeing his master, replied, Master, you came at the right time. I was about to kill this fox so we could have a meal together. Yi Fan raised the knife, ready to deal with the trembling nine-tailed spirit fox on the cutting board. At that moment, the master exclaimed in shock, what, this is the nine-tailed spirit fox. Yi Fan nonchalantly replied, it seems so, master. Please step aside, or you might get blood on you. The master stepped back with a faint smile and thought to himself. Truly worthy of the immortal heavenly Tao body, using such a rare nine-tailed spirit fox for food. Seeing Yi Fan still intent on butchering the nine-tailed spirit fox, the master, horrified, rushed to stop him, hugging the crying fox on the cutting board, and exclaimed, are you joking with me? Yi Fan, puzzled, said, Master, it's my breakfast. If you like it, I can give it to you. Master angrily stared at Yi Fan, she gently rubbed her head and petted the nine-tailed spirit fox in her hand, thinking to herself, this disciple must have been infected by the Xiang sect, why else would his mind be so troubled? Why would he use this treasure to cook? I might as well not acknowledge you, indeed it would be best for me to temporarily take care of it myself. The nine-tailed spirit fox, tears streaming down its face, whispered to itself, so I don't need to die anymore, right? Just say a word, isn't that faster? Yi Fan, on the other side, didn't understand what was happening, thinking to himself, isn't it just a fox? Does the master need to ruin her image like this? Yi Fan opened his mouth and asked, what does master need from me? Master, remembering something, replied, I almost forgot the main point. She hugged the trembling nine-tailed spirit fox with one hand, held Yi Fan's hand with the other, and walked inside, saying, come in, undress. Yi Fan blushed and hugged himself, exclaiming, Master, even the hungry and thirsty don't need to do this, right? Maintain your dignity. Master, blushing at his words, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Resistance to opening his mouth, Master said, I am over 1,000 years old, older than your grandmother. Why would I be interested in you? I want you to take off your clothes for inspection. Yi Fan hesitated at the door, thinking, at 30, like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, being an old virgin of many years, how can I understand if you are perverted? Thinking so, Yi Fan sat down and took off his shirt, but continued to think, moreover, if we count by age, I have lived more than 99 lifetimes, you are not older than me. Master observed Yi Fan's body and thought in horror, strange, no cultivation. How can he handle the stone of great power, save Ziyan? Is it too unrealistic? He must be hiding his true power. She leaned in close and whispered behind Yi Fan's back, "Good disciple, while there is no one around, you can tell me your true cultivation, I will keep it a secret for you." Yi Fan blushed, sweating, thinking, "Oh, those eyes, that demeanor, and still saying nothing to me." Thinking so, he spoke. "Master, my strength compared to others is just like that of a child, just a normal mortal," the master thought to himself as he paused. A child, could it be that he's saying he's already reached Yuaning? It's only been 2 months since he entered the sect, and I'm only at the 5th level of Yuaning. The immortal heavenly Tao body is truly powerful, hopefully our Ziyun sect will have something to look forward to. Yi Fan, wearing a robe, looked up at his master in contemplation. "Are you really okay, master? Should I be worried about you?" The master turned back, smiling happily. "I understand, disciple. Keep up your training. Oh, wait, have some fun. I really value you." Yi Fan puzzled. "Do you even know what you're talking about?" With that, the master flew off, leaving Yi Fan pondering, "I'll go to Jingming Lake later, my fishing equipment is still there." As the master flew away, he smiled to himself, "My disciple is truly humble, already at Yuaning and still surpassing me. In half a month, he'll surely overtake me. By then we will give this master title to it, before that we will take care of it." The 9-tailed spirit fox lay in the arms of the master satisfied thinking, "Good, escaped from that evil demon, although there is still a contract but at least it won't be turned into breakfast." The sect master placed the 9-tailed spirit fox into a small house in the forest, thinking to himself, "The matter of the 9-tailed spirit fox still cannot be discovered by others." At this time another elder came and said, "Junior sister Ziyun, how is your disciple Yi Fan from the pioneer of Jade sect?" She folded her arms and stared at the master saying, "He has been in the sect for 2 months. Still eating and playing without cultivating, even though he has an immortal heavenly Tao body, he cannot waste sect resources like that." The master smiled knowingly and said, "Wasting resources? Not to be afraid to tell you, my obedient disciple has reached Yuaning." The senior sister hearing this burst into tears saying, "Junior sister, I know you want to protect your disciple, but you cannot say such nonsense, ha ha ha, it's hilarious." Ziyun master narrowed her eyes silently saying, "Well, if it's not for wanting to replace the obedient disciple and hide the truth, I must have sent the 9-tailed spirit fox to scare you to death." Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice shouted, "Master, something bad has happened. The second elder is in trouble again," causing both individuals to exclaim in unison, "What?" Yi Fan was casually walking around and overheard some whispers, "Truly pitiful, here we go again," making him curious as he looked over. Yi Fan couldn't help but wonder, what are they looking at? Then he saw a group of disciples huddled together, with someone saying, "I wonder how long this time will last." On the other side where the crowd gathered, an old man with white hair and beard was tightly hugging a crying girl's waist. "Princess, I know I was wrong, please don't leave me." The girl blushed and tried to push him away as she yelled, "Who is your princess? Where is she? Outrageous, everyone come and see." Yi Fan thought to himself, what is going on? So it's second elder. In the group of disciples, 2 of them turned to each other and whispered, "Second elder is truly unfortunate, clearly the strongest disciple in our Ziyun sect." Hearing this, the other person responded, "Who told him to suddenly want to concoct strange pills and test them on himself?" Yi Fan's jaw dropped in shock, thinking, "No way, is it true that second elder's pills have side effects?" Watching second elder and the girl tussle, Yi Fan recalled the master and grand elder of Xiang sect and asked, "Taking second elder's pills, are they going to be okay?" At this moment, the 2 in the sky would have liked to say, "We've already ascended, thanks for your concern." Lost in thought, Yi Fan was startled as second elder grabbed his hand, shouting, "Yun Er, you've come to visit your father. Yun Er, this time I won't let them harm you again. Let's go home to your mother." The disciples behind covered their mouths, snickering, with someone as unconventional as Yi senior brother keeping second elder occupied, we can leave in peace. Ziyun master, rushing over in a panic, shouted, my precious disciple can't be in trouble. The senior sister following behind spoke up. Junior sister, what's the rush? If Yi Fan has reached the yuaning stage, he can handle such situations. She sneered in her heart and thought, let's see how you continue to pretend. Ziyun master regained calmness and confidently said, Grand Elder is right, I have lost. This surprised the Grand Elder. Yi Fan was being hugged tightly by the second elder, crying uncontrollably. The system appeared worried and said, this host is dangerous, please. Before it could finish, Yi Fan glared at it and firmly stated, it's just an old man feeling hurt, what's so dangerous? He inwardly disagreed with himself, but I really don't like being intimate with men like him. The system angrily exclaimed. Why doesn't a man protect himself properly when going out? There have been many tragic cases like this before, can't you see? As soon as the system finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion behind Yi Fan, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. He looked bewildered as the second elder was knocked far away, groaning in pain. Ziyun Master and Grand Elder were shocked and they saw this scene. Master thought to himself happily, this little guy still claims to have no cultivation. Grand Elder also exclaimed, so he is really hiding his true power. Second Elder's mind was dizzy and he said, strange, why am I here? The system feared and sighed, it's not good, the excitement just now has increased the host's power. The disciples of the sect couldn't believe it and said, how is this possible? Yi senior brother pushed second elder out, even though his cultivation is low, he is at the 10th level of qi refining. How could Yi senior brother do that? Sect master ran over and asked cheerfully, are you going fishing? My good disciple. Yi Fan replied, yes, the weather is nice today, perfect for fishing. In his heart, he thought, someone took my breakfast, I haven't even gone fishing yet. Sect master smiled and said, go ahead, take as long as you want to fish. Yi Fan thought to himself, okay, they took me out to play as an excuse to go cultivate, right? Yi Fan respectfully replied with his hands folded. Understood, master's command. He silently praised his master, thinking, I never realized master was so perceptive. The sect's disciples buzzed with discussion, damn, master's attitude, Yi senior brother really is impressive, pushing second elder away like that, and he's already at foundation establishment, going from mortal to foundation establishment in just 2 months, he's a true monster. They all shared a common thought, if we had known Yi senior brother was this exceptional, we would have definitely formed good relations earlier instead of thinking he was useless. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was being nagged by the system, host, you need to walk around anyway. Why not visit the martial arena? You could earn some great rewards. Or the Western Pill Peak. The library? Going to the library wouldn't hurt either. Other disciples gazed at Yi Fan's radiant back, determined to cling to his coattails rather than struggle for 100 years. News of Yi Fan spread throughout the sect. Ziyun sect disciples whispered among themselves, junior brother, stop practicing for a moment. Yi junior brother is heading to Jingming Lake to train. Let's go watch, hurry up. Another person spread the news to his junior brothers. Junior brother heard that Yi senior brother wants to give us guidance at Jingming Lake, don't miss it. Even the junior sisters were informed. Junior sister, Yi senior brother wants to pass on a wonderful skill at Jingming Lake, let's go together. The female disciples then spread the news to others. Senior brother, I heard that Yi senior brother wants to save his life at Jingming Lake, let's go together. Finally, this news reached Ziyun master, but another shocking news emerged, a disciple exclaimed excitedly. Elder, Yi senior brother is amazing, I heard he brought a rare phenomenon to Jingming Lake. Grand Elder exclaimed in amazement. Really? Resounded, Ziyun master smiled, crossed her arms and said contentedly. These disciples are truly something, spreading rumors like this, I must caution them carefully, she said before hurriedly leaving, causing Grand Elder to mock her. If you want to go see, just go, what's the point of acting so grandiose? Yi Fan was disappointed in fishing at Jingming Lake. At the moment, I had no idea that behind me, there were countless disciples secretly watching me. They looked at me with glittering eyes, whispering praises. Senior Yi, your fishing posture is really impressive. Perfect movements, carefree behavior, but why do I feel no spiritual energy fluctuations? It must be because my level is too low, I need to learn more. The sect master and Grand Elder also arrived to observe from behind the bushes. The master exclaimed excitedly, "Have our disciples brought a celestial treasure yet?" The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, reminding, "Master, pay attention to your image." Sitting in front of numerous curious eyes, Yi Fan felt a sense of unease. Quietly thinking to himself, "Strange, why is it suddenly so cold in the summer? It's like being watched by many creepy eyes." Standing up uneasily, Yi Fan started to walk away, murmuring, "It's so cold, I should head back early to avoid getting sick." Master Ziyun saw Yi Fan leaving and immediately stepped out from the bushes, shouting, "What are you all doing? Hurry back and continue your cultivation for me." The disciples quickly responded, "Yes," and dispersed in a hurry, leaving the Grand Elder looking helplessly at the master, wondering. "You still have the nerve to speak?" Yi Fan returned to the courtyard, holding a basket of fish, muttering to himself. "Today's harvest is quite good, let's have fish soup." The system suddenly appeared determined and loudly said, "No matter how many times it collapses, I will not give up. Host, your home's door has appeared for attendance, go there to receive an extraordinary reward." Yi Fan stepped on the circle under the floor, immediately lit up. The system excitedly announced, "Congratulations host, you have successfully checked in." It took out a large small bottle and introduced, "This super experience water bottle can help the person directly ascend to the Yuaning first level. Also giving a chance to comprehend the heavenly Tao." The system cried with joy, thinking silently, "Success, finally the host has successfully checked in." It raised the bottle again and continued, "Host, now you." Before it could finish, Yi Fan interrupted, "Oops, forgot to water the flowers." Yi Fan grabbed the water bottle in the system's hand indifferently, saying, "Luckily there's water for the flowers here." Yi Fan directly poured the super experience water bottle into the lotus flower pot by the door, making the system frustrated and silently shedding tears of disappointment. How could it be so difficult for the host to complete the task once? The night scene was peaceful. The flower pot that Yi Fan watered earlier suddenly grew larger, then a big leaf fell down. The lotus flower at this moment bloomed with a beam of light, on its body grew eyes, nose, and mouth. The flower trembled and shouted, "What's going on? A plant like me receiving cultivation to become a demonic cultivator?" The lotus flower stretched its body out and flew through the clouds and said, "It is the grace bestowed by Master Yi Fan, I will definitely remember it clearly." The lotus flower stretched so high that it could see the fairies working on the clouds. The mountain where Yi Fan was located was now glowing brightly as the flower soared straight up, carrying a beam of light that pierced the sky, making the mountain shine strangely. The sect disciples who saw it were surprised and exclaimed, "Look quickly, a supernatural phenomenon in heaven and earth. Senior Brother Yi is truly divine." So Senior Brother Yi is worried that we might not see the supernatural phenomenon, so he displayed it in the evening. They knelt down bowing their heads in reverence and exclaimed, "Senior Brother Yi, you are truly admirable, you are our idol." Feeling it, we feel the truth of cultivation. Ziyun Master and Grand Elder also looked up at the sky at this moment. Grand Elder was dazzled by the bright light, covering her eyes and saying, "It's too dazzling." The Master nodded and said, "So it turns out that Yi Fan's intention to bring the wonders of heaven and earth is not just a rumor." Sect Master raised his hands in excitement and shouted, "Our Ziyun sect is about to rise." Grand Elder hurriedly followed, shouting, "The vision, Master, the vision." Early the next morning, an enthusiastic disciple carried 2 baskets of vegetables, thinking to himself, "Today I get to bring vegetables to eat Senior Brother again. How wonderful!" At that moment, a voice startled him, "Stop right there, stop for me." He turned around nervously and stammered, senior brothers, what do you want? The group of disciples threatened, nicely hand over all the vegetables and leave, or else don't blame us. The young man, pale with fear, said, I'm sorry, but this is not allowed. Furthermore, the sect strictly prohibits disciples from fighting. The other disciples ignored him and aggressively said, as long as we don't use true chi when we fight you, it won't be considered a real battle. He waved his hand to command the men behind him, attack. When they reached the basket of vegetables, the young man tried to hold on tightly and shouted, don't even think about touching these vegetables. Both sides immediately started fighting without holding back. He yelled, what's going on here, and heard someone shout back, are you demon beasts disguised as humans? What kind of monstrous power does this little guy have? It hurts like hell. After a while of fighting, the young man finally managed to defeat the disciples. Although he was injured quite a bit, he still smiled. Holding the basket of vegetables happily murmured to himself, Senior Brother Yi, come here. Ziyun Master stood on top of a high mountain, with other disciples beside him. She watched a large eagle flying towards her, and spoke, Ziyun sect and Huiyu Mountain have never encroached on each other's territory, why are you here today? The eagle arrogantly replied, don't worry, we from Huiyu Mountain don't even bother to look at your ragged place. We came for the nine-tailed spirit fox. Master immediately said, I have never seen the nine-tailed spirit fox before. Eagle stared at the master and menacingly said, if you don't cooperate honestly. It flew up aggressively flapping its wings, opening its mouth wide and shouted, then we will fight until you listen to me. Ziyun Master and disciples were amazed for a moment, immediately rushed forward, engaging in fierce combat creating dazzling bright lights. After a while, the fierce eagle was now all injured and gasping for breath. Looking at Ziyun Master, she sneered, what now? Want to continue fighting? Eagle remained silent, thinking to itself, it seems that the news about Ziyun sect having the nine-tailed spirit fox is true. Wait for me to report back to the king, immediately destroy Ziyun sect. It quickly turned its head in anger and flew away flapping its wings. Ziyun Master immediately chased after and shouted, don't even think about running, then directly struck with a fist, causing Eagle to dizzy and fall down. Ziyun Master also did not expect to be so strong, sweating and saying, this time, I have to jump to the main event. On the other side, Yi Fan, holding food from the kitchen, stepped out. Watching the teenager delivering vegetables earlier sweeping the room, he opened his mouth and said, Li Junior Brother, stop doing that, wash your hands and come eat. Li Junior Brother sat down and looked at the food on the table with sparkling eyes, praising, Yi Senior Brother's food smells so good. Yi Fan smiled inwardly, in the 99 past lifetimes, my mind was only focused on cultivation, now I will treat myself kindly, enjoying gourmet food. Suddenly, the door burst open, a gust of wind sweeping the table. Li Junior Brother startled and stuttered, this is demon energy. A giant rough foot rushed in, causing him to gasp in horror. The giant eagle of Huiyu Mountain clamped down on Yi Fan and Li Junior Brother with its 2 feet. Aggressively approaching the sect master, threatening loudly, if you dare come near me, I will kill these two. Yi Fan showed a cold face, while Li Junior Brother looked down with fearful eyes. Sect master of Ziyun sect seethed in anger and muttered, don't you dare touch my disciples, my treasures. Ziyun Master reached out to stop the other disciples behind him, calmly speaking, release them, and we will let you go. Eagle opened his mouth wide and shouted, do you think I'll believe you? I'll take them away, and if any of you dare to follow, I'll kill them immediately. Yi Fan, hearing Eagle's words, felt a surge of anger but maintained a nonchalant facade. Li, his junior brother, stammered, Yi Senior Brother, but his eyes lit up with admiration, thinking, Yi Senior Brother isn't afraid at all, truly deserving of being my idol. Meanwhile, Yi Fan furrowed his brow in irritation, thinking, the delicacies I painstakingly researched, destroyed just like that. The system appeared, catching Yi Fan's attention, and announced, Great Majestic Heavenly Dragon ready, causing Yi Fan's entire body to be enveloped in a bright golden spiritual weapon aura. The sudden burst of spiritual energy overwhelmed Eagle, who screamed in pain, before collapsing to the ground. The sect master, witnessing the scene, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Yi Fan is as formidable as I expected. She approached Yi Fan with a smile and said, "My precious disciple, would you like to become a master for fun?" Without hesitation, Yi Fan replied, "No, thank you." After a while, Yi Fan and the master returned to their quarters. She looked at the messy room, opening her mouth to say, "Come on, let me get you a new set of furniture." Master Ziyun followed behind Yi Fan, sweetly reminding him of something. "That's right, obedient disciple, at the exchange meeting in half a month, you should." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan cut in, saying, "Master, there are demon beasts available here, would you like to come over for dinner tonight?" Looking at the eagle he had just taken down, the master hesitated for a moment before saying, "I will come back tonight." Yi Fan sat down, with bright eyes looking at the eagle. He grabbed its feathers and pulled, finding no resistance, he started preparing to cook it. At that moment, the system appeared and said, "Host, go to other sects' check-in locations, there is a chance to receive divine treasures and benefits, cutting demon beasts is as easy as pie." Yi Fan quickly sharpened his knife without responding. The system continued, "Congratulations, host has received." "Forget it, you don't care anyway," it said in a tone of frustration before stopping. Junior brother Li then brought a bowl of water and called out, "Yi senior brother. I don't understand something," Yi Fan replied, "Tell me." Li junior brother then said, "Previously, master arranged for me to go on a blind date. At first, we had a great conversation, but then she asked some questions and suddenly said she wanted to leave." Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, "What was the issue?" Li junior brother explained, "Basically, she asked about what our family does, how many industrial estates we have, if we have any spirit beasts or horses, the rules and regulations, etc. Of course, I honestly told her that our family only works on farming within the city, we don't have any industrial estates, spirit beasts, or horses." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan sighed and said, "That's how it is, but it's not your fault, Li junior brother, have dinner here tonight, master won't say anything." Li junior brother hesitated but happy, his eyes shining, silently thinking, Yi senior brother is gentle and caring, if possible, I will definitely repay him with my life. Li junior brother propped his chin up, thinking, when it comes to Yi senior brother, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will always be calm and unruffled. But for me, he hugged the person he was staring at wide-eyed and trembling, whispering, "Could it be, senior brother knows who I am." That evening, Yi Fan stood outside to welcome Master Ziyun and Ziyen to his house. Ziyen smiled and said, "Yi junior brother, it's been a while since we last met." Yi Fan also happily said, "Hello third senior sister, let's have a meal together." The three of them entered the house and sat down, watching Ziyen and Yi Fan chat harmoniously. Master smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, such sweetness, the atmosphere of these young people is really good. Yi Fan stood up and took out a small bag, handing it to Master and said, "These are all for you." Ziyin Master accepted it in amazement, feeling excited and proud in her heart, such talent, rigorous cultivation, and filial piety like this, having good disciples like this, I am truly happy. At that moment, Li junior brother carried a large cloth bag on his shoulder, standing outside the door and calling loudly, "Yi senior brother, if there's nothing else, I will head down the mountain now." Yi Fan looked over and replied okay immediately, then reminded, "Pay attention to the trash." Ziyen walked up to Yi Fan and bowed, saying, "In the past, thanks to my junior brother's help, I was able to survive. In the future, wherever Ziyen can go, I will not refuse." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Senior sister is too kind. We are all fellow disciples, no need to be so polite." Ziyen watched his figure and thought to herself, "Junior brother is already in the Yuaning realm, while I am only at the foundation establishment stage. How can I repay him?" Li junior brother stopped by the roadside with a large bag and suddenly noticed something protruding from the top of the bag. Exclaiming, "Huh," and taking it out to see that it was a book, Li junior brother hesitantly said, "This is," and then remembered Yi Fan's earlier reminder to pay attention to the trash. He quickly opened the book with excitement, saying, "If Yi senior brother wants me to pay attention to trash, then reading a little shouldn't hurt." As he read the words in the book, Li junior brother stammered, This is the eternal immortality technique. He joyfully hugged the book and said, with such an incredible skill, there's no way Yi senior brother would carelessly throw it away as rubbish. He must have used the excuse of taking out the trash to secretly give me this supreme skill manual. Filled with determination, Li junior brother exclaimed, "Father, mother, your son will finally make a name for himself." That night, in his room, Li junior brother hid under the covers, secretly reading the book. He thought to himself, this precious skill can't be discovered by anyone else. He read attentively and pondered, I need to find a completely safe place to hide it. The bed and the basement are out, the wardrobe isn't safe either. And neither are the drawers. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed internally, got it. He quickly tucked the skill manual inside his pants, confidently thinking, this spot is absolutely safe, no one will find it here. Li junior brother sat up and closed his eyes, beginning to focus on cultivating according to the skill. Step 1, start by circulating true qi through the body for one cycle. Half a month later, a large spaceship appeared in the sky above Ziyun sect. The disciples below looked up in awe and couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The spaceship of the Tianqing sect is really big, a disciple suddenly said. Tianqing Taoist has the power of the 7th Yuaning level, other masters can't keep up, including our master, another person standing nearby said. I heard that the Ziyun sect can capture a 9-tailed spirit fox. What will Tianqing sect do? If they can't get it, will they break in, destroy someone's house? In the Ziyun hall, at this moment, a woman entered and called out, Master, then said, or should you ask Yi Fan if he can participate in this battle? The master hesitated, I asked before, but the disciple refused to go, so whatever happens, at least Zi Yan can play a match tomorrow. She looked out the window and thought to herself, as long as Yi Fan can grow successfully, Ziyun sect will surely become the top sect of the 9 major sects, even with a chance to become the top treasure holder of the eastern wilderness. On the side of Li junior brother, after days of training, he looked at the light radiating from his hand and silently felt grateful. Truly the grace of Yi senior brother. I've successfully cleared half of my meridians, Li junior brother exclaimed, standing up and eagerly tucking the skill book back into his pants. Give me another 2 months, and I'll clear all my meridians. Yi senior brother, just wait for me. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the door and spoke to him, when Qin got injured during training 2 days ago. You'll be taking his place in tomorrow's intersect competition. Li junior brother pointed to himself in disbelief, senior brother when Qin is at Qi refining level 5, and I'm only at level 4. If I replace him, I'll just get beaten to death. The man turned away, waving his hand nonchalantly, you won't die. Just fight however you like. He left Li junior brother standing there, face dark with frustration, crying internally, I've only been cultivating for half a month and haven't even reached the peak of Qi refining yet. In the courtyard, groups of people gathered, chattering excitedly. The matches in the Golden Elixir group are more balanced, both sides have wins and losses. The Foundation Establishment group is just tragic. Except for Zi Yan, everyone got knocked out right away. The announcement echoed through the stands. Next round, in the Qi refining group, He Mu of Tianqing sect versus Li Mingbai of Ziyun sect. Upon hearing his name being called, Li junior brother's face turned pale with fear as he silently recalled how those from other sects had previously sparred with He Mu, only to reluctantly stay in bed for half a month afterwards. At this point, the crowd began discussing how He Mu was at the 5th stage of Qi cultivation, while Li Mingbai was only at the 4th stage, making it seem like he would be defeated in an instant. Li Mingbai became even more frightened upon hearing this, internally screaming why his opponent had to be He Mu. He feared he would be turned into a plant in no time, and in the upcoming fight, he would immediately find himself lying on the ground, feeling more embarrassed than hurt. Clenching his fists tightly against his thighs, Li Mingbai stepped onto the stage in a terrified manner, causing He Mu to smugly assure him that he would go easy and maybe just make him stay in bed for half a month. As the cheers from outside continued, Ziyun Master watched the scene and let out a deep sigh, while Li Mingbai rubbed his chin, calculating in his head whether he could pretend to be natural and not be discovered in a moment. He Mu laughed heartily and said, "Haha, let's end this quickly." On his hand, a burst of golden spiritual energy surged like fire, immediately rushing towards Li Mingbai. He struck straight at Li Mingbai's abdomen, but he stood there without any reaction. He Mu couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, one blow is enough to knock down a level 4 Qi cultivator, what is happening here? Li Mingbai looked down at the bright golden light emanating from He Mu's clenched fist, not affecting him at all. He also wondered silently, why does it feel like He Mu's speed is slow, and it's soft without any power? He Mu didn't believe it, punching Li Mingbai again, but nothing happened as before. He Mu gritted his teeth and said, "Little guy. What is this?" Li Mingbai thought He Mu was holding back, quickly spoke up, "Senior brother He Mu, while I appreciate your gentle approach, is it clear that you are pretending in this match?" He Mu was enraged, immediately saying, "Do you people from Ziyun sect only know how to take hits? Do you dare to compete with me or not?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingbai pondered. He Mu's senior brother said it made sense, being hit like that is a waste of time. He reached out to provoke him and then fell down easily. Thinking about it, he shouted, "Okay," then jumped up, closed his eyes tightly, and shouted loudly, as senior brother said. Li Mingbai slapped He Mu directly in the face, knocking him out a distance and falling down. Li Mingbai looked puzzled and said, "Huh. I didn't use much strength at all." Master Ziyun sect smiled happily and thought to himself, "I knew it, my disciple is just lying for not going to the match. He has already arranged for Li Mingbai to be good." Others saw He Mu lying on the stretcher being carried out and immediately started gossiping. One person in disbelief said, "What's going on? He Mu was hit so hard he fainted." Another person looked over at Li Mingbai standing on the other side and said, "Is that guy cheating already? How can anyone not even withstand a single blow?" An elder with a stern face walked over to them and coldly asked, "Do you doubt that the judgment of our 7 major sects will help Ziyun sect?" The person who just said that Li Mingbai cheated now immediately stammered, saying, "Indeed, truly impossible." Li Mingbai at this moment was confused, he stared at his own hand and said, "I understand now, this must be the effect of the eternal immortality technique, I feel like I can still fight on." Li Mingbai gripped his hand with fighting spirit. On this side, Eagle bowed respectfully to inform another giant bird, and after a while it said, "That's all the intelligence." The mighty bird spread its wings, its eyes filled with evil energy. It was the Silver-Eyed Eagle King, the ruler of Huayu Mountain. Silver-Eyed Eagle King silently thought in his head, Ziyun sect doesn't hesitate at all. Causing harm to both sides just to kill our junior, it seems that the 9-tailed spirit fox is truly in their hands. Silver-Eyed Eagle King flapped its wings, its eyes filled with sinister intentions. "Let's go, it's time." They even dared to remind the cultivator to watch out for who speaks in that area. "Wait for me to snatch the demon pill of the 9-tailed spirit fox. In the future, the position of the #1 demon king in the eastern wilderness will be mine." Having spoken, the Silver-Eyed Eagle King led the way, spreading his mighty wings and soaring high up into the sky before disappearing. Back at the competition venue, everyone watched intently as Li Mingbai enthusiastically defeated each opponent, causing them to fly far away. The elder then loudly announced, "Li Mingbai is victorious. Is there anyone else here who wishes to step onto the arena for a challenge?" Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly replied, "I will not go, losing face in a fight is not worth it. And I'll have to lie in bed for half a month. Whoever wants to can go." Li Mingbai thought joyfully, "I really want to shout out, is there anyone else? But would saying that tarnish the sect's reputation?" Up above, a middle-aged man with long green hair sitting next to Ziyun Master spoke up, "Ziyun Taoist, I never expected your sect to possess such great power. Ziyun Master modestly replied, Tian Qing Taoist, you are too kind. In the end, he is just a Qi training disciple. Tian Qing Taoist responded with an, oh really, before continuing, by the way, I heard that a nine-tailed spirit fox recently came to your place, is that true? Ziyun Master was startled and gritted his teeth. The elder who had been below the martial arts arena earlier sneered, thinking to himself. Tian Qing Taoist then began questioning Ziyun Master, who evaded the question and spoke. Tian Qing Taoist thought for a while, believing it was just a fabricated rumor as Ziyun's sect did not possess such luck. In her heart, she cursed Xiang's sect, only causing harm to others without benefiting herself. Tian Qing Taoist placed the tea cup on the table, speaking coldly, everyone understood, to stop doing useless things. He exuded a terrifying aura, his eyes full of malice as he said that if the nine-tailed spirit fox was not handed over today, the consequences would be clear. Ziyun Master frowned, then angrily approached him, causing the disciples behind him to panic and call out, Master. Tian Qing Taoist raised 3 fingers and said he would give him 3 seconds to think, after which Ziyun's sect would no longer exist. He began counting down. Ziyun hesitated, wondering if he had to hand it over, as his disciples would not be able to advance. But what about the lives of the entire sect? Tian Qing Taoist continued to count down sternly, 2. He then remarked, it seems that Ziyun Zhenren is a stubborn one. He furrowed his brows and shouted, 1, time's up, die. He raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to strike, when a gloomy voice interrupted, oh, are cultivators having an internal dispute? Tian Qing Taoist halted his attack and looked over, eyes widening in alarm, half-step divinity. In front of him stood a massive eagle radiating bright, fiery light. Tian Qing Taoist exclaimed, Silver-eyed Eagle King, and it's surrounded by yuaning stage demon beasts. They must have emerged from Huiyu Mountain. The Silver-eyed Eagle King is nearing the end of its life. Has it come here for the blood of the nine-tailed spirit fox? The Silver-eyed Eagle King stared intently at the building atop the mountain, mumbling, so, that's where it is. Back in Yifan's kitchen at Pioneer of Jade, he picked up a book and said, Yellow flour, pine nut chicken, if only I still had some eagle demon meat left. But using ground pig meat will work too. The taste won't be much different, Yifan said as he began cooking. Suddenly, the system urgently notified him, Host, the nine-tailed spirit fox is in danger. Please hurry to rescue it. Yifan, however, remained indifferent, focusing on washing vegetables. The system felt dejected and helpless. It sighed internally, what am I even expecting anymore? Activating emergency retrieval function. The system reluctantly decided to initiate the emergency function. Unexpectedly, a rift appeared above, and the nine-tailed spirit fox fell through, landing in the sink where Yifan was standing. Mouth agape in shock, Yifan grabbed the fox and lifted it from the water. The nine-tailed spirit fox sighed and thought. Master, did you save me? You don't know how scary the demon energy outside was, it almost scared me to death. Yifan patted the fox's head and remarked, you've gained quite a bit of weight compared to 2 weeks ago. Sensing his gaze, the nine-tailed spirit fox panicked and ran away, eyes brimming with tears and terror. It thought frantically, why did I ever think he would be kind? Help, someone save me. Yifan grabbed its tail and said, the energy is rich, the quality of meat of this thing must be better than pork. Congratulations on coming back. The silver-eyed eagle king and another golden-feathered eagle flying in the sky exchanged, it seems like the aura has changed places. I didn't expect that the larvae of a nine-tailed spirit fox could also teleport. The silver-eyed eagle king revealed its fierce eyes and replied, so what if it can teleport? It can enhance magical talents several times, quickly follow me. Saying that, the silver-eyed eagle king immediately changed direction and flew away. The disciples of the Ziyun sect pointed in that direction and exclaimed. Master, they changed direction, it seems like the direction is, Ziyun Master then exclaimed, it's the Pioneer of Jade. In the blink of an eye, the master shot off like an arrow, leaving a loud shout in the sky, "It's not good, our sect's treasure." Tianqing Taoist asked a female elder of the Ziyun sect nearby, "Your sect master has also chased after, why aren't you all acting?" The Grand Elder replied, "We are not rivals of the Silver-Eyed Eagle King, so how should we act? It's you who should take action. Isn't it you who wants to steal Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox? Use your power to overwhelm the fellow sect disciples, why not go steal from the Silver-Eyed Eagle King instead?" Grand Elder Ziyun sect thought silently after speaking, although Yi Fan was very strong before, Silver-Eyed Eagle King is also a pseudo-divinity, they cannot fight, it is better to follow, at least they can protect the master and Yi Fan. In Yi Fan's kitchen at this time, the nine-tailed spirit fox treasure sat in a pot, next to Yi Fan who was enthusiastically sharpening a knife. He was saying, "The best ingredients often need to be cooked over low heat, first crush the shallots, ginger, garlic into the water, then add a spoon of salt, 2 spoons of soy sauce and an appropriate amount of cooking wine, close the lid then say, that's it, taste it first, pluck the hair later, which will be easier, also prepare some sliced ham." The system panicked and screamed, "Host is about to face a fierce battle, please quickly log in and receive the reward," but before he could hear clearly, the claws of the Silver-Eyed Eagle King behind him rushed forward, quickly capturing Yi Fan. Make the Eagle King surprised and amazed, the Silver-Eyed Eagle King grabbed him by the foot and flew straight into the sky, laughing loudly, saying, Caught you." But upon closer inspection, Yi Fan muttered, "Isn't that the nine-tailed spirit fox? Let's go catch it again." Master Ziyun stood below, anxiously calling out to his disciple, and others quickly rushed over. Taoist Tianqing looked up at the sky and thought silently, "Is the nine-tailed spirit fox hidden inside again, or who is that?" Yi Fan yawned, covering his mouth with his hand, and as Silver-Eyed Eagle King landed, Ziyun Master approached and asked, "Where is the nine-tailed spirit fox, dear disciple? Wasn't it already killed?" The others glanced at Master Ziyun, and Grand Elder silently thought, "So he's worried about it." At this point, Silver-Eyed Eagle King remained silent, and Tianqing Taoist, seeing Yi Fan's indifferent expression, wondered why the junior wasn't afraid of the Eagle King at all. Master Ziyun showed no signs of worry at all. Could he be that powerful? The Silver-Eyed Eagle King pondered, furrowing its brows in anger. "It's just a child, these human cultivators are so annoying. I'll just crush him and throw him back to them," the system urgently shouted, "Warning, warning, host in danger." Reflecting on past events, it sighed, "Forget it, it's better if I handle this myself." Yi Fan's body erupted with a dazzling light, surprising the Silver-Eyed Eagle King, who screamed in rage, "What kind of attack is this? Could he be a divinity?" A massive explosion ensued, with smoke and flames filling the air, and debris flying everywhere. The Silver-Eyed Eagle King lay unconscious among other birds, feathers scattered around. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lay peacefully, using the eagle's wing as a pillow, having fallen asleep without anyone noticing. A young man shouted in terror, "Did he just kill it?" He took out hundreds of Yuaning stage eagle demons in an instant. Tianqing Taoist, now visibly shaken, exclaimed, "This junior. No, this must be some ancient monster in disguise. He is worried and thinking. Just now we insulted Ziyun's sect like that, or is he purposely reminding us?" Tianqing Taoist stood behind Ziyun Master, clasping his hands and said, "It is indeed Ziyun's sect, with a full background. This great power in the future will definitely be able to dominate the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, today we rushed out without showing respect. The little Taoist asks for permission to leave first. Our sect still has its own business, we will visit another day." Ziyun Master said in a stern voice. "You cannot leave." Immediately Tianqing Taoist was blocked by 2 disciples of Ziyun sect. Ziyun Master continued. "The exchange event has not finished, why the rush?" Tianqing Taoist blushed and exclaimed. No. No, we will withdraw all rights in the future." Master Ziyun sect sneered. "Withdraw what?" Are you not afraid that others will say that our Ziyun sect is bullying others by coming from far away? Yes, we had some unpleasant incidents before, but as the head of Ziyun sect, I cannot force you to leave because of those trivial things, right? On the contrary, should we have to give gifts to apologize? Taoists and members of other sects were sweating in fear, thinking to themselves, is this what's in their hearts? Certainly that's what's in their hearts, right? No need to be so gentle, right, monks? We've known each other for 1,000 years, does this wicked woman really need to speak so softly? Master Ziyun looked at the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, take these friends to the rear courtyard to rest for a few days. They must have been frightened by encountering many demon beasts today. The master gritted his teeth and whispered to the Grand Elder, keep them tight, don't let them escape. The Grand Elder hesitated and asked, are you telling me to carry out those treatments? The sect master smiled and said loudly, that's right, Grand Elder. Everyone meets regularly, just sincerity is enough, don't be too familiar, kill and strip the bone. The Grand Elder respectfully replied, all right, I understand. The sect master looked at Taoist Tian Qing and said, Tian Qing, your great birthday is coming in a few days, isn't it? The old man quickly denied. Not at all, there's no need to arrange any grand celebration for me, Yi Fan said. Ziyun master replied, at that time, our Ziyun sect will definitely prepare a grand ceremonial gift for you. Sitting down in a daze, he thought to himself, the Tian Qing sect is finished, they're going bankrupt, they won't even be able to keep their pots and pans. Ziyun master walked over to Yi Fan and said, my precious disciple is so strong, in just 2 months you've gone from mortal to the realm of divinity. It seems heaven is blessing our Ziyun sect. The other elders joyfully added, Yi Fan is probably not just an immortal heavenly Tao body, he might be a reincarnation of a great power. Another elder said, even if a great power loses the memories of their past life, their skills can still be inherited. If they can resonate with other disciples, our Ziyun sect will prosper. Yi Fan ran towards the door, waving his hand, and said, Master and elders, I feel dirty and need to wash up a bit. Master watched him and replied, take your time, my precious disciple, there's no rush. We still have to deal with the demon beasts. Master and the other elders come to surround the silver-eyed eagle king for inspection. One person speaks up, so many eagle demons, it seems like it will be quite a hassle. Another elder also chimes in, if you pluck the feathers of the silver-eyed eagle king, you can make a very good magic weapon. Ziyun master agrees, saying, elder is right, I want to use the feathers of that beast to make warm clothing for my disciples. 10 minutes later, the majestic silver-eyed eagle king now lies miserably on the ground with all its feathers plucked. Ziyun master remarks, this should be enough, indeed, handling demon beasts is not easy. She remembers Tian Qing Taoist and the silver-eyed eagle king. Thinking to herself, it seems like something very important has happened. The other disciples at this time discuss, it smells good, is it time for dinner? Another young man then says, I have smelled this fragrance before in Yi Fan senior brother's kitchen, it's demon beast meat. Ziyun master suddenly wakes up and exclaims, nine-tailed spirit fox meat, before rushing off. Sect master quickly runs to Yi Fan's kitchen and goes straight in. At this moment, the nine-tailed spirit fox is lying in the pot facing death. The master screams in horror, my little darling. The nine-tailed spirit fox opens its eyes dazedly and sees Master Ziyun breathing a sigh of relief, saying, luckily we discovered it early, it was really scary. The nine-tailed spirit fox looks at the master with a blank expression, then bursts into tears and sobs, oh, you've finally come, I was about to meet my ancestors. The master embraces it and comforts, don't cry, my little darling. Your junior apprentice may not spare you, but I will. Yi Fan's voice rings out, I was still confused about how that little guy managed to open the pot. It turns out it was the master who did it. He walks over with a big knife, smiling, I thought demon beast blood was beneficial. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the blood first. Seeing Yi Fan approaching with a frightening look and a weapon, the nine-tailed spirit fox screams in horror. Ah, 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 he looks at the master and says, "Master, you don't have to rush. I'm about to make you a pot of fox meat stew." The nine-tailed spirit fox clings to the master in fear, screaming loudly, "Save me." The sect master also worriedly hugged it and said, "Disciple, are you the five elements water beast? Otherwise, why does your brain contain so much water, even killing the spiritual pet?" Yi Fan nonchalantly replied, "In my eyes, my spiritual pet is just a piece of meat. If it needs to be killed, then so be it." The sect master hugged the nine-tailed spirit fox, showing a pitiful and weak expression, staring at him and said, "But before you agreed to give it to me." Yi Fan pondered with his head in his hands, "I admit that the master is indeed a beautiful and lovely young woman, even though I think you are over 1,000 years old, it still feels very strange." Yi Fan compromised. "All right, go, go, while I was roasting the Eagle King, the master still needs some other ingredients." Before he could finish his sentence, the master and the nine-tailed spirit fox had already disappeared, leaving only a word, "I will prepare immediately." Yi Fan was speechless, "I haven't finished speaking yet." That night, all of the Ziyun sect smelled a delicious meat scent, and in the dark somewhere, they heard the sound of loud drinking. The group of people who had finished drinking and playing were staggering back. Li Mingbai slung his arm around a companion's shoulder and slurred, "You guys have such short vision. This morning, you only saw Yi senior brother make a move, but you didn't understand his intentions." The puzzled companion asked, "Li senior brother, what do you mean?" Li Mingbai turned around and replied, "Yi senior brother defeated the Kim Dragon Gang. Did you all see that? Let me ask you, when Eagle King appeared while Yi senior brother was fighting, what happened?" Another young man asked in confusion, "What do you mean by intentions?" Li Mingbai sighed and said, "You fools, how can you not see the simple truth?" The disciples immediately started questioning, "Li senior brother, are you saying that Yi senior brother directly intervening was a show of mercy towards us?" Li Mingbai pointed at the person's chest and said, "Correct, you also have potential." Two men behind each other holding wine bottles draped over their shoulders, one asked, "Elder brother, are you drinking again?" The other replied, "No, I haven't even had a bowl of soup with meat all night." Li Mingbai continued speaking. "Then do you know why Yi senior brother, who clearly could have won the exchange conference, staged a show instead? He didn't appear, and the Eagle King suddenly brought out a bunch of demons. Do you think that was a coincidence?" Someone next to him said. "Could it be part of Yi senior brother's plan?" Li Mingbai raised both hands straight up to the sky, holding a wine jug proud and admiringly replied, "That's right, Yi senior brother waited for the Eagle King to arrive and then waited at Pioneer of Jade, embracing the waiting stick, thus defeating the Demon King and his demons, without harming us on the arena, all are Yi senior brother's plan." At this moment, everyone unanimously shouted. "So that's it, Yi senior brother is truly unbeatable, Yi senior brother is awesome, Yi senior brother is awesome." The next morning at Ziyun sect, the fresh air and peaceful scenery suddenly heard a cry for help, a girl being chased by many male disciples of the sect. She screamed in fear, "Help, all the senior brothers have gone crazy." They chased after the female disciple while mocking and laughing, saying, "Senior sister, become the companion of our disciples, Yan Zi senior sister, don't you know how to live with your juniors?" They quickly caught hold of the girl named Yan Zi, pulling her along as they continued to speak. "Senior sister, I want to propose to you," one of them said. Another one squeezed in and added, "Yan senior sister, my lifelong happiness depends on you." Yan Zi, feeling helpless, shouted, "I am fully devoted to cultivating immortals, I really don't want this. Please, go find someone else." A female elder, hiding behind a door, watched this scene in shock, her mouth agape. When she stepped out, she saw two male disciples blushing and hugging each other, one saying, "Brother, you smell so good, I love you," and the other responding, "Brother, I will satisfy you." The female elder blushed furiously. Trying hard to cover her mouth to keep from crying out in alarm, as she continued walking, she saw another girl sitting on the lap of another girl, saying, "Junior sister, you are so beautiful, your skin is so soft, I really want to be with you." The junior sister, shyly, replied, "Sister, please stop touching me, I feel like I am about to ascend to immortality." The elder entered a room, carrying a large bowl of soup, staring at it and thinking, "Good, I used to think the meat of yawning stage demon beasts was priceless. Now, it must be shared with the sect's disciples." Forgot the meat of the extremely gentle yawning beast, the Huiyu mountain has grown a lot, why can't the demon beasts living there not eat? Wait, this soup seems to have something extra, we must quickly inform the master. At the master's residence, a scream was heard, "Hands off Ziyan, my clothes are about to tear." Ziyan rushed to the master and said, "Master, I will not let go, I like you, please take me with you." The master immediately replied, "Fine," then saw Ziyan happily ask, "Really, master?" The master furrowed his brows and said sternly, "False," then pinched her nose. Ziyan rubbed her nose and asked, "Master, why are you like this? Why is your clothes torn?" Master Ziyun handed Ziyan a vial and instructed. "Ziyan, you were affected by the demon beasts earlier, quickly go to the main hall to help the Grand Elder, bring this spirit awakening pill for the disciples to use." Ziyan promptly replied, "Yes," and left. Under the control of the Master and the Grand Elder, the Ziyun sect managed to control the situation, almost becoming He-Huan sect, which has more rules. Chefs are not allowed to use alcohol with demon meat as a reward from now on. Master Ziyun sitting on a tilted chair opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect today's incident was caused by Li Mingbai's drinking. After waking up, I realized the true power of my disciple, like a god, able to foresee many things before and after 50 years. Immortal heavenly Tao body is truly abnormal. Master silently remembered, back then, I accidentally found skill instruction books, knowing that immortal heavenly Tao body is very strong. I still have a lot to learn. She immediately took the skill instruction books and read them again. Since then, Ao High Kingdom has an immortal heavenly Tao body cultivator with strong cultivation. At 20 years old, he killed Hai Jiao, entering the divine transformation realm. At 30, he became the king of Ao High Kingdom. At 40, he learned the two palm techniques and mastered them 2 years later. Since then, no one can compare. Reading this, the master thought to herself, could it be that my disciple has secretly learned these palm techniques? If what Li Mingbai and the others say is true, then that incident that day was indeed its plan. Master Ziyun paced around, mumbling to herself. Upon careful consideration, apart from the scalding hot soup causing dizziness, this little guy didn't really suffer any harm that day. The herbs used in it could also mask its aura. So how could normal hot water injure demon beasts? It turns out everything is clear now. It seems that the junior disciple's treasure is attacking the divine transformation realm urgently. In a rush, he couldn't conceal his spiritual weapon in time, so he resorted to this method to resolve it. Afraid of harming others, he used the Eagle King's spiritual pet to lure them away. It's unexpected that the junior disciple's treasure is not only extraordinary but also meticulous in his thinking, she said as she stepped out of the room. Announcing, today's rest is cancelled, elders prepare to follow me to the Tianqing sect for a longevity ceremony. 3 days later, Yi Fan sat in the kitchen, chin in hand, sighing and saying, the pioneer of Jade is too quiet, master has been away for 3 days visiting 8 major sects and still hasn't returned. The system appeared, clapping its hands obsequiously, saying to him, host, why not go check it out or just go chat with your fellow disciples for a few words. Yi Fan irritatedly scratched his head and said, just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. This system is really noisy and cunning. First, it creates the illusion of our strength to others. Then, it uses praise from those around us to lower our guard, forcing us to cultivate ourselves. Finally, it feeds us to the wolves, resulting in chaos. The system silently thought, maybe in a few days, I'll go learn from the prodigal system in the neighboring Xiantian mainland and see how it goes. Perhaps he can also change this person. The system crossed its arms and said to him, the login reward for the host has arrived, please proceed to receive the best reward. The system has successfully helped the host receive it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mysterious creature egg. Yi Fan turned around with an "oh" sound and then went to pick up the mysterious creature egg. The system's eyes gleamed with joy and said, "Host, you are finally cheerful again. This mysterious creature egg, when it hatches, will bring good and bad luck, but at worst, it could be a nine-tailed spirit fox, or even a superior or peak one. The system predicted based on its shiny appearance, it could be a dragon or a phoenix immortal beast." Yi Fan placed the egg in the steamer, satisfied. "Don't worry, it's very clean," the system immediately panicked. "Host, stop that dangerous behavior. The nine-tailed spirit fox is a peak-level existence in the cultivation world. This egg may hatch into an immortal beast, and we can't let it break." An hour later, Yi Fan opened the steamer and was surprised to see the egg glowing and rolling around in the pot without breaking. Yi Fan wondered aloud, why isn't this egg cooked yet? And why is it still angry? The system appeared excitedly and said, the mysterious pet egg has undergone a mutation, but the inside may not be harmed. The mysterious pet egg cracked open, and a small furry hand peeked out. Yi Fan watched in astonishment as the shell gradually broke apart. Suddenly, a small and clever husky appeared inside. Yi Fan exclaimed, "A husky breaking out of an egg?" The little pet rushed towards Yi Fan and barked twice. Yi Fan stepped back in surprise and said, "An egg hatching a husky?" But he still embraced the pet in his arms. He joyfully licked Yi Fan's clothes, and Yi Fan frowned and said, "Don't lick my clothes, your saliva is dirty." The system then announced, "Congratulations host on receiving a mutated immortal beast, a husky mutation, with peak-level immortal beast grade." Yi Fan didn't care and put the husky back in the steamer. The system was shocked and tried to shout, "Defense power is infinite." Yi Fan closed the steamer tightly, and the system yelled, "Attack power is 0." But before it could finish, there was a loud boom as the beast pierced through the steamer lid and flew straight up, creating a hole in Yi Fan's ceiling. Yi Fan looked at the hole and said, "Although I don't eat dog meat, there's still some meat on it, so I'll cook it." But then he sighed and said, "Stop." As night fell, Yi Fan hugged the beast in his arms, and it looked at him and barked once. Yi Fan stood up and looked at the empty bed in the middle of the courtyard, saying quietly, "The first book of the dog is the highest book, the immortal book of heaven." The first thing to do when a dog is born is to remove the ceiling in the house. Husky, excited, burrowed into Yi Fan's shirt, with both of them sitting down playing around, unaware that behind them there were two figures lurking. Looking at his bed, they blinked and flew up into the air. They said, "This dog definitely can't be kept. If you don't have one, at least give us a nine-tailed spirit fox. Besides, quickly take this dog away." After walking to a big tower, Yi Fan stood with arms crossed, next to a small pet placed in a basket, with a note left by Yi Fan saying, "Please take care of it." Husky obediently sat still, wagging its tail, while Yi Fan was silently thinking. This place is 3,000 miles away from the sect, leaving it here won't make it come back. Yi Fan turned around and climbed onto the bed to leave. Before flying away he waved and looked back at it, saying, "Goodbye, that dog." The puppy with bright eyes stared at Yi Fan's back, innocently thinking, "Master disappeared, go find, play hide and seek," then immediately barked excitedly. The night fell. At this moment, there is a woman riding a sword in the air, holding a wine gourd gracefully and reciting poetry. The night breeze is cool, the cold wind is like wet camphor, the talented scholar is standing in the mountains. How many beautiful and pure sceneries, flying across the sea without a trace. Just then, a small flying creature suddenly flew past, causing her to startle and exclaim, "What? A flying dog?" She stood up with interest and said, "A flying puppy must be at the golden elixir stage. If it can be caught as a pet, nothing could be better. In the blink of an eye, a sharp and large sword flew straight towards her. She jerked in horror and couldn't avoid it, taking a hit. She cried out in pain, "I'm ambushed again." A flying ship silently glided by and watched the injured girl fall. At this moment, an old man holding a shining sword in his hand spoke, "Casual cultivators all want to eat me, really don't know their own strength." The red-haired man beside him heard this and said, "That woman Zi Yun is really crazy, even daring to rob the spirit stones of outer disciple. If she can bring back the infant beast at the Yuaning stage today, it can compensate for the heavy losses to our Tianqing sect." The old man immediately recognized something and shouted, "Wait, I sense something." The red-haired man asked, "Really? Then I will take action and catch the beast right away." They quickly rushed down to the ground and saw before them Yi Fan's puppy, happily frolicking in the stream. The red-haired man sneered, "Why do I feel like this demon beast isn't very smart?" The old man snickered and said, "All young beasts are like that, let's see." He walked over and lifted the puppy, examining it from head to tail. When their eyes met as he held the puppy upside down, he thought to himself, "I have found someone in its eyes. The path in my eyes is her reincarnation. I and her have a deep bond." He joyfully exclaimed, "Ha, I was right, the revival of Tianqing sect is because of her." The red-haired man anxiously said, "Please quickly turn it back." At Tianqing sect, in a room, the puppy was placed on the table, surrounded by a group of people silently observing. Tianqing Taoist stroked his beard and said, "Fifth elder, where did you find this treasure? Did no one see it?" The old man, who was the fifth elder of the Tianqing sect, spoke up, "On the road, a casual cultivator crashed into a flying boat. I found his soul and turned him into a fool. To conceal this information, I killed all the cultivators on that road. No other sect will know." Tianqing Taoist turned to the red-haired man and said, "Seventh elder, we will rely on you in the future." The seventh elder smiled and replied, "I will take care of it." The super-cute puppy looked at them and smirked, making Tianqing Taoist smile inwardly, thinking, "This little beast doesn't have any talent. But whether it's pink or blue, any color will do." The puppy stared at a shining object on the table, then bared its teeth and bit into the bright tower in the middle, shocking the fifth elder and seventh elder. It quickly jumped off the table and ran away, leaving Tianqing Taoist and the others stunned. Tianqing Taoist's fiery eyes shouted in anger, "Silly dog, quickly return the Sui Yang lamp here." After a chase, Tianqing Taoist grabbed the dog in anger and said, "Finally caught you, silly dog, let go." He tried to retrieve the Sui Yang lamp from its mouth, but couldn't and thought to himself, "This dog has strong energy." Seventh elder also gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, this silly dog, don't let its saliva touch that Sui Yang lamp," as the dog's saliva poured out. The elders in the distance immediately exclaimed, "Look, the saliva dropped on it." Tianqing Taoist looked at the shining Sui Yang lamp and exclaimed in surprise, "Reflected light? How is it reflected light?" Seventh elder quickly replied, "No, look at the Sui Yang lamp, each color change is clearer." The dog bit hard, and immediately the Sui Yang lamp broke into many colorful pieces. Fifth elder exclaimed, "The Sui Yang lamp, how can it be damaged by a divine stage attack, yet this dog cracked it?" Seventh elder responded, "No, if the spiritual nature of spirit beasts reaches a certain level, they will surpass normal knowledge." Tianqing Taoist hugged the small pet happily laughing loudly, "Aha, Tianqing sect is thriving again." Fifth elder behind him changed his attitude and said, "Wait until this treasure grows up, dominating eastern wilderness will be easy." Seventh elder also said cheerfully, "Next time we will make Zi Yun pay a price." Just then, there was a continuous knocking on the door. Tianqing Taoist handed the puppy to seventh elder and frowned, saying, "Let me go open the door." He walked to the door, looked at the person outside, and said loudly, "What's going on outside?" "We are discussing matters, it's not convenient to open the door." The subordinate outside panicked and said, "Master, there's a problem. Something happened on the other side of the Forbidden Mountain." The sky was dark as ink, the atmosphere desolate and empty. Tian Qing Taoist and the elders of Tian Qing sect went to the Forbidden Mountain to investigate. He solemnly asked, "What happened? Which demon is it? Could there be another sect spying on us?" First, second, third elders, gather the disciples, other elders, hold your positions and prepare to welcome the enemy. At this moment, a voice echoed out, "No need, it's me, quickly welcome my old ancestor here." Tian Qing Taoist exclaimed, "Who dares to impersonate gods or demons? Are you really the old ancestor?" The voice rang out again, and a black circle appeared on the ground surrounded by intricate patterns. Tian Qing Taoist carefully observed and immediately shouted, "This is the heavenly formation created by the old ancestor." Just then, a huge man appeared. The old ancestor had strange eyes without pupils, looking very peculiar, with green hair and a similar appearance to the Tian Qing sect master, but not old. Master Tian Qing approached and said, "This appearance must be the old ancestor." "Are you still alive?" the old ancestor replied in a deep voice, "Over 3,000 years, time flies by quickly." The elders behind quickly knelt down and worshipped, shouting in unison, "Welcome, old ancestor." The old ancestor commanded, "Rise," and continued, "I still need to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth weapon for another day. Tomorrow will be more conducive to exits. I see you couldn't obtain a real magic weapon earlier, what a pity." Unless Tian Qing sect has a disaster, Master Tian Qing sweated and said, "Yes, old ancestor," then began to tell. After a while, the old angry ancestor said, "Huh? Only at the divine transformation realm? Dare to sit on the head of our Tian Qing sect, tomorrow our old ancestor will help you destroy the Ziyin sect." His whole body emitted a gloomy spiritual weapon. The others immediately knelt down and shouted, "Please follow the old ancestor's orders." After everyone left, the old ancestor began to sit and absorb spiritual weapons to exits. He looked around and thought to himself, "There are too few spiritual weapons, it's difficult to reach the void realm to exits today, it's truly humiliating. The Yuaning juniors have all gone to Ziyin sect. If it continues, they may be skill swallowed, it's better to kill the golden elixir disciples inside the sect for some supplementation." Suddenly he heard whispers behind him. Someone asked, "Amao, have you seen the master's spiritual pet anywhere?" The other replied, "No, early this morning the master and the others went to Ziyun's sect so we didn't see it. I hope it appears soon, or we're in trouble." The other person frowned at you for not keeping watch and talking. The old ancestor slowly approached the evil energy from behind. The two of you were startled and turned back only to be immediately drained of spiritual energy by him. Their mouths gaping dry like a skeleton. He muttered discontentedly, "Still not enough," wondering which spiritual pet they should find. The old ancestor suddenly sensed something, quietly opening his mouth to say, "This type of energy is not as pure as the snow lotus for thousands of years." The old ancestor turned around and was startled to see a dog standing carelessly urinating. He angrily rushed over shouting, "How dare this beast threaten us? Just when I am lacking spiritual energy. I command this sinning beast of yours to die." The dog, unafraid, happily wagged its tail and sprayed a stream, causing the old ancestor to feel pain as if struck by lightning. His body immediately returned to the dark coffin, his face devoid of a drop of blood, lying there wailing that he was about to enter the underworld, yet this beast had sprayed a stone. What kind of creature is this? He exited his body, his ghostly blue face floating out, and upon seeing something, he screamed in horror. "Sheesh, this dog, this beast, you must not dig, do not dig." The dog is currently digging up a large piece of land, staring down at it, it smirks and whispers under its breath, "Awake already? The moment of revenge has come." The dog digs up the soil and rocks below, revealing a glowing coffin tightly sealed by nails, emitting a strange spiritual energy. It approaches and pulls out each golden nail stuck there. The soul of the old ancestor, wide-eyed and startled, exclaims, "Why is the nail array ineffective? The damned beast must not withdraw, withdrawing will dissipate the spiritual weapon. No, this beast senses me, but if my body is revealed now, it will be dissipated." The Yuaning group has all gone. I can only rely on those disciples. The soul of the old ancestor clasps his hands together in concentration, saying, all Tianqing sect disciples quickly gather at the back mountain. The ominous spiritual weapon mysteriously spreads out like smoke everywhere, yet after a while, still no one arrives. The old ancestor wonders in confusion, why is there no reaction at all? Why? It's really annoying. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have killed those two guys looking for this dog. The puppy kept digging, relentlessly pulling out the nails. The passive thoughts of Husky's book genius were silent, the soul of the old ancestor quietly weeping, desperately kneeling and praying. Little ancestors, the last nail has finally been pulled out, can you please stop digging? All the nails are for you, and don't uncover the coffin lid, little ancestors. The last nail was finally pulled out, the coffin lid opened and flew up carrying the puppy straight up to the sky and then dropped down. The old ancestor of Tianqing sect was bathed in light inside the coffin. Quickly sucked up his soul scattered away, finally turning into a pile of ash lying neatly in the coffin. The puppy still held a nail in its mouth, looking at this scene with an indifferent face. It walked to the surrounding tombstones and smiled happily thinking playing is so fun. At this moment in Ziyun sect, Ziyun master and Yi Fan were sitting in the room talking. The master spoke up, disciple darling, I heard there was a disciple who saw you sitting on a divine weapon flying out for cultivation. Yi Fan crossed his legs on the chair and answered. How do you cultivate? I've never heard of that, master continued to ask. Don't deceive me, if you're not cultivating, then why are you here? Yi Fan looked at her and said, there is something urgent that needs to be done. Master asked further, what is it? At that moment, a disciple rushed in and opened the door, shouting, Master is not well, Tianqing Taoist has brought people here. Ziyun master rubbed her chin and asked herself, how dare they come here? Why are they so bold today? I will go over immediately. She then turned to Yi Fan and said, my dear disciple, I'm going on a trip. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, Master, come back early. Upon hearing this, Master stopped in her tracks and thought to herself, come back early. This little guy still cares about me. Ziyun master went outside and saw the flying boat of the Tianqing sect approaching, and she frowned at the crowded boat. The disciples of Ziyun sect below started to talk, do you people from Tianqing sect have a sickness or something? You keep coming and going, this time the aura is really strong, even from 1,000 miles away, another one said. I think they must have been prepared before coming. Tianqing Taoist stood on the boat, shouting through a loudspeaker, women of Ziyun sect, get out here and let me deliver a gift to you. Ziyun master, feeling irritated, responded, Tianqing Taoist friend, what is the meaning of this today? Tianqing master arrogantly sneered, what do you mean, meaning? Our old ancestor has revived, so prepare to meet your end. Ziyun master, taken aback, said, Tianqing sect's old ancestor. Then thought to herself, could it be that their old ancestor used a secret technique to fake death and resurrect, coming back after 3,000 years? If that's the case, we are in serious trouble. Old ancestor Tianqing was at the 10th level of divinity back then. Even if his cultivation has regressed, we might not be able to match him. She exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, Ziyun sect is likely in grave danger. Quickly inform all disciples to head to the secret passage immediately. The Grand Elder worriedly asked, Master, what about you? Ziyun master calculated, if old ancestor Tianqing shows up today, we still have our precious disciple. He probably wouldn't dare make a move against me. At this moment, Tianqing Taoist proudly stroked his beard and smirked, speaking up, it seems like your cultivation has been dead for a long time. Whether you are a woman or not, why don't you become my disciple? Enraged, Ziyun master gritted his teeth and replied, do you believe I will gouge your eyes out? Tianqing Taoist provocatively laughed, I really like your eyes, they have a special flavor. The disciples behind him worriedly thought to themselves, what? He dares to say that? If he fails, then, pulling out a large token, he chuckled and said, Haha, it seems that the old ancestor has arrived. Let all of you witness the greatness of our old ancestor. Just then, an elder hurriedly ran up and shouted, something has happened, the old ancestor has died, the sect is no more. Master, quickly return to see that beast over there, it has devoured the old ancestor and all the scriptures and treasures are gone. The beast in his mouth slithered out from behind his shoulders, causing him to tremble and widen his eyes in shock. Tian Qing Taoist raised the cracked token, tears streaming down his face as he chuckled foolishly and muttered to himself as he fell back. It's done. Running to support, he stood still crying and said, the old ancestor is dead, the foundation is destroyed, there is no one who is a match for her, even the silver-eyed eagle king was killed by the golden dragon. Oh, the golden dragon! He immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, splashing out, and the people behind were shocked and exclaimed, Master, the master is dead, Grand Elder of Ziyun sect said when he saw this scene, I despise, how could he cultivate Yuaning with such talent? Ziyun master frowned and replied, the 8 saints were induced by drugs, but if old ancestor Tian Qing has died, then today the people of Tian Qing sect are no match for us. She smiled coldly and ordered, elders, follow me to destroy Tian Qing sect. The elders responded together, yes, and immediately rushed in. Yi Fan stood on the mountain cliff with his arms crossed, looking down at the chaotic scene of both sides fighting below, showing a bored expression and saying, it's too noisy. The battle raged on, powerful spiritual energy shooting in all directions. Ziyun Master led the way, using his sharp sword to single-handedly defeat the surrounding enemies. After a while, the remnants of the defeated enemies lay motionless on the ground. Ziyun Master raised his sword and said, Grand Elder, take care of these bodies, take them far away and do not dirty our Ziyun sect. The elder questioned, what about the remaining ones? Before he could finish, Ziyun Master explained, their disciples number 23,000. Killing too many would harm our Taoist hearts, and besides, the Tian Qing sect is no more, their disciples have no place to go and will disband on their own. The Grand Elder sighed. Master speaks the truth. Suddenly, they both gasped in horror, what is that? A strange object in the sky emitted spiritual energy, flying straight towards the mountain wall. Someone shouted, a coffin heading towards Pioneer of Jade. Master told the Grand Elder, let's go see what's there, and quickly rode his sword to chase after the coffin. Seeing on the coffin right now is a small excited puppy, Master suspiciously said, isn't that the demon beast that just destroyed Tian Qing sect? Grand Elder also didn't understand and replied, what's going on? Even if it's a flying beast, it should take at least 12 hours, but it only took half an hour to fly here. Ziyun Master thought to himself, I must stop it, Ziyun sect cannot let it destroy everything, even the old ancestor of Tian Qing sect had to die, let alone our disciples and treasures just arrived at divinity stage. The puppy has now approached the Jade Pioneer courtyard, seeing Yi Fan standing there. Its eyes shining brightly, it accelerated even faster. Ziyun Master exclaimed, it's so fast, we won't be able to catch up. Master worriedly thought, I might have to use acceleration secret technique, then quickly rushed to Yi Fan. Seeing the puppy and Yi Fan standing together, she angrily said, damn it, it really rushed to our disciple, if you dare to harm my disciple, you will die. Yi Fan looked at Master and listened silently, standing there feeling confused. The familiar man angrily lifted the puppy and scolded, this dog can just run back, why bring a coffin with it? Ziyun interrupted in surprise, return. Are these demon beasts yours? That's why you ran back so fast. Yi Fan didn't answer, turned and carried the small dog inside, saying, these demon beasts should be taken to the dungeon. Ziyun Master, worried, said, wait, think of another way. Yi Fan frowned and replied, Master, this dog is dangerous, having it at home is not safe. In his mind, he thought, this dog is given by the system, constantly giving me trouble and even a husky can't be at peace. Ziyun Master pleaded with a blush, please, reconsider. Yi Fan, embarrassed, handed the puppy to the master and said, don't be like this, I can't take it anymore. If you like it, take it away. The master happily took the puppy and said, "Great," then left and coincidentally met the Grand Elder. Ziyan and others were walking towards them. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke up, "Master, has this demon beast been tamed by someone?" Ziyan Master smiled and replied, "I didn't expect it to be our disciple's treasure." The Grand Elder and others were puzzled. "What?" they said, then heard the Master explain, "Our disciple's treasure is indeed mysterious and wonderful, knowing that the old ancestor Tian Qing was resurrected at midnight and brought it to the Tian Qing sect, so today's incident was already calculated." The Grand Elder looked at the small dog and said quietly, "So that's it, this spiritual pet is really good at eating and drinking." Another elder spoke up. "Such a powerful spiritual pet, I'm afraid Yi Fan's cultivation has reached the void realm." Ziyan rubbed her chin and asked in curiosity, "But Master, could this little useless person bite and destroy our sect in the future?" Master Ziyun hesitated before replying, "I don't think so." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, everyone stared at the small dog intently. Some disciples broke the awkward silence, rushing in to report, Master, elders, something bad has happened." At this moment, some weak disciples followed behind, and in front of them was the person who had just spoken, carrying another injured person on their shoulder, continuing. Xiao Ming's senior brother encountered evil cultivators. Master frowned in anger and said, "What? Evil cultivators near our sect, daring to harm our golden elixir disciples." Sect Master then ordered, "Grand Elder, strengthen your realm. Second Elder, contact other sects, if encountered, immediately inform us." The elders bowed and replied, "Understood." Before leaving, outside the sect, amidst the vast mountain forest, a girl in a red garment, seemingly injured, hugged herself and said, "Luckily, I survived. Wait until I, Yuan Ing, arrive at Tianqing sect." Suddenly, she heard a voice saying, "Fate is truly unpredictable, I had the money just now and it was stolen from me." She approached and saw an old man with silver hair and beard leaning on a cane, struggling to walk, sighing, "Oh, my bones, the road home is still far away." Upon hearing this, she smiled, took the cane, and said, "Old sir, shall I take you a short distance with my flying sword?" The old man smirked. His face twisted into a malicious grin. The old man said, "Really? Little girl, thank you." She narrowed her eyes and smiled, "No need to thank me, cultivators do this to repay the heavens," unaware of the sinister smile on the old man's face. Suddenly, his entire body surged with evil energy. He reached out and slashed across her eyes, unleashing a burst of dark magic. She screamed in horror and immediately fell lifeless to the ground. The frail old man transformed into a man with red hair and glowing red eyes, his body radiating demon energy. Laughing maniacally, he grabbed her hand and dragged her across the ground, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, another fool." He pulled her into a dark, eerie cave. In the center of the cave lay a bright red array with numerous patterns interwoven with crimson light. Skulls and bones lined the walls, adding to the ghastly scene. He shoved her into the middle of the array, which immediately lit up intensely. Thrilled by the sight, he gleefully said, "Sacrificing this cultivator's heart for the seventh disciple of the battle demon, the Nirvana Lord." He laughed wickedly, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, "I will become the strongest cultivator in the eastern wilderness." Ha! At Ziyun sect, Yi Fan was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, but the system next to him kept chattering in Yi Fan's ear, "Host, I successfully helped you draw a lot, congratulations host for receiving an exorcism talisman. The exorcism talisman is extremely effective against evil forces, it is the nemesis of all demonic forces." The system handed the exorcism talisman to Yi Fan and continued, "See, am I good or what? Now I can automatically draw lots." Yi Fan took the exorcism talisman, crushed it, and threw it into the trash bin. The system panicked and said, "Hee, host, please take care of me, there's no need to crush it like that." Outside the door, Li Ming Bai called out, "Yi senior brother, are you here? I brought some vegetables for you today." Yi Fan looked over and saw Li Ming Bai holding a basket outside the door. He spoke, Li Junior brother, you're so thoughtful. Li Mingbai carefully placed the basket of vegetables down and said, Yi senior brother, I left it here for you. Yi Fan replied, Junior brother, let me cook, and we can eat together. Li Mingbai refused to speak, no, junior brother still has work to do. Yi senior brother, do you have any rubbish for me to throw away? Yi Fan replied immediately, then please do that. Li Mingbai took the trash bag and went into the wilderness, thinking to himself, there is no one around here, I can open it now. I wonder if senior brother has thrown away any treasures in the rubbish pile. Li Mingbai searched through the trash in disappointment, saying, why is there nothing real? Could it be that senior brother is warning me, or maybe a super skill should not be taken lightly? Suddenly, Li Mingbai saw something shining in the pile of trash. He exclaimed, wait. What is this? He took out the exorcism talisman that Yi Fan had just crumpled and thrown away. Li Mingbai widened his eyes in surprise, then smiled and hugged it to his face enthusiastically, saying, I know, senior brother did not disappoint me, he is really kind. He carefully put the exorcism talisman in his pocket, muttering, this should not be mentioned, I have to keep it safe. After a while, Li Mingbai went to a tavern on a street, saw an old man standing in front of the door and said. Li Mingbai asked the shopkeeper, shopkeeper, where have our brothers gone? The shopkeeper replied, Li Daijia, it seems like something has happened, I don't know what it is, but they have all headed north. Li Mingbai suspected, north. Unless they have taken on a mission, if it's a mission, I have to hurry back. He raised his palm and said, thank you, shopkeeper, then left. An hour later, Li Mingbai tiredly walked and said, strange, on the way I don't even see any shadows, can't reach our brothers, what has happened? Should I turn back? At that moment, he looked to the side and suddenly saw an old man with gray hair sitting with his eyes closed against a tree trunk. The same red-haired man who had killed the girl. Li Mingbai approached and asked, old man, what happened to you? He observed the man and thought silently, he looks very sad, maybe I should take him back to the village first, or else we might not find our brothers. Li Mingbai brought the old man to a room to rest on the bed, while he sat down to meditate on the ground. Suddenly, the old man woke up startled, thinking. This place, where am I? An inn? Who brought me here? The old man looked around and saw Li Mingbai sitting with his eyes closed. Frowning, he muttered angrily to himself, so it's that brat. I originally planned to capture a dozen cultivators over 3 trips, but on the 3rd trip, I ran into that bear demon and then a Xian sect elder. I wasted a substitute talisman and lost 10 cultivators. Seething with anger, his body radiated evil energy as he approached Li Mingbai, maliciously thinking, I'll trick this little guy into bringing me back to avoid being hunted. First, I'll subdue him, then use him as a sacrificial offering in a few days. Just as his hand was about to strike, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, shocking him. In an instant, it struck him, sending him flying in pain. Li Mingbai, still sitting unaware, didn't move. The old man, now sprawled on the ground and struggling to get up, thought, what just happened? Is there a great power nearby? But if there were, I'd be dead by now. Could this kid have a magic weapon? Desperate, he scrambled to his feet and tried to flee, still pondering. Do not be stubborn against him, running away is still better, then open your mouth and say, goodbye, no more appointments. Just as he climbed up the door to leave, immediately a powerful spiritual weapon shot out from Li Mingbai's body, rushing to hit his body, throwing him into the sky. Li Mingbai sat there for a while and gradually fell asleep without knowing anything. In his dream, Li Mingbai saw the moon beginning to rise. In front of him at this time was a warm hot spring. Li Mingbai happily exclaimed, wow, it's a big hot spring. Li Mingbai eagerly took off his clothes and stepped down to soak himself. He relaxed and dreamily exclaimed, it's so comfortable. I miss it too much. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Li Mingbai opened his eyes wide and asked, what's going on? He immediately woke up, blushing and looking down at his body, then he exclaimed, oh why. Remembering his old man brought home, Li Mingbai turned back and immediately saw him, now lying unconscious on the floor with a very unpleasant face, with white eyes wide open. He hurriedly went to his side and asked, "Old gentleman, why are you lying on the ground like this?" He hazily opened his eyes and saw the enlarged face of Li Mingbai, then sat up in horror, quickly backing away, his face pale and trembling as he shouted, "Don't come any closer." Li Mingbai stood up bewildered and said, "Sir, I am not a bad person, I am a disciple of the Ziyun sect." This statement only made him more terrified, his twisted face turning gray as he hurriedly left, still yelling, "Don't come near." Li Mingbai saw something and hastily exclaimed, "Dangerous," but he continued to crawl frantically. He rushed towards the corridor of the room, and the wooden bars immediately broke and he fell straight down from the high floor, hitting his head and groaning. Li Mingbai quickly ran to him, saying, "Sir, hold on, I will transfer true qi to you right now." Immediately, Li Mingbai transmitted spiritual weapon into his body, but the old man refused in horror, "No, no, no, I am an evil cultivator, true qi will clash with the demonic energy in my body and I will die." With those words, he lay motionless, his body emitting a dark and gloomy aura. Li Mingbai was surprised, "Old man, why do you have evil energy on your body? Were you attacked by evil cultivators?" He took a deep breath, unable to speak, then closed his eyes slowly, looking lifeless. Li Mingbai regretfully said, "It's all my fault, just like my second grandpa's death, all because of me. I didn't realize you were poisoned by evil cultivators and even transferred true qi to you. If I had known earlier, I would have taken you to the sect for treatment, instead of inviting ordinary doctors, you wouldn't have died." He sat next to the cruel evil cultivator's body and felt pity. Those evil cultivators commit inhumane acts, it's unforgivable. I will definitely help you seek revenge. Li Mingbai walked back to the sect sadly. As he reached the door, he heard someone calling him, "Li Junior brother, you're finally back, we thought something happened to you." He looked at his senior brothers waiting at the door, confused, and asked, "What did I do?" One of them explained, according to the elder's patrol report, he found evil cultivators passing through the north of the town taking our senior brothers to eat at Zoe Xianju. Evil cultivators are extremely cunning. Unable to defeat the patrol elder, they used a substitute talisman to escape. The patrol elder only managed to save 10 brothers. Hearing this, Li Mingbai said, "So the senior brothers were all tricked by the evil cultivators." "Did the patrol elder mention what that person looked like?" The other person thought for a moment and then replied, "I heard the evil cultivator was an old man with a white beard and a walking stick made of locust tree wood." Li Mingbai pondered, "A locust tree stick? Isn't that the old man I carried back to town?" He began piecing together the whole process. So, the old man wasn't unconscious due to some strange illness, but because he was injured by the patrol elder. But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't the evil cultivator attack me, a mere refined qi stage? The patrol elder is at the yuaning stage, so the evil cultivator must be at least a golden elixir stage. But after waking up, why did he look so weak and fearful of me? A realization struck him, and Li Mingbai's mouth dropped open. Could it be that I have something on me that makes him afraid? The talisman? Thinking of this, Li Mingbai quickly turned and ran off. The disciples of the sect shouted, "Li Junior brother, where are you going?" He quickly replied, "I want to find Yi Senior brother." At that moment, Yi Fan was standing in the kitchen with a tense and thoughtful expression. He said, "It's complicated now. If I had known earlier, I should have called Master and the others here. I can't handle this on my own." He stood with his arms crossed, staring at the kitchen full of uneaten food and said, "I cooked too much these days, couldn't finish eating." Li Mingbai rushed in, opened the door, and shouted, "Yi Senior brother." Yi Fan saw him and happily said, "Li Junior brother, you came at the right time. I've just finished cooking. Just missing someone to eat with." Li Mingbai, confused, said, "Yi Senior brother, I came to thank you. Did you prepare the meal for me?" Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Let's just say that." Li Mingbai sat down at the table and asked, "Why so many dishes?" Yi Fan sighed and answered, "I've been passionate about cooking lately, trying out a different dish each time. By the time I realized it, there were so many. I wanted to call Master and the others here, but they are busy with the evil cultivators matters. I know. Unfortunately, we cannot help, it is still up to you guys." Li Mingbai listened carefully to what he said and then raised his bowl to eat while thinking to himself, Yi senior brother's words make sense. He gave me the talisman to deal with evil cultivators, so preparing the meal means I can safely return. Having too much food means that there is someone else who can't finish their meal, and I must save my senior brothers and juniors so we can eat together. Remembering something, Li Mingbai's face turned ugly as he thought, didn't Master say that the evil cultivators are already dead? Then the thing that still gives them a headache must be other evil cultivators, right? Yi senior brother wants me to help. In other words, he gave me the talisman to go confront them. With this in mind, Li Mingbai quickly ate his meal without stopping. Yi Fan, confused, reached out to grab his shoulder and said, "Li junior brother, don't just eat like that, eat all the food, or you will choke." Li Mingbai coughed, then immediately stood up and waved to Yi Fan, saying, "Yi senior brother, it's not necessary. I still have to find Master, so I'll go ahead." Yi Fan heard that and replied, "Yeah, Li junior brother, be careful on the road." Li Mingbai smiled and said, "I will be careful," then immediately left. At this time, a voice echoed in a room, "That's what happened, we were close to killing the evil cultivators but he escaped using a substitute talisman." Master Ziyun sect sitting inside the room heard this and said, I understand, tell all the disciples outside the sect not to leave the door." Sixth Elder, arrange the disciples inside the sect to go out and expand the search, prioritize finding disciples, and eliminate those evil cultivators. The sixth elder sitting opposite replied, "Yes." Master Ziyun sect remembered Yi Fan's figure and thought to himself, although sealing the sect may preserve the disciples outside the sect, the hundreds of lives under the mountain may suffer losses. If my cherished disciple knows the art of deduction to calculate the position of the evil cultivators, it's not good, not good, not good, my cherished disciple will surely predict everything. I shouldn't disturb his cultivation, perhaps the intelligence will lead right to the door. At this moment, Li Mingbai ran in from outside shouting loudly, "Master, Yi senior brother told me to come help." Sixth elder saw someone rushing in and immediately shouted, "Li Mingbai, this is the sect's main hall, you cannot cause any more chaos." Master gently spoke up, "Sixth elder, do not be angry, have a cup of tea." She looked at Li Mingbai and asked, "Did my disciple ask you to come? Do you know if there are other missing disciples or if you know where the evil cultivators are, or if you know the hideout of the evil cultivators?" Li Mingbai scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I don't know." Master shouted, "Then why did you come?" Suddenly, a disciple rushed in at the door in a panic and said, "No. No. It's not good." Sixth elder casually sipping his tea said, "Again, this time no one can be spared from worry." "What is happening now?" The disciple quickly responded, "The disciples brought back by the elder for patrol have turned into zombies, they are now leading other disciples in the sect." Outside the hall, disciples of the Ziyun sect gathered in rows, their eyes glowing with red evil energy spreading throughout the sect. Ziyun Master, Sixth Elder and Li Mingbai rode their swords, standing on top observing, then heard Sixth Elder angrily exclaimed, "How dare they come to our door and provoke us like this? It's just in time, we were feeling sad for not finding evil cultivators." Ziyun Master spoke up, "Sixth Elder, don't get agitated, evil cultivators are likely prepared for such actions, it might be a trap." Sixth Elder looked at her and asked, "So are we going to let evil cultivators take our sect disciples away?" Li Mingbai cheerfully said, "Haha, finally it's our turn to take action." Ziyun Master added, "This time, only half of the elders will go, you too Li Mingbai." She continued, "With half of the elders and our disciples for protection. Ziyun sect will be fine, but I hope this is not a trap set by evil cultivators to ambush us." Inside an abandoned house, a shadow slowly approached the blazing red battle formation of evil cultivators, grinning sinisterly. "Ha, finally the big fish takes the bait." The sunset gradually disappeared behind the trees. Ziyun Master stood in front of a certain place and said, "Are evil cultivators hiding inside?" She then turned to the Grand Elder and continued, "Grand Elder, bring the magic weapons, we must take them all." The Grand Elder replied, "For fear of the evil sect assassins, everything has been taken away." The Master responded, "Understood." Shortly after, she arranged, "Grand Elder, wait a moment and then bring a group of people to guard outside, do not let the evil cultivators escape." Another elder heard this and respectfully replied, "Yes." Li Mingbai stepped forward and asked, "Master, what about me?" The Master replied, "If the junior apprentice values you, then of course, you will come with us." Li Mingbai, being recognized by Master Yi Fan, immediately cheered, "All right." Master Ziyun Sect solemnly crossed her arms in disgust, "Li Mingbai, besides you, everyone else here is an elder Yuaning. Aren't you afraid of the hidden energy of evil cultivators?" Li Mingbai confidently replied, "With Master and the elders here, we can surely handle the evil cultivators." The Master smiled and said, "Li Mingbai, I didn't expect you to trust us so much. Furthermore, on the way here, I have thought about it. Evil cultivators use blood essence and energy from cultivation to refine into demonic power. The energy of the elders is very powerful. When that time comes, he will definitely deal with everyone first, without caring about us, right? Do you have any treasures for escaping? Give it to me. If something happens to everyone, I can inform the second elder to evacuate everyone." The sect master, touched by these words, was immediately angry and silently cursed, "I really want to kill this little guy." The four masters stood in front of the abandoned house emitting an evil and gloomy energy but did not enter. At this moment, the sixth elder felt uneasy, furrowing his brows and murmuring, feeling dizzy. Master Ziyun also approached and said, "There's a problem inside." She remembered something and immediately furrowed her brows with a worried sweat, saying, "It's not good, this is ancient demonic energy. Everyone, quickly take the antidote pill." At that moment, a terrifying voice mixed with sudden laughter resounded in the house, antidote pill, does this little pill want to escape my demonic energy?" The door of the house suddenly burst open, all four masters were unexpectedly sucked into the dark and eerie space, the air was hot and stifling, causing the masters and elders to quickly embrace themselves. Ziyun Master gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Elders, get ready to fight." Behind her, the Grand Elder whispered in fear, "Master, our true chi has been sealed," and the sixth elder also helplessly muttered, "I'm the same." Li Mingbai looked at them in confusion and thought to himself, "Why don't I feel anything?" The evil cultivators from the opposite side leisurely approached and sneered, "Of course I won't let you use true chi, after all, Yuaning is much better than those worthless refined chi stage guys." Ziyun Master looked up and thought to herself, "How is this possible? The power of this evil cultivator is divine, and void shattering is even stronger." She grimly opened her mouth and said, "Who are you really?" He stepped forward, his sharp fangs showing, his eyes red, and a pair of long horns on his head making him look truly terrifying. He stared at them and mockingly replied, "You can call me Nirvana." Sixth elder startled and exclaimed, "Nirvana?" Li Mingbai stepped forward and asked, "Sixth elder, is this Nirvana formidable?" The Grand Elder's eyes became hazy as he spoke, "Nirvana is not just formidable, but truly terrifying. 1,000 years ago, the magic clan invaded the human realm, and the heart-eating war demon and his 12 apostles bathed the entire eastern wilderness in blood. The battle lasted over 100 years, with countless cultivators falling at the hands of the magic clan. The eastern wilderness was nearly wiped out, and only when thousands of powerful cultivators joined forces were they able to defeat the heart-eating war demon. Nirvana, the seventh subordinate demon of the war demon, was the last one standing, facing over 30,000 cultivators of the Great Power Save Lives stage alone for 3 days and nights, killing them all. The eastern wilderness lost over 10,000 of its great power save lives cultivators in that battle. The master then looked at Nirvana and asked, "Were you not killed thousands of years ago? How are you still alive?" Nirvana arrogantly replied, "If we die so easily, then we have underestimated our Wu Dai magic clan. The magic clan will not perish. It is time to feel happy for having filled our bellies. Humanity can become a part of your sitting position. That is a great honor, and I will remember this day, the day when my power is restored." Sect Master Ziyun's sect and the elders are weakening. She silently thinks in her head, vitality and energy are being drained. Am I going to die? If I had known, I would have sat with my disciple for a while today. There are still many words left unsaid to him. Li Mingbai is still normal, looking at those around him in pain and weakness, suddenly feeling unsure of what to do. A thought flashes in his mind. A bright golden light appears, surprising the master. Seeing Li Mingbai holding the exorcism talisman high in the air, she silently says, "Li Mingbai." Nirvana frowned, his eyes becoming sinister, saying, "Little guy, what are you holding?" Li Mingbai tightly grasps the exorcism talisman and rushes forward screaming. "The spell that Yi senior brother gave me, Nirvana is preparing to die." Ziyun master's eyes lit up, saying, "Does my disciple give you a magic weapon?" Li Mingbai shouted, "Die," a sound, fiercely attacking with Nirvana, but he immediately caught one of Li Mingbai's moves, then disdainfully said, "Just refining chi staged to expel evil spirits, what are you pretending in front of?" As soon as he opened his mouth and said, Li Mingbai immediately broke free from his arms, jumped up and emitted a bright golden light that dazzled the eyes. Nirvana couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "Extreme illusion golden light," then took a hit straight to the face by Li Mingbai's hand emitting a huge amount of spiritual energy. Suddenly, far behind the mountains, a dazzling golden light appeared, bringing something powerful shooting straight into the sky. Yi Fan, who was sleeping on this side, suddenly had a beam of light shining on his face. Yi Fan squinted uncomfortably and said, "It's too bright outside," then immediately turned to another direction and continued to fall asleep. Nirvana's face revealed a fierce expression, his eyes red and growling like a wild beast. His body is now enveloped in a dark and brutal source of evil energy. Nirvana stares at Li Mingbai with gritted teeth, saying, "Don't get cocky, 30,000 great monks can't defeat me, the magic weapon of a cultivator like you can't." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mingbai, with countless long tentacles suddenly protruding from his body like octopus tentacles, thinks to himself, "I don't know what this technique is, but showing a stance should work." Nirvana's face immediately pales, he grits his teeth, struggling to say, "What, me?" Then he sees Li Mingbai wide stance, directly using spiritual energy to release powerful tentacles towards him. In a blink of an eye, Nirvana's entire body is bound. The fierce tentacles wrapping around his body, then advancing towards his eyes, nose, and mouth squeezing tightly in a frenzy. Li Mingbai witnesses this scene, blushing, embarrassedly saying, "This is a bit kinky." In an instant, Nirvana screams in agony. Once again Li Mingbai shoots out beams of sword energy, causing a thunderous roar, rocks and stones shattering all around. Nirvana immediately dissipated into smoke. Intense golden light followed. Senior brother disciples of Ziyun's sect who were previously captured appeared, along with a girl in a red robe. Waking up in confusion, the disciples murmured, "Where are we? Weren't we here to drink?" The girl beside also groaned bewilderedly, "My eyes hurt too," for a moment. At this moment, Ziyun master silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Brats, Ziyun's sect was saved this time thanks to you." Ziyun master walked up, opening his mouth to say, "Li Mingbai, you did well." The grand elder also came up smiling and said, "Without you, Ziyun's sect would have fallen into Xiang's sect's trap." Li Mingbai scratched his head, awkwardly responding, "Ha ha, I'm just following Yi senior brother's lead," ending with a slight gloom on his face, his body unexpectedly accompanied by a faint shadow. Shortly after, at Pioneer of Jade, Li Mingbai spoke, "Yi senior brother, master and I are here to visit you." Then both entered, Yi Fan coming out from inside, saying, Li Junior brother has been visiting a lot recently. And why did master come to find me so early today? I haven't prepared lunch yet, is there anything else? Ziyun master hesitated to say to her disciple, today I came to learn, cooking. Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, cooking? The master who never thought about cultivation now wants to cook. Ziyun master replied that she is also a woman, and someday she will get married and need to cook. Besides, even cultivators will want to eat. Yi Fan curiously whispered in her ear, are you trying to attract some old man to marry you and be your chef? Ziyun master's face turned dark and she scolded him, saying that he always acts like that and can't be called a man. This made Yi Fan immediately run away in fright. Ziyun master sighed and thought to herself, what a foolish disciple, why mention cultivation? I really want to ask about cultivation, it has been stuck for 200 years. But why can't you give me a better excuse than cooking? Are you treating me like a little girl? Yi Fan now solemnly spoke up, Master, if you want to learn how to cook, let's go to the kitchen, you have to listen to me later. Master Ziyun immediately replied, of course, let's go, disciple. At this moment, Li Mingbai opened his mouth and said, Yi senior brother, I'll wait here for you to make lunch. The ghost in Li Mingbai's body echoed, he's the one who casts spells to dispel evil spirits. How can he be immortal without cultivation? Observing Yi Fan's body in the darkness suddenly shining brightly, he exclaimed, wait, his innate constitution is a Taoist body, haha, with heaven's help, once I can take over his body, in less than 100 years I can return to the world to save lives. Thinking this, he directly left Li Mingbai, fiercely rushing towards Yi Fan's body and said to himself, not even surpassing the Lord will be a problem. He followed above Yi Fan's head with a sinister smile, as he was still struggling to enter Yi Fan's body, the system quickly notified, host is about to be possessed by a powerful demon, this demon is extremely dangerous, please escape from this place, host can check in at designated sect locations, the system board can help host cheat once in checking in tasks. Yi Fan quietly thought to himself, demon, huh? Back then, demon, the demon lord himself, fought tirelessly. No matter how far I go, why can't I feel it? The system, feeling bored, continued, check that the host's master wants to break through from the host, please go to the designated location to receive the corresponding reward, go, anyway, you are about to lose your life soon. Let me help you have some meaning, go directly. The master's voice rang out at this moment, cutting off the system's words. Yi Fan turned to look at her, opening his mouth to say, disciple, how did you cook this delicate dish? Yi Fan replied, let me see, then walked over to look at the food on the cutting board. Opening his mouth to say, Master, this won't do, you're about to crush the tofu. She hesitated and said, how can I do it? I don't know how to cook. Yi Fan walked over, holding a knife to guide her, Master, relax, follow my rhythm. He wrapped his arms around the master from behind, holding her hand, causing the master to blush. Yi Fan whispered in her ear. The person held too tightly that the child could not enter, he held her hand up to continue guiding on the tofu. Squeeze slowly, then move up and down with a rhythm, Ziyun master thought of something, then opened his eyes wide, his face flushed like a fire. Yi Fan gently pulled the film layer on the surface of the tofu and continued, you can use your index finger and middle finger to gently touch its hole, how deep is the tofu, have you reached the core, did it tear the film layer? Before finishing his words, Ziyun master immediately turned his face and shouted, oh, stop talking, confusing Yi Fan. Seeing the wound on her hand, master continued to cry out, oh, it hurts so much. Yi Fan looked at Ziyun master and chuckled, saying, you are over 1,000 years old and still acting like a little girl. She blushed with anger and said loudly, you're still laughing, master is about to die of pain. Li Mingbai was about to enter from outside and said, Yi senior brother, the food for the master. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice from inside saying, it hurts at first, but once you get used to it, it won't hurt anymore, causing him to stop, blushing and surprised, silently asking, "What are ye senior brother and master doing?" He opened his eyes to see the two of them standing close together. Yi Fan spoke up, "I'll take a little longer, there's plenty of time for Li junior brother to wait outside a bit longer." Li Mingbai turned red and said embarrassedly, "Oh, ye senior brother and master have that kind of relationship, but as disciples." He quickly ran away, feeling embarrassed. On this side, Yi Fan looked at the master cooking and commented, "Master, you're making dark cuisine," unaware that the Nirvana ghost had been lingering beside him. The ghost thought, "Strange, my ghostly aura has affected him, why can't I possess him?" Immediately, the system frowned with disgust, saying, "If you can't do it, don't try with my host anymore," then struck him with a fierce blow, making him suddenly disappear. Back at Ziyun sect, inside the discussion hall, Ziyun master is sitting in the middle listening to the two female elders' continuous discussion. Grand Elder furrowed his brow and said, "I think after the evil cultivators are destroyed, the disciples inside the sect should take the disciples outside the sect out for training to avoid similar problems happening again." The female elder with pink hair sitting opposite immediately retorted, "Training seems lighthearted, the majority of the disciples inside the sect are still naive. Telling them to lead the disciples outside the sect is like pushing them into danger, isn't it?" Ziyun master, sensing the tension, stood up angrily and slammed the table shouting loudly, "Silence!" A purple light burst from her body filling the room. The two grand elders turned to look, astonished, and exclaimed, "Master, you've broken through to the Yuaning stage." "Master, when did you have a breakthrough?" Ziyun master then changed her tone calmly and replied, "It's nothing, yesterday my disciple made food and suddenly I had an epiphany." She blushed and continued, "It's an ancient source of power. It's like a warm stream of water blending into our body, flowing through our veins. Guided by it, I have vaguely guessed that a part of the skill of the Ziyun sect is actually a mistake, indeed it is. In the future, I will write down this integrated skill for the entire sect to learn." The Grand Elder, astonished, exclaimed, "A mistake? What does the person mean by saying that the inheritance skill in our sect has been wrong for thousands of years? How does this relate to cooking?" Ziyun master blushed and laughed shyly, "Of course it is related, disciple treasure of mine, when hugging me, I felt the true cheek constantly colliding with my dantian." The Grand Elder's face also turned red involuntarily. Shouting, "Colliding?" Ziyun master still smiling dreamily replied, "The speed of collision was extremely fast, before the first wave subsided, the peak of the second wave had arrived, and then nearly 2 hours of intense collisions later, I suddenly felt the barrier inside me completely shattered." The pink-haired female elder pondered and exclaimed, 2 hours. Ziyun master pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "Yes, 2 hours, is that unusual?" Grand Elder thought that the master, who had lived for thousands of years, how could he say such ferocious words? The pink-haired female elder also couldn't help but wonder how this matter could be discussed in front of everyone now. When would this elder stop? Just then, someone rushed over to report, "Master, something big has happened, there is an upheaval at Fengming Mountain." Upon hearing this, Ziyun master and the two grand elders were shocked and exclaimed, "What?" In the clear sky above the Jade Pioneer Mountain, Yi Fan's voice echoed, "Master, they say Fengming Mountain has the stronghold of Zhengyang sect, Zhaotingzhen, is it true?" Ziyun master, who had not known how long she had been there, clasped her hands and said, 8 or 9 parts are definitely true, all sects are gathering people, disciples, although I know you don't like." Before Ziyun master could finish her sentence, Yi Fan said, "Yes, then let me go." She was still making a pleading face, saying, "Don't refuse to the point of." But then she noticed Yi Fan leaving and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're really going?" Yi Fan smirked and said, "I've never seen the birth of a cave residence in such a grand manner, so I want to go join the fun." In his mind, he thought, although this is true, I'm more interested in finding out about this Zhao Tingzhen. Could he be someone Qi Shinian knew? Zhao Tingzhen is quite decent, one of the few friends I had. It's a pity his life was so short, and I was set up by senior sister. All troublesome matters. I'm just going to see a wonder, how could it be related to me? The puppy standing next to the nine-tailed spirit fox perked up its ears and started barking loudly. It turned back and said to the nine-tailed spirit fox, "Woof woof, master is going out to have fun." "Let's go too." The nine-tailed spirit fox followed closely and asked, "Woof, can I not go?" only to hear the puppy respond firmly, "Woof, no." On the peaks of Fong Ming Mountain, a large ship stopped amidst the thick clouds of dust. Below, a man wearing a fur coat with hair styled upwards like two horns spoke to a long-haired man sitting comfortably on a chair. "The Ziyun sect has arrived," the man said, to which the other man responded with a, "I know." The other masters gradually stepped forward to stand in front of the Ziyun master, with one of them saying, "Ziyun disciple, you have finally arrived, making us wait for so long." The Ziyun master and the grand elder approached them, and upon hearing this, she spoke up, "Seeing you masters here so arrogantly, could it be that you have found a solid backing already?" The man with long hair covering half his face then walked up, holding a fan, and coolly said, "Solid backing? Let's just say I do for now." Observing him, Ziyun master noticed something embroidered on his robe and whispered. "This symbol, the top sect of Donghua City, Xianyin sect." He opened his fan and remarked, "Is this woman really from Ziyun? Her appearance fits, too bad she's too old, otherwise this young master would have wanted to take her as a concubine." The man behind him immediately spoke up, "If young masterly finds her too old, then let us go find some younger ones for you." The grand elder behind them angrily shouted, "You," but was quickly stopped by the Ziyun master, who then said, "You must stay calm. The Xianyin sect is immensely powerful, with dozens of divine transformation realm cultivators alone. We cannot fight them." The grand elder took a deep breath, regained his composure, and replied, "Yes, Ziyun master," clasping his hands in a salute, said to the person in front of him, "So, it is a Taoist friend from the Xianyin sect. It is truly an honor to meet you." Li young master of the Xianyin sect pointed towards a cave entrance behind him, from which a mysterious, eerie light was emanating, and said, "In a moment, you all will go inside and scout the way for me. The legacy of the great power belongs to me, and you can divide the remaining treasures among yourselves. But beware, if anyone dares covet the legacy later, be mindful of your nine-tailed spirit fox." Suddenly, he frowned and turned towards Ziyun master, pointing and shouting, "Who is he?" Standing before the Xianyin master was Yi Fan. Ziyun master proudly responded, "This is my most prized disciple, Yi Fan." Yi Fan, bewildered, with a wry smile, said, "Master, I'm just a mortal. What's there to be proud of?" Li young master stared intensely at Yi Fan, frowning and clenching his teeth as he thought to himself. Is he Yi Fan? Intelligence didn't say he doesn't like going out, he's always inside Pioneer of Jade, right? Moreover, he claims to be immortal. What's the meaning of that? Is he really immortal? No, he's definitely absorbing aura. He dared to display his power in front of 7 sects, defeating the Silver-Eyed Eagle King and hundreds of demon beasts at Yuaning stage. How can a genius cultivator be immortal? His face twisted in extreme horror, thinking continuously in his head, "No, he's clearly intentionally mocking me. I have been cultivating in the ancestral clan for over 10 years, still not as good as him, a mere mortal, starting from zero. Right, mortal indeed. Just wait for me to destroy your Dantian. Then you can rest assured to be immortal." At this moment, a hand reached out and placed on his shoulder, saying, "Li young master, don't act recklessly." The man in a fur coat stopped him, continuing, "The spirit beasts he raised have killed the old ancestor of Tianqing sect, a cultivation at the Divinity Peak." He turned in shock and said, "Divinity Peak? His spirit beasts are not void-shattering realm, are they?" The other person responded in a low voice, "At least this one has reached void-shattering realm, otherwise it would not be able to suppress the spirit beasts under its command." After some thought, the young Master Li stepped forward in front of Master Ziyun and Yi Fan, bowing respectfully and saying, "Junior Li Erbai greets Senior Yi." Yi Fan casually asked, "Is there any place to rest or cool off nearby?" To which Li Erbai humbly replied, of course, Senior Yi, please have a seat." Yi Fan lounged on a chair, waving his hand carelessly and saying, "Thank you," unaware of Li Erbai's fierce gaze fixed on him, silently thinking, "Dare to come here and vie for the great power inheritance with me? Wait until the sect opens and I will use countless methods to deal with you." The sun was high above their heads. On Feng Ming Mountain, the young spirit beasts were running around with a nine-tailed spirit fox in their mouths, stopping in front of a deep abyss. The nine-tailed spirit fox cried out loudly, "Bark, bark, bark, let me go down." The young spirit beast replied, "Bark, no." After that, he immediately looked into the distance and suddenly saw something shining brightly, making him excitedly shout, "Wow, there's a new toy." At the same time the nine-tailed spirit fox he had in his mouth was also released following his shout, plunging straight down the deep cliff screaming, "A." But the puppy paid no attention, its eyes gleaming with excitement, its tongue sticking out straight ahead. The crowd gathered in front of the cave entrance, staring without blinking. Yi Fan sitting next to Master Ziyun exclaimed, "Master, it's been over half a day, how much longer until the cave opens completely?" Master Ziyun replied nonchalantly, "Just wait, it might take half a day or a year. Sooner or later it will open." Yi Fan yawned and continued, "If we can't wait, we might as well return to the sect." Suddenly, the ground they were sitting on shook violently, both of them startled and stood up, and then heard Master Ziyun shout loudly, "The cave is opening." In front of them, the solid layer of rocks on the wall was slowly cracking and crumbling. Countless beams of light shooting out in all directions left everyone gaping in awe. Before they could recover their composure, the cave suddenly boomed with a loud explosion, dust and debris rising into the air. Rising up from the cave below was a magnificent palace. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhengyang sect, Zhengyang sect has finally revealed itself in its entirety, this sect is truly magnificent." Yi Fan, still bewildered, thought to himself, "Oh, so this is the current state of the cave. It is indeed quite magnificent. Although his style does not match that of Zhao Tingzhen that I know, this is the first time in 100 reincarnations that I have seen it. And it is quite worth it." Li Erbai on this side smirked to himself, "Zhengyang Taoist sect's treasure controls the infinite flow of time and space, as long as I obtain it, my cultivation speed will not be inferior to the celestial holy body. Once I have it, I will no longer have to worry about the gaze of others in the sect." With this in mind, he turned to speak to the other masters. "The masters, Zhengyang sect has been opened, inside there must be many layers of seals, please help us break through to protect the great mountain formation and open up the entire Zhengyang sect." An old master with white hair and beard clasped his hands in agreement happily responded, "We agree." However, as he turned away, the faces of the masters became grim, the old master furrowed his brows and muttered, "Trying to trick us into being the decoys? Humph, the inheritance cannot fall into your hands." At this moment, Ziyun master looked at Yi Fan and said, "Disciple, the sect has been opened, come with me." Yi Fan crossed his arms and replied, "No, this sect has no value to me other than its scenery." Ziyun master heard this and said, "Very well, then we can only cooperate with other sects." After thinking for a while, Yi Fan replied, "Master, I will return to the clan and wait." It's unknown when the puppy had arrived here, it sneaked into a crack in the wall and entered inside, followed by the nine-tailed spirit fox, signaling for them to follow. Nine-tailed spirit fox heard that and eagerly ran over, shouting, "One," in response. Both animals advanced deeper, suddenly a strange, dazzling light appeared in front of them, causing them to look up in astonishment. In front of nine-tailed spirit fox and the puppy was a demon beast resembling a giant white bear, sitting cross-legged in cultivation, emitting a powerful spiritual weapon with a scary green light. It frowned tightly, coldly saying, "Little creatures, hurry and leave, this king can spare your lives." Nine-tailed spirit fox hesitated, secretly telling the puppy, "This place is too dangerous, let's leave quickly." However, in response, the puppy rushed forward like an arrow, excitedly replying, "Big Bones, I'm coming." It quickly rushed to grab the spiritual weapon on the Demon King's body and darted away, causing the Demon King to startle and shout in horror, "Little creatures, how dare you steal my spiritual weapon?" Nine-tailed Spirit Fox couldn't believe it and cried out in tears. The Demon King, angry, raised his claws and madly shouted, "How dare you disturb my cultivation, you are seeking death, all of you must die." He stood up and stepped forward, slamming his fist into the ground, instantly shattering the layers of earth and rocks, causing them to fly everywhere. The young dog, undaunted, still gnawing fiercely, ran off recklessly. Outside the majestic and sturdy city wall, it disappeared in the blink of an eye, glowing brightly into a dazzling array of light and darkness. Ziyun Master, feeling relieved, sighed and said, "Finally, we have unlocked the final formation." The female elder standing next to her also said, "I never expected that even when Zhengyang's sect was destroyed, we could still keep hundreds of formations intact for thousands of years." At this moment, Li Erbai signaled to the man in the fur coat behind him, "Elder Shi, we will follow the plan. After you have wounded those useless Yuaning individuals, immediately advance and seize the infinite heavenly land. I will be responsible for holding them back." After some consideration, the man agreed, saying, "Yes. Once we have obtained the infinite heavenly land, we will retreat." Li Young Master, please do not worry Yi Fan and Ziyun sect. The old master with white hair walked up to them with a smile and said, "Li Young Master, this is the final place in the sect. We have never seen the inheritance of Zhengyang's sect before, can you show us?" The red-haired master following behind him also spoke, "We hope Li Young Master will succeed." Shi Elder, a man next to Li Erbai, showed a sinister face and coldly replied, "Succeed? Fine, I will represent the young master and agree." Upon hearing this, the red-haired sect master quickly thanked Shi Elder. As soon as the red-haired master finished speaking, Shi Elder's eyes showed a fierce look as he shouted loudly, "But that's only if you can defeat me." He raised his hands and forcefully pressed against the bodies of the two masters, releasing a powerful spiritual energy to directly control them. Li Erbai immediately took action, furrowing his brow and showing a ruthless look. He took out a spirit talisman and directed it towards the two masters, unleashing a bright yellow spiritual light, heading towards the two fierce masters, making them fly far away in pain. The ground and rocks in the cave were also shattered by his move. Ziyun Master could not open her eyes wide in front of the chaotic battle in front of her. She struggled to speak. "Li Daoist friend, why suddenly lower your hand?" He sneered and said, "Lower my hand. If I don't immediately take your lives, that's already good enough." He ordered the elder Shi behind him, "Shi Elder, go now." Shi Elder immediately replied, "Li Young Master, please rest assured, I will definitely obtain the infinite earth." At this moment, the elder saw two shadows just passing behind him. He puzzledly muttered, "What is this?" Then he turned around. In front of him was a giant claw moving aggressively towards him, making him wide-eyed in horror. The sharp claws straight down to the ground with a loud bang, making Li Erbai pale in shock and shouted, "Shi Elder." The Demon King with red eyes stood firm like a mountain blocking in front of them. He coldly spoke, "So it was you humans collaborating to steal my treasure, huh?" The two masters were surprised and couldn't believe it, simultaneously exclaimed, "The Tyrant Moon Bear." Tyrant Moon Bear roared angrily, "All these ants must die for me." Upon hearing Tyrant Moon Bear's growl, the ground immediately cracked, and a terrifying green demon energy burst from the ground. Sect Master Ziyun was pushed towards Li Erbai. She looked at the green demon energy and shouted to everyone, "Quickly disperse." Tyrant Moon Bear, even more enraged, swung a blow and said, "Don't run." This blow caused Master Ziyun and Grand Elder to fall into the crack in the rock wall. A disciple panicked and called out, "Seventh Elder, Fourth Elder." After swiping his hand and making the two elders fall into the abyss, Tyrant Moon Bear turned and chased after Li Erbai. Chasing after, Tyrant Moon Bear growled unwillingly, "Humans deserve to die, give me back the heaven-earth infinity." Li Erbai, feeling wronged, ran back and explained, "It wasn't us who took it, we just opened the door." Tyrant Moon Bear, not believing her, shouted, "Stop lying. Terrified, Li Erbai broke out in a cold sweat and desperately said, "It's not true." At this moment, the little dog and the little fox were running together on the road with Li Erbai. He looked over to see the little dog holding the precious item that made the tyrant moon bear go crazy looking for it. He couldn't help but get angry and cursed, thinking, "This makes me so mad," pondering, even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't wash away this injustice. On the side of Master Ziyun and Second Elder followed behind Master Ziyun. After a while, Second Elder spoke up, saying, "Master, running like this is not the way. Here, we have an imperial wind pill, please take it, the development of our Ziyun sect cannot do without you. Please live well for us." She then handed a green pill to Master Ziyun. Upon hearing this, Master Ziyun hesitated a bit, calling out, "Second Elder," but then she waved her hand to refuse, saying, "You should take it yourself." Second Elder was slightly surprised, saying, "What?" But at that moment, a dark figure quickly passed by them, leaving Second Elder bewildered. It was the Taoist Chang Jian, looking at the item he had stolen in his hand, laughing and saying, "True to Ziyun sect, unity is formidable, right? Then this pill will be taken by Taoist Chang Jian," he said, quickly putting the pill into his mouth. Master Ziyun saw this and immediately exclaimed, "Taoist Chang Jian, spit it out." He ignored Master Ziyun's words, with a slightly panicked face, and swallowed the pill. A faint white spiritual energy surrounded him, making him feel empowered, saying, "Indeed, the imperial wind pill, full of power." But as he opened his eyes in surprise, he looked at his hands covered in scales, saying, "Wait, what kind of scales are these?" In a moment his whole body transformed into a terrifying blue unicorn, his feet becoming a tail. He cried out in fear, "What kind of poison is this?" Seeing him transformed into a green unicorn and struggling, Tyrant Moon Bear looked at him in confusion, his gestures and language incomprehensible to others. Thinking he was playing a joke, Tyrant Moon Bear angrily struck him, smashing him instantly. Sect Master Ziyun saw Chang Jian Taoist dead and said, "Another master dead, truly the true disciple of the Second Elder, the pill refining technique is indeed identical." Master Ziyun also added, "Chang Jian Taoist, I will always remember this lasting gratitude." Second Elder, feeling embarrassed and blushing, said, "Don't compare me to the retired old man." Suddenly, Li Erbai appeared and looked at the Second Elder, asking, "Are you the Second Elder? Are you all so arrogant because of your position in the Ziyun sect?" Master Ziyun, hearing his rude words, said, "Li Daoist friend, instead of worrying about our Ziyun sect, you should be concerned about the Tyrant Moon Bear behind you." Hearing her words, Li Erbai pointed in one direction and said, "That bear isn't chasing me anymore. The heaven-earth infinity biting dog has flown towards your Yifan." Master Ziyun, surprised, asked, "What?" Just as Li Erbai said, the little dog and the little fox were running towards Yifan with the Tyrant Moon Bear chasing them from behind. The little dog, with a piece of meat in its mouth, cheerfully thought to itself, "I'm too fast for anyone to catch me." Suddenly, the system gave a warning, "Warning, warning, the host is about to be attacked with destructive intent, please run away quickly." Yifan listened and glanced at the dog, saying, "I haven't done anything and yet I'm being attacked with destructive intent. Can't get any more creative than this, can we?" Little dog and little fox approached Yifan, making him wonder, "Why are you guys here? Did master bring you here?" The little dog quickly handed over the treasure in its mouth to Yifan and ran off, leaving him even more confused. He looked at the round object with strange symbols in his hand and asked, "What is this? Why does it look like Tai Chi? Is this some kind of toy?" Suddenly, Yifan's eyes widened as a huge figure, the Tyrant Moon Bear, appeared behind him, charging angrily towards him. The system exclaimed to the host, "Host, it's too late, we're in the process of increasing power." Sect Master Ziyun also called out anxiously to his disciples, and Tyrant Moon Bear launched an attack, shattering even the rocks. Fortunately, Yifan was able to evade the attack and countered with a kick, causing the bear to freeze in surprise. Suddenly, red cracks appeared on its body, and in the blink of an eye, the massive tyrant moon bear turned to dust. This scene was witnessed by a redhead and an elder, who were astonished. They couldn't believe that Yi Fan, a human cultivator at the peak of void-shattering realm, could kill a demon bear of the same realm in an instant. The elder couldn't help but marvel, behind the tiger and bear, this may be the most vulnerable spot on their bodies. How powerful is Yi Fan really? Li Erbai, pale-faced, thought, he seems to have used a lethal technique without using spiritual energy. Did he fight barehanded? As for Yi Fan, after defeating the demon beast, he furrowed his brow, thinking, I accidentally used the deadly technique I trained as a warrior in my 83rd life. Suddenly remembering something, Yi Fan thought, oh, I almost fell into the trap of that damn dog system, deliberately creating risks to harm myself and those important to me, exploiting my instincts, making me use my former abilities and stirring up desires, until I started to adapt and became dependent on the system, too complacent. He then turned and gave the system a loving glare, making it confusedly ask, what are you looking at me for? Protecting the host is what I should do. Little Dog and Little Fox then ran in front of Yi Fan, who crossed his arms and looked at them sternly, saying, well done, you dare to show up. Yi Fan then rolled up his sleeves and used his evil energy face to approach Little Fox and Little Dog. Little Dog called out, Master, without fear, while Little Fox, being timid, shivered and asked, Gidge, why do I feel like the Master wants to kill us? Little Dog remained calm, unaware of a hand approaching it, saying, what now? The owner wants to play with us. Before they could finish their sentence, both of them were affectionately grabbed by Yi Fan, each receiving a gentle squeeze around their necks, causing them to tear up. Without hesitation, he put both of them in a bag, causing the system to panic and say, host, even though this time it was the spiritual pet causing trouble for you, they will also be of assistance to you in the future, so don't do this. He didn't respond to the system and instead slung the spiritual pets over his shoulders, then walked over to the master and said, back to sect, to which she replied, okay. The second elder stood behind Yi Fan, sweating profusely, and whispered to Master Zi Yun, the pressure is too strong, Master, why do I feel like Yi Fan is becoming more and more like his master? Upon arriving at the alchemy pavilion, Yi Fan, the two elders, and Master Zi Yun stood there. She looked at Yi Fan with some hesitation and asked, disciple, I want to take the spiritual pet for refining pills. Yi Fan's face was filled with an evil energy as he turned and replied shortly, no, causing both her and the Grand Elder to fear. Seeing Yi Fan bring the bag closer to the pill furnace, she hesitated and said, treasure disciple. Maybe this time you should think a little more. She seemed to be paying attention to something, looking at Yi Fan and smiling gently, saying, this time Master supports you. Yi Fan was a bit surprised, huh? He exclaimed, then said, so wait a bit longer before opening the pill furnace, or else it will be a waste of effort. Seeing Yi Fan leave, she laughed and thought to herself, waste of effort, indeed. The Grand Elder still didn't understand and asked, Master, what is your intention this time? Hearing the question, she proudly replied, Grand Elder, I don't understand this either. My disciple said he can even kill the tyrant moon bear, so if he really wants to kill a spiritual pet, it's no simple matter, right? She continued, also, don't forget that throwing the spiritual pet into the refined pill furnace is not just about the pet. The Grand Elder seemed to understand and said, could it be that he wants to use the herbs left in the refined pill furnace along with the 3-foot fire, combined with the heaven-earth infinity power to train his spiritual pet? Master Zi Yun nodded and said, exactly. Inside the refined pill furnace, the flames were burning fiercely, while the puppy was playing joyfully on the side. Little Fox is pitiful and mutters to itself, puffing its chest out, sunbathing, feeling sorry for itself, clearly thinking it did nothing wrong, yet all the cultivators want to catch it, clearly falling into the hands of the cultivators, even its owner wants to kill it. Little Fox lies down, ignoring its fate but thinking of its loved ones, like its parents, realizing there are still many delicious things it hasn't eaten yet. Little Dog then comes over, seeing Little Fox lying down and asks, "Little Fox Junior sister, are you feeling uncomfortable?" When Little Fox doesn't respond, Little Dog lies down next to it, saying that its owner is indifferent, not considering the feelings of Little Fox Junior sister at all. And that it will protect her. The two little dogs and the fox pay no attention to the corner of the pill refining furnace where a precious dish was thrown by their owner Yi Fan. Outside, Yi Fan is lying back, enjoying himself, singing happily, while the system keeps interrupting him, not giving him a moment's peace, announcing that the system is breaking down and needs to be restarted. Yi Fan looks at its miserable eyes, feeling annoyed and thinking it's really noisy. Suddenly it let out a cry and said, "The host's spiritual pet is being intensely haunted, undergoing mutation. Congratulations to the husky host for evolving a new skill, cooperative defense. Primary cooperative defense. The mutant husky can designate a target, making both the opponent and itself defensively cooperative, lasting for an hour. Cooldown of 1 day. Congratulations to the nine-tailed spirit fox host for evolving a new skill, softening. The passive softening skill can soften hard things into a more edible state. It is important to note that this special skill only applies to physical objects and has no effect on spiritual beings, etc. Yi Fan sat up suddenly, surprised. "What?" exclaimed. "So they can all mutate?" Outside the refined pill forge, the Grand Elder and Master Zi Yun were waiting eagerly to see if the two spiritual pets inside would evolve. Seeing the yellow spiritual energy surrounding the refined pill forge, Master Zi Yun joyfully said, "Look quickly, it's just as we predicted. Could it really be happening?" The Grand Elder, witnessing this for the first time, was incredibly surprised. The second elder laughed and said, "Next is the time to witness the miracle happen." Outside the sect, a group of people from Xian Yin's sect gathered again. A man in a red robe stood in front of the sect's gate and shouted loudly inside, his voice full of authority, "All members of Zi Yun sect, hand over the heaven earth infinity and spirit beasts." A disciple hurriedly ran inside in a panic and shouted, "Master, it's not good, people from Xian Yin's sect are here." Master Zi Yun frowned and said, "They're here again. Every time they come to our sect, they say harsh words, and in the end, they all end up dead within a few days." The man in the red robe outside continued to threaten loudly, "If not, I will make Zi Yun's sect disappear completely." After some time in the refined pill furnace, Little Dog once again felt its spiritual energy flow and was able to speak, making Little Dog happy. Quickly calling Little Fox, Little Dog said, "Fox Junior sister, look quickly, look, I can speak now." Little Fox, also happy, looked at Little Dog and said, "Aha, Gidge, you can too." Little Fox, happy but suspicious, asked Little Dog, "Are we evolving or mutating like this?" Little Dog turned around playfully and said, "Even I don't know. Fox Junior sister, can you check behind me? Why do I feel this strange itchiness?" Hearing this, Little Fox used her tiny legs to climb onto Little Dog's back and replied, "Let me take a look." Suddenly, a hand opened the refined pill furnace, and Yi Fan, upon seeing the scene inside, looked excitedly at them. Little Dog also excitedly looked at Yi Fan and exclaimed, "Master, Little Fox and I can speak now." Yi Fan, nonchalant, picked them up by the necks, his face angry. Little Dog and Little Fox, realizing they were in trouble again, looked bewildered. The system suddenly said, "Host, quickly take a look at whether these two mutated spiritual pets are cute or not. Just command them and they will understand." Yi Fan lazily put the two spiritual pets into a bag and tied it tightly before saying, "Behave, behave, even a male dog is being ridden by a fox. These mutations are too much, it's better to get rid of them quickly." The system asked curiously, "Get rid of whom?" "Host, are you? If you try to force the separation of your spirit beasts, it will cause their rebellious behavior." "Oh, headache, I have to reboot again." In front of the Zi Yun sect, Zi Yun Master had come out to meet the group. The elder de Shi from the Xian Yin sect saw Zi Yun coming out and glared. Raising his hand authoritatively and loudly saying, "Zi Yun sect, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand over the two spirit beasts and heaven earth infinity, I will destroy your sect. Although Zi Yun was somewhat angry, he still tried to reconcile, furrowing his brow and saying, "My fellow Taoist friends, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? Those two spiritual pets were originally raised by our sect, and other sects are aware of this. As for the heaven-earth infinity, we haven't seen it since breaking through the secret realm." However, that tyrant moon bear ran towards Li Daoist friend from the start. Li Erbai, standing behind the Sure Elder, stepped forward angrily and retorted, "There's no way I have the heaven-earth infinity, the Sure Elder." "She's lying," the Sure Elder glared, her face full of evil energy, and said, "Then don't blame me for resorting to force." Zi Yun frowned, gritting her teeth as she sensed the powerful aura, thinking, fifth level of the divinity stage. Why is it that every time an enemy appears, they're always higher by one realm? Even if we activate the sect's grand formation, we can't subdue them. Turning to the group of second elders behind her, she said, "Elders, form the array." In the midst of this tense situation, Yi Fan emerged from inside and spoke up, "Is this the spiritual pet you want?" Zi Yun looked back and saw Yi Fan happily shouting, "Great, my dear disciple, you've arrived. They are here to snatch your spiritual pet and heaven-earth infinity." The system appeared pleading with Yi Fan, "Host, please complete the mission and keep your spiritual pet. Once the mission is complete, I will increase your spiritual weapon." Yi Fan carried the bag containing the spiritual pet on his shoulder, his face cold, his eyes radiating evil energy as he looked at them. Just like that, Li Erbai was so scared that he stumbled back, running to hug the Sure Elder's legs, shouting, "The Sure Elder, he's here. Let's retreat quickly. We can consider heaven-earth infinity as ours. Please take us back to Xian Yin sect." Seeing that Li Erbai was trembling in fear without even being touched by Yi Fan, the Sure Elder looked at Yi Fan with some thoughts. Why is the little guy Li Erbai so terrified? Could this person really kill Tyrant Moon Bear with just one kick? On the other hand, Yi Fan smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Finally, someone has come to claim the spirit beasts," the Sure Elder thought fearfully as he looked at Yi Fan's expression. So profound and unfathomable. I've actually seen a great power at the Save Lives realm with my own eyes. Could he be a 1,000-year-old monster? This is bad. Why can't I move my body? Seeing the terrifying Yi Fan before him, he was filled with dread and knelt down, pleading, "Please, don't kill me." But contrary to his expectations, Yi Fan approached and handed over the bag containing the two spiritual pets, saying, "These two spiritual pets are a gift for you." The Sure Elder was taken aback and let out a surprised, "Huh," while the system panicked and screamed. "Host, what are you doing? I worked hard to create this aura of power." Ignoring the system, Yi Fan continued speaking to the Sure Elder, "As for the heaven-earth infinity you mentioned, I can't find it right now because these two dogs ate it." The Sure Elder opened the bag, and inside were indeed two spiritual pets. Little Dog frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" He looked at his two spiritual pets and thought, it seems that he is still afraid of his Xian Yin sect. Having these two spiritual pets is enough, no need to make this old monster worry about anything. After thinking, he tightened his money bag and stood up, frowning as he said to Yi Fan, "Consider yourselves lucky, Zi Yun sect. As for heaven-earth infinity, forget about it. From now on, Xian Yin sect will consider becoming allies of Zi Yun sect." The Zi Yun group stood to the side, smiling with satisfaction. They couldn't help but look straight at Li Erbai and laugh, he, making him suspicious. "It's strange, why is it so easy? Could it be that Yi Fan is willing to give us his spiritual pets? Why did the master and elders in the sect not question or oppose anything when Yi Fan spoke? And why are they laughing so dangerously?" Li Erbai remembered the elders warning him carefully before entering the secret realm the day before. Yi Fan's spiritual pet is the dog that killed Tian Qing old ancestor and even destroyed Tian Qing sect. Li Erbai, you must be careful with the opponent's spiritual pet, he realized has now shed all his sweat, his face extremely pale, reminding himself, be careful, very careful. thinking so he advanced and grabbed the elder's shoulder and said, "Do not refuse, this spiritual pet." As soon as he added the word is, he was immediately punched in the face by the elder. As Li Erbai lay on the ground, the elder's hand still emanated smoke as he angrily said, "This is not a place for useless people like you to speak much." He then turned and embraced the authority to continue speaking to Yi Fan, "Daoist friend, if you understand the situation like that, I will also take care of you once. Leave Ziyun sect and become an elder in our Xianyin sect, what do you think?" Hearing him speak, Ziyun became furious, running from behind to shield Yi Fan and said, "What? You have taken away our disciple's spiritual pet and now you dare to steal our disciple's treasure as well." He also added, "Our Xianyin sect is the top sect in Donghua City. Solid foundation, strong as the clouds, you are the master of Ziyun sect, yet your cultivation level is not even comparable to your own disciples, you don't even have divinity seat. If you truly want the best for him, you should let him develop at our Xianyin sect, instead of using emotions to tie him down to this small Ziyun sect." Ziyun could say no more and in anger clenched his fist shouting, "You!" Yi Fan then calmly raised his hand to stop her, and said with a smile, "Master, all right, there's no need to argue with someone like this, being in Ziyun sect has always been the most relaxing time for me. Cooking at home is better than becoming an elder at Xianyin sect." Ziyun blushed at Yi Fan's words and thought, "My dear disciple, I never thought you would have such strong feelings towards our sect." This situation caught the eye of Elder Dashur who stayed because of his master, thinking deeply, "So this old monster is obsessed with women, enough of trying to persuade him, I'll leave." As for Xianyin sect, the banquet of Master Li Tianxian. Li Tianxian sat high, raised his wine glass and said to everyone below, "Welcome to Donghua City." This has given Li Tianxian a bit of prestige. "I wonder what surprises you will have for me this year." The violet-haired man below bowed and flattered, "Master, I have found 2 spirit beasts for you. I hope you will accept them." The elder also stood beside him and said, "Step aside, how can you compare to our grand ceremony?" "Sect master, I have 2 high-level spirit beasts." Li Tianxian, excited, said, "Spirit beasts, quickly show them to me." The elder went to a large iron cage, reached out and pulled down the covering cloth, revealing Li Erbai tied up and hanging, screaming for help. "Third elder, please save me." Li Tianxian's excitement turned to anger. "Li Erbai, the elder, what devilish thing have you brought here?" The elder, also bewildered, turned to the captured Li Erbai and asked, "This isn't right. I don't know either." "Li Erbai, where did you take my spirit beasts?" The others present then heard a strange noise coming from the roof and commented among themselves, "What's happening on the roof?" Meanwhile, Little Dog and Little Fox were on the roof, munching on some roof tiles. Little Dog held a piece of tile in its hand and said, "Fox junior sister, eat quickly. I think these things can boost our spiritual energy." Little Fox, eating happily, replied, "It really is true. This is great, we'll never be hungry again." Since the banquet started, the 2 had been nibbling away, creating a large hole around them. The hole quickly tore open, causing both of them to fall freely from the roof to the ground below. Back at Ziyun sect, Ziyun and Yi Fan were sitting at a dining table. Ziyun picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and ate it. After she finished, Yi Fan asked, "Master, is it good?" Ziyun, chewing, responded, "It's very delicious." Yi Fan said, "It seems like taming a spiritual pet isn't difficult, right?" She then asked Yi Fan anxiously as she picked up her chopsticks, "Disciple, are you just going to give away a spiritual pet like that? Aren't you worried about any accidents happening?" Yi Fan calmly replied with a hand under his chin, "Accidents? Why would there be any accidents? Isn't it better to have someone take care of it? Isn't Xianyin sect the #1 sect in Donghua City? Isn't it possible to nurture many geniuses and treasures?" Ziyun hesitated and couldn't say anything more, but secretly thought, so the plan is to use the geniuses and treasures of Xianyin sect to nurture spirit beasts. This not only saves our sect's resources, but also consumes their strengths. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I wonder what surprises the spiritual pet will bring when it returns. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, making Ziyun look out and say, "What's going on?" "Disciple, it seems to be coming from your room." Yi Fan also looked puzzled and said, "Let me go check." Yi Fan ran outside and heard some strange noises. "Sister, please come and help me look, sister." As she got closer, she heard more peculiar sounds. "Sister, do you know where we are? Can you guess why I am blindfolded? Anyway, for now we have nowhere else to go, so we can only stay here." The system eagerly spoke up, "Host, it seems like your spiritual pet has returned." Hearing this, Yi Fan burst in and shouted, "How dare you come back, little dog?" But instead of seeing the dog and fox, he found 2 tied up and blindfolded girls in the room, making them very scared. He looked around in confusion, his face turning red. The blonde girl turned back and asked in shock, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a small figure jumped up from behind. It was Little Dog. Both Little Dog and Little Fox came out and said, "Master, we're back." Yi Fan sat down, grabbed the little dog's snout and said, "This rotten dog, why did you bring it back?" Little Dog replied, "I felt that the owner likes girls, so I brought them here." Yi Fan, puzzled, said, "How do you know that?" "That's not right, who said that?" The system crossed its arms and said, "Host, calm down, don't always say who said what, the owner is the spiritual pet, that's all." A loud bang came from outside the door, a bowl fell in front of the room door, and it was Ziyun staring into the room. Yi Fan also called out in surprise, "Master." She leaned against the door frame and said, "Yi Fan, is this the reason why you let the spiritual pet go? Is this the surprise you promised me?" Yi Fan, hearing her, was even more surprised. "Oh. When did I agree?" Ziyun turned and said, "I understand, you must be displeased with the old master. Pretending to be a girl all day is not as good as a real girl, right?" Yi Fan looked at her and thought, "You even know that you like to pretend to be a girl?" The white-haired girl behind the blindfold listened to Yi Fan's voice and thought, "Yi Fan, he is also Yi Fan, his voice sounds like his soul, could it be that his master has changed hands? I have been wandering in this world for many years, it seems not in vain, it seems the master has conflicts with master, must find a way to stay here," she thought and then knelt down to say, "Immortal, it's a pleasure to meet our benefactor." She and the girl with pink hair knelt down and added, "My name is Fei Yi and the person next to me is Bai Tao. We were originally accepted as female attendants to offer to the Xian Yin sect master, to help him break through the void-shattering realm. If our benefactor had not sent the spiritual pet to rescue us, then I am afraid the Xian Yin sect would sooner or later take control of the entire eastern wilderness." The little dog listened but didn't understand what was happening. Ziyun thought for a moment and said, "If Li Tianxian really breaks through the void shattering, it will indeed be difficult." Luckily the junior apprentice is smart, once again eliminating the trouble in the egg beforehand. Yi Fan casually said, "This is the plan of this naughty dog." "It's not mine, I just pointed to the 2." Fei Yi said, "Master, how should we arrange these 2? Ziyun said, "In 2 days, I will send someone to take them away from the sect." Fei Yi begged, "Immortal, please don't do that. What if they are kidnapped by Xian Yin sect one day?" Bai Tao also said, "Immortal, save me. I don't want to be humiliated by that old man." Ziyun hesitated a bit. Yi Fan approached her and said, "Master, if they are dancers, why not let them dance for a while and then decide?" Ziyun replied with a, "Yes." Bai Tao bowed and said, "Then let me present," and she performed some very seductive moves. After a dance, Ziyun quickly pushed Bai Tao and said, "You dance well, but next time, don't dance anymore." Fei Yi saw this and asked, "Master, do you feel that junior sister's dance is not good?" Ziyun laughed and said to the 2, "No, I will make you an outside sect disciple, but you need to raise spirit beasts every day. Now, take the spirit beast with me." The 2 quickly knelt down and said, "Thank you, Immortal, for accepting." Looking at Ziyun and the 2 sisters Fei Yi, he smiled gently, then thought, Master really has a kind heart. Suddenly he heard a cracking sound, the door next to him cracked and broke. Yi Fan sweated profusely as he looked at Zi Yun and said, I withdraw my initial words. A table is set up very nicely. Zi Yun holding a bowl of soup took a sip and looked at Yi Fan, asking, My good disciple, are you tired from cooking 3 meals a day? Yi Fan listened and replied, In the past, I only knew cultivation and never followed my heart, because I just want to live a life I desire. Zi Yun praised Yi Fan while chewing on chopsticks. Anyway, my precious disciple also has outstanding cultivation talent. Can play whatever he likes on ordinary days. The special token on the table suddenly vibrated. Zi Yun raised the token and said, Grand Elder, what's the matter? The Grand Elder on the other side said, Master, the people from Xianin sect have come here, and this time their leader Li Tianxian is also here. Zi Yun replied, Oh, understood, I will come after finishing with my disciple. Looking at Yi Fan clearing the dishes on the other side, Zi Yun thought to himself, Now that Li Tianxian is here, most likely he will question my strength, might as well bring my precious disciple along to consume their energy. Thinking for a moment, she sat back down at the table, propped her chin on her hand, and said to Yi Fan, Disciple, come with me to this place. Yi Fan, not refusing, responded, Wait until I finish washing the dishes first. Meanwhile, Li Tianxian stood impatiently, waiting for the Zi Yun master and disciple to finish their meal. Master Zi Yun is really too arrogant, he grumbled. She makes us wait while she eats, and they're still not here. At this moment, Zi Yun arrived and spoke, Taoist friends from the Xianin sect, we apologize for being late. Hearing this, Li Tianxian and the Shi elder turned around to see both master and disciple Zi Yun approaching with imposing airs. Li Tianxian looked at Zi Yun and asked, Are you the master of those 2 spiritual pets? Zi Yun replied seriously, They are cared for by my disciple. Li Tianxian's expression darkened as he responded, Caring for them well, isn't it? He then turned and struck a palm attack towards the Shi elder, causing him to spurt blood immediately. Before closing his eyes, the Shi elder, unwilling to accept his fate, asked, Master, why? Why? Yi Fan looked at him in confusion, and Zi Yun, also perplexed by the action, asked, Taoist friend, what do you mean by this? He said nothing, quickly dropping to his knees and presenting the precious treasures of his sect with both hands raised in reverence, bowing his head low to plead with the elder to not provoke their esteemed sect. Master Li Tianxian of Xianin sect brought all the treasures here to apologize to the sect. Master Zi Yun approached, taking the treasure bag in his hand, and asked what he intended to do with it. Li Tianxian raised his tear-streaked face and indignantly said, Respected master, listen to me. Yesterday, on my 2000th birthday celebration, guests from various sects came and I happily received gifts. But alas, my treasures were destroyed by your spirit beasts and my body was covered in droppings, with 6 ribs broken. All the treasures our sect had collected for hundreds of years were devoured by the spirit beasts. Even the ancestral tombs of previous generations could not be saved. Yi Fan interjected, saying that the ancestors' graves were insignificant, what mattered was the power of the spirit beasts that could kill them. Zi Yun looked at him and asked Yi Fan, Is it really that coincidental? Yi Fan replied, See. I already said this dog wouldn't be able to hold on. Last time, it even brought back a coffin. Zi Yun then went over to help Li Tianxian up and said, Taoist friend, I sympathize with you. If you agree to one condition, I will forgive your Xianin sect. Li Tianxian quickly responded, As long as it's feasible, Li will not refuse. Moments before, he had been calm and collected, but now Zi Yun's face darkened with a dangerous expression and he said, Li Tianxian, Taoist friend, you must disband your sect and then disable your meridians. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxian's face turned pale, unable to believe it. He thought, damn it, I'm only 2,000 years old, still young, and now they want to disable me. Isn't this making my life worse than death? Thinking this, Li Tianxian took out a drop of soul blood from his possession. Though unwilling, he said, "Noble master, Li will absolutely not resist. I swear to heavenly Tao that our Xianyin sect will follow the orders of Ziyun sect. I offer this soul blood as proof." Ziyun, seeing the drop of soul blood, was somewhat surprised and then furrowed his brows, thinking. Soul blood? Isn't this a part of Li Tianxian's soul? If he accepts this, then his life and death is all dependent on his own thoughts, Ziyun thought, then grabbed the soul blood and said, "Don't worry, Li Tianxian Taoist friend, I heard that after cutting off the meridians and undergoing a rebirth, cultivation will be stronger. I was worried that you wouldn't have cultivation, wouldn't be able to manage the sect, so I decided to disband it. If you don't want to, I won't make things difficult for you." Yi Fan stood behind, rubbing his chin and suddenly said, "Cutting off the meridians, rebirth cultivation, it can reverse the meridians, open up the spiritual points, indeed becoming stronger. But we'll have to endure 100 times the pain of a normal cultivator." Ziyun was surprised to hear Yi Fan and asked, "Is that really possible?" "Disciple, you know a lot." Yi Fan then asked Li Tianxian a confusing question, "By the way, do you need a better fishing rod?" Li Tianxian heard the question and replied, "Fishing rod? Of course we do." Ziyun also asked curiously, "Disciple, since when have you been fishing?" Yi Fan replied with a smile, "I suddenly felt that today was a good day for fishing, so I asked casually, without having to return to Pioneer of Jade for a trip." Ziyun suddenly felt that something was not right as she looked at Yi Fan thoughtfully and thought, "There is something wrong in the words of my disciple. Is he implying that Xianyin sect has become a branch of Ziyun sect, attracting bigger fish?" Li Tianxian raised his fishing rod with both hands, with high-quality alloy fishing rod 9.9 written on it. Li Tianxian said, "Yi young master, this is the best fishing rod that I have. I don't like fishing so I have never used it." Yi Fan looked at the fishing rod in his hand and said satisfiedly, "It feels great to hold, and it even comes with a stand, a truly wonderful rod." Li Tianxian replied, "As long as Yi young master likes it." Yi Fan slung the fishing rod over his shoulder, turned and said, "Master, I'm going fishing." Ziyun cheerfully said, "Disciple, remember to catch big fish before coming back." Yi Fan casually replied, "Rest assured, you can't fish without a rod. If you don't catch big fish, you won't have any face to show up late." The system appeared behind Yi Fan and he held his head, thinking, time is a bit short. The fishing line was cast into the river waiting for the fish to bite. Yi Fan was lying there leisurely. The system appeared holding a gun in hand, with a sad face saying, "Host, I have something to negotiate." Yi Fan closed his eyes and asked, "Why are you bringing out high-tech stuff like this time?" The system handed Yi Fan the gun and said, "This is a gun with unlimited bullets, it will never run out of ammo, use it for self-defense, I am here to help you prepare to protect the sect." Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, "Self-defense? Why did you give me this toy?" The system hesitantly said, "Host, I'm leaving on this trip," and slowly disappeared saying, "I can't come back anymore." Yi Fan was suddenly surprised. Before he could say anything, he lay down relaxed, raising his hand and said, "That system has finally disappeared. From now on, no one will whisper in my ear again, luckily it will never come back, ha ha ha." About to take a nap, Yi Fan immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in, causing all the nearby tall trees to sway. Yi Fan, also unsteady on his feet, cursed, "Damn, that's a strong wind." In the sky above, there was a huge white eagle, flapping its wings and creating a wild wind. Looking up at it, Yi Fan said, "Indeed, a beast without qualities." He then lay back on the chair and continued to relax. On the other side, hidden behind a bush nearby, Fei Yi and Bai Tao were secretly watching Yi Fan. Fei Yi raised an eyebrow, a little annoyed. Which sect is this? Not even willing to open their eyes wide. Daring to offend their own master. Bai Tao called out to Fei Yi, "Senior sister, our sister has been secretly following our benefactor since yesterday, isn't that even more of an intrusion? And senior sister, aren't you blind?" Fei Yi stood up and left, saying, "Having severely damaged eyes is one thing, being blind is another. I won't speak to you any longer, I must go help my benefactor seek justice, Bai Tao said. Then let's refer to the benefactor as senior brother from now on. No need to call him master anymore, she added. Above, on the white eagle that was flying, there were 3 people riding on it. The blonde girl among them spoke to the elder in front, saying, Lou Butler, could I stay at the 10,000 Beasts sect? I'm not ready to get married yet. Lou Butler was surprised and responded, oh. 7th lady, you can't do that. The 7th prince of the Liang kingdom has found an immortal. Marrying him was the family master's decision. 7th lady frowned and asked, then why isn't my junior sister getting married? After all, this is my father's injustice. Behind her, a wolf was gnawing on a bone, deeply engrossed. Suddenly, a voice called out, stop. The wolf, still chewing on the bone, said, Master, it seems like there's a little useless person from the golden elixir stage yelling at us up ahead. Hearing this, Lou Butler frowned and said, could it be that 7th lady made a foolish mistake, causing the eagle to fly too low? Did you hurt someone? Humph, I'm inherently compassionate and didn't see anyone get hurt, Greedy said. Go on, let that person die peacefully. Greedy put away the bone, licked its lips, and replied, all right then. Before swiftly vanishing, Fei Yi, who was chasing after the white eagle, wondered, what grade of spirit beast is that? Why is it flying so fast? Suddenly, a very sharp claw appeared behind her, and she quickly dodged, shouting, who's attacking me? Greedy landed on the ground, looked at Fei Yi with a sneer, and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Why is your soul a sword? Are you a spirit sword? Fei Yi, stunned, looked at Greedy and asked, I've been cultivating for over 10 years. And even in the void-shattering realm, I couldn't recognize it. How did you know? Greedy pointed to its own forehead, where a golden eye appeared, and said, because I'm a soul cultivator at the divinity stage, of course I know. Spirit swords are much rarer than our spirit beasts. It seems I must deliver you intact to the master. Fei Yi, unafraid, raised her sword in front of Greedy and said, so what? As long as I'm not ambushed, even if you're at the divinity stage, I can still. Before she could finish, a sharp claw slashed through her sword, breaking it into 2 pieces. Before Fei Yi could react, Greedy contemptuously said, you're just a broken sword. Do you still dream of fighting me? Show your true form quickly. Seeing Fei Yi running away, Greedy sneered, damn it, are you running away like this? As she fled, Fei Yi thought to herself, with no weapons left, it's a waste of time. It's better to lure it to the master and let him deal with it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was leisurely fishing. Greedy arrived and found Yi Fan lying comfortably and fishing, with no sign of Fei Yi. Using its third eye, Greedy surveyed the surroundings and said, where is she? Did she trick me into coming here? Why is there only a mortal here? Fei Yi, hiding nearby, whispered, Master, please deal with this spirit beast soul cultivator quickly. And Greedy approached Yi Fan. Little guy, have you seen any spirit swords around here recently? Yi Fan looked at it and said, I haven't seen any. Hearing Yi Fan's reply, it doubted, really? If I lied, I would kill you. Yi Fan, feeling threatened, looked at it mockingly, thinking, is this again? Does the system really think I would be afraid without it? He said, you can try to bring your head out. Greedy jumped up, raising its claws, ready to attack, and said, brave, little guy, I will grant your wish. But at that moment, its eyes brightened above, as the object it noticed was the gun that Yi Fan had placed on the ground. It picked it up and asked, what is this? Yi Fan kindly reminded it. I advise you to put it down, it is a very dangerous weapon. Greedy scoffed and said, ridiculous, how can this small object hurt anyone? Yi Fan teased and smirked, don't underestimate it, it can be very harmful. Greedy didn't believe, pointing the gun at its head, saying, like this, little chicken. But then quickly a boom sound rang out, and it was the moment it disappeared. Yi Fan didn't care and just humphed, continuing to think to himself, these foolish servants must be here to threaten me, only to end up committing suicide. The fish began to swim towards the fishing line, and Yi Fan grabbed Greedy by the foot, saying, "It's best to dispose of this fool's body. He looks too much like a human, the masters probably wouldn't dare to eat him. It's better to feed him to the fish or something." Fei Yi at this time approached Yi Fan from behind, looking at him and then bending down to pick up the gun, wondering, what kind of weapon is this? It has no spiritual energy, no suppression, yet it can kill a divinity in an instant. It's much more powerful than me. No wonder the master didn't bring me along at first. She thought about storing it away but then considered, if I could refine this weapon into a part of my body, the master would surely accept me. Meanwhile, Lu Butler was amazed and widened his eyes, thinking, has my spiritual pet died? He turned back and told Seventh Lady, just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. We returned to a trip, first with Eagle returning to the old place. Seventh Lady also replied, sure, here. Yi Fan returned to Ziyun's sect. Inside the kitchen there were bloodstains flowing outwards. Ziyun entered and asked in confusion, why is there so much blood? Was the disciple injured fishing? She pushed the door in and asked anxiously, disciple, are you okay? At this moment, Yi Fan held a knife in one hand and a leg in the other, turning to look at Ziyun. Ziyun, seeing this, turned pale with fear and said, oh my mother, the disciple wasn't satisfied with eating spirit beasts, now wanting to eat humans too? Lu Butler is now flying high, holding something in his hand and looking around saying, Greedy is going to die here, the aura below is too weak to be a match for Greedy. He raises the stick he is holding high, and full of thunder he shouts loudly, if you have used such despicable means to kill my spiritual pet, then I don't need to be merciful, let's bury Greedy together. He swings the stick down shouting, go die for me. On the side of Ziyun's sect, Ziyun is angrily following Yi Fan, saying, disciple, you are really wasteful, the skin of this wolf demon can make good leather armor, but you burned it like this. Yi Fan holding the skin in his hand smiles and responds, this is not because this wolf looks human. That's why it scares everyone, that's why. Suddenly in the sky, dark clouds gather along with thunder and lightning. Yi Fan looks up and asks, Master, is it going to rain? As Ziyun looks up, Lu Butler is crazily casting those thunder spells down. Ziyun saw this scene and panicked, yelling loudly, we're in danger, someone wants to destroy Ziyun's sect. A large stream of spiritual energy was gathering at Ziyun's sect. Yi Fan was about to run to stop it, but Ziyun ran up and hugged him, calling out, my disciple, my precious. Yi Fan, surprised, also called out, Master. Suddenly, the ball of spiritual energy from the looting technique was about to attack. Unexpectedly, the protective barrier of Ziyun's sect's great mountain formation was activated, quickly pushing back the attack from the butler Lu. Lu Butler looked at it in astonishment, thinking, what's going on? How can this be? He was gradually overwhelmed by Yi Fan's spiritual energy. Groaning, no, stay away. A loud explosion resounded from above, extremely deafening. The system appeared again, displaying the message, the protective system is reliable. Yi Fan sat below, looking up at the system and cursing it, this darn system is too much, causing more trouble than good. He looked over at Ziyun, who was glaring and holding himself tightly. Yi Fan smiled lightly and whispered, Master, there's no need to protect me, that lightning won't reach us. She opened one eye and looked around before asking, is it over? It's over, Yi Fan replied. She sat up, still somewhat worried, saying, I almost thought we would die here. Yi Fan gently stroked her head and said, it's just a trick, how could it harm us? Blushing, Ziyun looked at Yi Fan and said, don't touch my head like that, I am your master after all. With a slight blush on his face, Yi Fan withdrew his hand and said, okay, no more touching. Ziyun then took Yi Fan's hand, teasingly asking, why did you pull your hand back so quickly? Can't you see my hair is all tangled? Help me straighten it out. Meanwhile, where Lou Butler had been struck down, the dust settled creating a large crater. Beneath it, Lou Butler struggled to get up, his body covered in dirt. He couldn't believe it and said, I didn't expect this sect to have such a strong defense formation. I must inform the seventh lady and the family master to seize control of the formation. At this point, a voice of someone shouted with a laugh, ha ha, saying after practicing thousands of times, finally we understand the change of phrasing in this skill, we have learned it. Lou Butler heard the voice and thought to himself, who could it be? Just when I needed to absorb spiritual energy to heal my injuries, he approached the person who spoke and said, you useless little person, about to die and still useless even if you read books. Li Mingbai heard the noise and turned around in surprise, saying, who is it? Daring to spy on me while I train? Lou Butler started to reassure and said, don't worry, I'm just a passing Taoist, and seeing your efforts, I just want to help you. The other person rubbed his chin suspiciously and grunted, saying, what basis do I have to trust you? Lou Butler was getting angry but tried to calm down, cursing inwardly, if I wasn't seriously injured, I would want to slap you to death, you foolish little guy. Then he took out a round purple pearl from inside him and said, this is the unity charm. May see within 1,000 miles, the old man gave it to you. Before he finished speaking, it was snatched by Li Mingbai. He said, thank you, Taoist, it's not safe here, please forgive me for being presumptuous, I'll keep this treasure first. Butler Lou took out another identical one and said, wait, I still have one more here. Giving out a few more, he eagerly said, thank you, Taoist, you are so generous, do you have more or should we just bring them all out? Butler Lou couldn't hold back anymore and gritted his teeth, saying, I can't hold back anymore, I want to absorb all your spiritual energy now. This statement caught him somewhat by surprise, but he quickly approached and placed his hand on his head to absorb all the spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Li Mingbai was surrounded by Lou Butler's spiritual energy, but for a moment he remained calm and read a magic formula, reverse transformation, activate. Shortly after, Lou Butler felt uneasy and frowned, shouting, why is my spiritual energy being absorbed back? It's not right, my cultivation can't hold up, His hand couldn't be pulled out anymore, his face was gradually drawn into exhaustion as he cried out, help me. Then he exploded and fell on the mat. In the area of Ziyun sect, Eagle White was still flying, carrying Seventh Lady away. Seventh Lady was holding something in her hands and suddenly said, what's going on? Why did Butler Lou die? Eagle, Lou Butler is in trouble, let's go back and check. Eagle White turned around and flew off, replying, understood. At that moment, a bullet pierced through the wings of Eagle White, causing it to stagger and making Seventh Lady scream. She looked around to find the attacker of Eagle, then shouted, who dares to harm our Eagle? The one who fired the shot was Fei Yi. She stood below, hugging the little dog and aiming at the other eagle, saying she had hit the target and instructing the dog to attack. The little dog obediently followed her command. Seventh Lady looked angrily at Fei Yi below, thinking, relying only on your family's useless reputation. I was being underestimated like that. But in a moment, the girl was defeated and used the 36 stratagems to quickly run into the forest. Fei Yi saw that and mocked her loudly, don't run, if you have the courage, let's continue fighting, isn't that cool? I don't use weapons, I just send my spiritual pet to fight you on behalf of my master. Seventh Lady panicked, running and looking back, thinking, are they from some hidden sect? That little dog is obviously very cute, and has already bitten off the 4 legs of the eagle in the blink of an eye. That woman is clearly only at the golden elixir stage, yet possesses a divine weapon. No matter what magic weapon I use to defend, it will shatter after just one contact. Seventh Lady ran straight to the Ziyun sect mountain, sneaking into a room and thinking, I can only hide in this sect for now, hopefully they are not enemies of this sect. Fei Yi also returned to the sect, but no one said, can that little girl run faster than a spiritual pet? But there is something even faster than a spiritual pet. Seventh lady was hiding in a room, praying silently, unable to find me. Little dog barked in recognition at this point. Seventh lady was so scared that she trembled, thinking that this was over. But behind them, Yi Fan spoke up and asked what they were doing in the courtyard. Little dog happily ran to Yi Fan, and Fei Yi also turned and called him master. Oops, senior brother. Little dog ran over joyfully and said, Master, come play with me. Yi Fan kicked little dog away in annoyance and said, Leave here, I need to rest tonight. Seventh lady, hearing that Yi Fan was the owner of the little dog, was shocked and thought he was the owner of the spiritual pet. It's over. I walked into the lion's den. Yi Fan turned to Fei Yi and said, Junior sister, the master requests that you take care of the spiritual pet, right? Fei Yi patted the dog's head and quickly replied that it was her responsibility. Yi Fan frowned and said, if you can't take care of it, then don't bother. Fei Yi was shocked and quickly hugged the little dog, saying, Senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of it, please don't send me away. Yi Fan entered the room and saw Fei Yi walking out, thinking, I heard junior sister is blind, how can she see the way so clearly? Then he said, really a foolish dog, always leading people here. Hearing this made seventh lady panic and hold her head in embarrassment, thinking, does he already know I'm here? Yi Fan closed the door behind him and saw someone trembling on the bed, thinking, what kind of joke is this? Why is there another person here? He walked over, grabbed the blanket, and pulled it up, only to find a girl inside. The girl screamed and Yi Fan was also startled, questioning, who are you, why are you hiding under my bed? Who taught you this mischief? She didn't care who he was and quickly knelt on the bed, apologizing profusely. Senior, please forgive my presumptuousness. I had offended you earlier, which led you to send your spiritual pet to kill the eagle and chase me here. I realize I was wrong and will not boast anymore, the seventh lady said. Yi Fan, with his arms crossed, looked at the seventh lady and said, little girl, I've never held any ill will towards you. Everything was just caused by itself. The seventh lady, hearing this, looked at Yi Fan and thought, just caused by itself. They managed to kill all their spiritual pets and attendants. No, this tone sounds like the excuses elders used to justify their bad behavior. Wait a minute, if his actions resemble those of the elders, then his spiritual pets and attendants must be stronger than the elders' disciples. So he must be a great power of the Aurora realm. If I can get close to him, wouldn't I be able to escape my family and avoid marrying the prince of the Liang kingdom? Yi Fan then spoke, you can stay with me, and tomorrow morning I will discuss with my master about compensating you according to its value. Hearing this, she quickly grabbed Yi Fan's hand and said, compensation? No, senior, I don't need compensation. Yi Fan asked why. Seventh lady hesitated, because she thought she had to find a reasonable explanation to stay by this great power, then she coyly took off her outer garment and said, because I like senior. Although she said that, deep down she thought, see Tu Liang, you have to endure, as long as you can gain the favor of the great power, the senior brothers of the 10,000 Beasts sect can't bully you anymore. Yi Fan listened to her and frowned, remaining silent, imagining the scene of being taken to the police station by a few police officers and trying to explain, comrade, listen to me, I really didn't do anything. Thinking of that scenario, he immediately wrapped seventh lady in a blanket without hesitation, saying loudly, take care of yourself, he doesn't want to end up in a labor camp at the police station. Seventh lady gasped in surprise. At the same time, in the Tai Shan black hole, a place that was said to only open once every million years. Because to seize resources and luck, countless strong have fought and still stranded here, only a few have become Gu kings who can take treasures away from here. At this moment, the systems are arguing fiercely, raising their hands and feet, saying, this holy sword was discovered by me first, while the dark blue system is constantly punching back, retorting, what if you discovered it? I must bring victory back to the host. The light blue system immediately takes charge and orders the other system, go die, causing the dark green system to malfunction and scream, oh, you destroyed my chip. Finally, the light blue system successfully obtains the sword and says triumphantly. Finally victorious, as long as I bring this sword back to the host. The dark green system angrily leaves, threatening, don't let me see you again next time, but it is actually sad, thinking, the host doesn't care about anything, even if I die, the host won't be sad at all. At this moment, a voice rings out, a voice saying, I didn't expect to teach you so many skills, yet you still haven't conquered the host, have you? A girl appeared, smiled and said, long time no see. The blue system suddenly said, prodigal system huh? The green sword system vigilantly asked the prodigal system, how do you want to deal with me? I will not let my guard down. The prodigal system smiled and said, killing is intense, these things can't beat the supplementary round of the system, right? I am not your old man Lu, both a lightning damage and a trap, you challenge my noble status, I come to trade with you. She imagined the scene of systems fighting for something, the green system stood outside, grabbing the item and throwing it down the cliff, then two other systems picked it up and said, there's a small wild 900 bullet here. The system wondered, trade? The prodigal system appeared with a sphere containing a girl lying inside. Saying, yes, the new system is very powerful, the price is all the karma points you have this time, selling it to you. The system questioned again, what function does she have? The prodigal system replied, she doesn't have any function, but she is passive, can inject chicken blood into the host 5 times as fast. If you don't break the game, the prodigal system immediately took out the lucky draw energy without hesitation. The prodigal system exchanged it back with joy and said, you really know how to choose the right deals, you can just wait for the luck to come to you. The green system quickly disappeared. The prodigal system opened another chip, and the system screen displayed, empty setup content, cannot be read. She angrily crushed the chip, muttering, damn number 2204 dares to deceive me, one day I will make you pay for it. During lunchtime at the Ziyun sect, Ziyun and the second elder were flying towards the Pioneer of Jade. Ziyun looked around and wondered, strange. It's almost lunchtime and there used to be the smell of food coming from the Pioneer of Jade, why is there no smoke now? The second elder chuckled and replied, maybe he's not meditating, or perhaps he's sick. Ziyun and the second elder landed, and she said, I have a bad feeling, let's wait a moment before making a move, thinking to herself, using the phrase, making a move, does that imply my disciples are a bit uncontrollable? Both of them were silently hiding on the roof and looking down. Yi Fan was carving something, and the second elder said, seems like there's no problem. Ziyun also said, the food is ruined, could it be that our intuitive young miss has lost her spirit? The second elder frowned and thought, young miss? Ziyun was 1145 years old, pretending to be 14 years old to outsiders, while the second elder had just turned 24, on this side, seventh lady pushed open the door and called out, Senior. She looked at Yi Fan and asked, what are you doing, Senior? Yi Fan looked at her and stopped, saying, am I disturbing you? Ziyun and the second elder were shocked by this scene. Their souls almost flying away as they looked down with wide eyes. Ziyun fell to the ground in pain, her spirit as if about to fly away, saying, it's over, the disciple has changed his mind. The second elder hurriedly helped Ziyun up, saying anxiously, Master, hang in there, don't fall down. Ziyun regained her composure but sounded sad, saying, so he likes young and pretty people, huh? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have left scars on my body. The second elder felt uncomfortable hearing this and said to Ziyun, that kind of thinking is very rude. We always feel that someone is scolding us. Second elder held Ziyun's hand and said, Master, listen to me. Ziyun shook his head in confusion and asked, second elder, do you have a way to drive her away? Second elder gave a deadly advice, as the saying goes, still waters run deep. I believe that as long as Master carries great love in heart, Yi Fan will naturally understand your intentions. Upon hearing this, Ziyun imagined herself saying to Yi Fan, Junior, come quickly into my embrace. Of course, Yi Fan would not agree and say, don't be ridiculous, no matter what, I am still the leader of a sect. I have an idea, it's better to ask Zi Bing to come back, she will know what to do. Second elder, tired of this situation, thought to himself, wanting Zi Bing to come back to see, who in the sect doesn't know about the relationship between Master and Yi Fan, pretending to be embarrassed. Meanwhile, seventh lady approached and looked at what Yi Fan was carving on the stone tablet, asking, Senior, are you carving words on the tablet? Yi Fan laughed and replied, it appears so, after all, it has been 2 days since we last met. Probably not coming back. Looking at the stone tablet, seventh lady wanted to complain but swallowed it. Thinking, the characters are so ugly, she said, Senior, do you really like eating demon beasts? I saw some fur in your kitchen yesterday, Yi Fan replied, indeed, the meat of demon beasts is delicious anyway, why do you ask? Seventh lady smiled and said, Senior, let's make a deal, I guarantee there will be demon beast meat for every meal. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan asked, deal. Is your family specialized in killing and butchering? Seventh lady answered, it's somewhat related. At this moment, a voice from above laughed and said, Seventh junior sister. Are you planning to betray our 10,000 beasts sect? She frowned and looked up, involuntarily calling out, Jia Cun, accompanied by a large and fierce dragon behind him, arrogantly continued, I thought you really wanted to marry some fool in Liang Kingdom, but I didn't expect you to dare to kill Lu Butler, and even challenge the June Eagle sect, you're so daring, truly the woman I admire the most. As long as you follow me, I will handle the matters with your sect, Jia Cun said. Seventh lady, falsely accused, quickly retorted, the deaths of the steward and June Eagle are due to my own missteps. I will take responsibility myself when I return, no need for you to interfere. She thought to herself, I need to leave a good impression on the senior. Perhaps he will act on his own. Jia Cun, enraged, commanded, this matter cannot be settled in your favor. Fire Dragon, burn this sect to the ground, and then capture seventh junior sister. Fire Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a fireball, saying, yes, master. Yi Fan, indifferent to the two people before him, reminded them. I advise you not to touch the sect, or you will face the consequences. Jia Cun sneered and said, face the consequences? Haha, a mere mortal like you has no say here. Fire Dragon, do your work. Fire Dragon unleashed a large flame towards the sect, but unexpectedly, the fire was redirected back towards them. Jia Cun and Fire Dragon were taken aback and said, what is going on? In the sky, the fire exploded dramatically like fireworks. The system boomed, the export system must adhere to the quality, please do not try to attack the sect, Yi Fan sat there calmly without any surprise. On this side, Jia Cun and Fire Dragon had fallen to the ground, with Jia Cun lying on the ground with injuries all over his body, gritting his teeth and saying, this sect is actually an evil sect, we must report this to our family. At this moment, a pair of feet appeared, causing him to look up, and it was Fei Yi. She winked and looked at him, saying, still want to report the news secretly? Jia Cun was thrown into a box by Fei Yi, struggling and shouting, let me go quickly. Fei Yi leaned on the box, next to a shovel. And little dog walked over to ask, Sister Fei Yi, why did you give my little bed to that person to lie on? Fei Yi smiled and said, of course, it's to save the dead and help the wounded. Little dog walked over to let her pet him and said, so after I get a little bed, if I do many good things, can I become a good dog and not make my owner angry, right? Fei Yi exclaimed and said. That is natural. Here Zi Bing has finished practicing and left the mountain, standing tall, she looked at someone in front of her and smiled, saying, after being in seclusion for so long, I still thank you for being my friend, little useless person. She stroked a red fox, sitting down to play with the fox and said, I wonder how the sect is now. First, let's go see if there is any news about the token. Just then, the token sounded a reminder, great disciple, quickly come back. She was startled and said, what? Has something happened to Master? Without hesitation, she quickly flew back to Ziyun's sect, thinking, Master is like family to me, nothing will happen to her, inside a room. Ziyun sat on a chair, looking at seventh lady and asked, "Are you really a disciple of 10,000 Beasts sect?" Seventh lady hugged herself and replied with a smile, "I am just the seventh generation disciple of the sect, at the second level of void shattering, it's still far from being a high-level disciple." Ziyun looked at seventh lady with affection and asked, "So why did you come to my second-rate sect? Are you planning to steal my beloved disciple?" Seventh lady chuckled and said, "Oh dear, you've misunderstood. I only came to invite Senior to be a guest of our 10,000 Beasts sect." Upon hearing the words of the old lady, Ziyun couldn't control her anger, crushing the teacup in her hand, causing Yi Fan to look worried. She used her evil energy-filled eyes to look at seventh lady and said, "What do I need to fulfill for you?" Seventh lady replied, "Madam, as the master of Senior, shouldn't you consult with them first?" Ziyun brought up the topic from earlier and said, "If you have reached the void-shattering realm, how can you be younger than me? Who is actually the old lady here?" They didn't back down. With seventh lady continuing, "Indeed, without real power or youth, how can you demand to be the master of Senior?" Ziyun cheekily responded, "It's just the charm of my mature womanliness." Seventh lady turned to Yi Fan and said, "Oh, this is." Yi Fan quickly dodged and said, "Don't glare at me, I'm innocent in this matter." Seventh lady turned to see Ziyun's ample chest and huffed, but when she looked at herself, she felt a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. She thought, "No wonder the Senior isn't interested in my body, this defeat is such a humiliation." Yi Fan then said, "All right, take me to the 10,000 Beasts sect." Seventh lady, feeling as if she had struck gold, quickly lifted her eyes and said, "Senior, I'll take you there immediately." Switching scenes to the 10,000 Beasts sect, the path they took was deserted, and fierce beasts flew overhead. Seventh lady extended her hand in invitation and said to Yi Fan, "Senior, this is the 10,000 Beasts sect." Yi Fan stroked his chin, looked around, and assessed, "Not bad. No wonder it's called the sect of 10,000 Beasts." A shadow flew overhead, and an old man landed angrily, growling, "You thief." He glared furiously and shouted, "Return my son's life." Seventh lady recognized the person and quickly called out his name before proceeding to explain. "Jiazhua Elder, me and fifth senior brother although have a bit of conflict, but after fifth senior brother left, he disappeared." He quickly grabbed seventh lady by the neck and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." Seventh lady was choked and unable to breathe, but quickly said, "Jiazhua Elder, I invited guests here for our master, for our sect, you cannot kill me." Jiazhua Elder glared and shouted, "My son is dead, what harm is it for me to kill you? Don't mention master, not even Tai Shang Elder can stop me." Yi Fan stood aside and thought, annoying, in the world of cultivating immortals being bullied by the strong is normal, if this continues, I will miss dinner time. He then turned to Yi Fan and asked, "Are you the man that this scoundrel brought here? I know, you're also the culprit who killed my son." Then he attacked Yi Fan, who asked in confusion, "Why not talk it out instead of using violence?" Seeing Jiazhua Elder attacking, he thought, "If I use the gun that the system gave me then, No, 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 even if it kills me, I won't fall for its trap, it just doesn't look easy to deal with." Looking at a sword appearing in front of him, Yi Fan smiled and said, "Ah, Emperor Sword." The people standing above the 10,000 Beasts sect looked down at Yi Fan, all of them somewhat surprised. Even Yi Fan was a bit taken aback by the appearance of that spirit sword, thinking, "Isn't this the spirit sword from my past life? How did it end up here?" Fei Yi inside the sword was happily covering its face and jumping up, thinking, "He, the master is indeed very surprised. I wonder what will happen when I turn back into a person." If the master knew that I had traveled through many worlds, with the help of the external power, and even trained myself just to return to him, it would surely be very touching. During the time she was lost in great suffering, Elder Jiazhua saw this and, though somewhat surprised, still spoke with arrogance, "Little guy, do you think you can stop me just with a sword?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan still had a huge question mark in his mind, not understanding why the spirit sword appeared here. Seeing that he had been completely ignored, Elder Jiahua angrily swung his fist, teleported, and shouted, "Let's see me turn you into minced meat." But before Yi Fan could make a move, the spirit sword flew up and intercepted Jiahua Elder's attack. Fei Yi inside the sword struggled, using all his strength to resist Jiahua Elder's blow. "This is bad, the force is too strong, I can't hold on any longer. Master, hurry up, use me to counter him, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" After Fei Ye's cries, Yi Fan finally took hold of the sword. He lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems like if I don't intervene, things will go wrong. Speaking of which, I currently don't have any spiritual energy, so I can't kill anyone, right?" Despite these thoughts, Yi Fan quickly dodged around Jiahua Elder and swung the sword swiftly, catching him off guard. Fei Yi inside the sword was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yes, that's how it should be." Standing behind Jiahua Elder, the old man trembled uncontrollably, clutching his chest in disbelief. "It can't be." Jiahua Elder barely had time to exclaim, "My son," before being shattered into countless pieces right in front of all the people in the 10,000 Beasts sect. One guy saw this scene and his face turned pale with fear, shouting, "The Grand Elder is dead." Two others were also bewildered and asked, "Is the Grand Elder really dead?" The seventh lady excitedly ran towards Yi Fan and said, "Senior, you are really strong, even stronger than the leader. You killed the Jia Elder in just one move." The guys from before quickly ran up the mountain in a frenzy, shouting to each other, "Quick, go report to the master." Yi Fan held the spirit sword in his hand, a bit dazed, and replied to her, "I didn't intend to kill anyone, who knew he was that weak?" Fei Yi, held by Yi Fan, smiled and said, "It's because I'm fast, I'm fast." Yi Fan suddenly thrust the sword down to the ground in anger and bent it, thinking, "I understand now, this must be a scheme by that damn system." The seventh lady was taken aback by Yi Fan's actions, while Fei Yi inside the sword was at a loss due to Yi Fan's bend. He threw it up high, and then it fell straight down into the ground. The sword was pinned to the earth and cried out. Seeing that Yi Fan had left, the seventh lady ran after him and asked, "Senior, why would you do that to the sword?" Yi Fan calmly walked inside and replied, "Why keep a damaged sword?" Somewhere within the 10,000 Beasts sect, in the master's study, a girl known as the master gently asked the person reporting the events, "Are you saying that the Grand Elder was killed by the opponent with one strike, but the opponent did not use any spiritual energy?" The man bowed and responded, "That's right, my disciple witnessed it with his own eyes, and many disciples from outside the sect could witness it too." She listened to his report without any sign of worry. Instead, she smiled. In her hand was a piece of paper that she had burned, now reduced to more than half ash. She said, "That fool has fought with me for half his life, so what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Those without wisdom cannot become masters." She chuckled softly and ordered him, "Disciple, go clean up, tomorrow I want to have a pleasant meeting with that outsider." The disciple quickly replied, "Understood." Early the next morning, in the main hall of the 10,000 Beasts sect, seventh lady brought Yi Fan to visit the master of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The master stood before Yi Fan, displaying a friendly and hospitable demeanor, saying, "Yi Daoist friend, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Fan responded with a simple, "Oh," and said, "Is that so?" She tilted her head slightly and smiled, replying, "Why wouldn't I?" "My dear disciple has praised you a lot," the master added. Hearing this, seventh lady asked in surprise, "Disciple's treasure?" The master turned to seventh lady and said, "I currently intend to take you as my disciple. From now on, you will certainly be my disciple, right?" At this moment, Yi Fan furrowed her brows and interjected, breaking the teacher-student atmosphere, "Sister, I don't want to say anything more. I came here just to get a long-term meat ticket." The master smiled and replied, "You can have as much demon beast meat as you want. Even abalone from the sea is quite delicious." Yi Fan frowned and thought, "Don't think that I don't know you're trying to steer the conversation." Yi Fan pulled out a crab-shaped basin and excitedly asked, "So are there giant crabs here? What about something the size of a wash basin?" Master hesitated and replied, "There might be, otherwise we will send someone to catch it from the rivers and lakes." Yi Fan tilted his head and smiled slightly, then it will be hard work for you. Master took out a small black box and said with a gentle smile, by the way, ye Taoist friend, I have a treasure I want to give you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan wondered what could be inside. She reached out to open the box. Inside, a bright golden light shone out, and she exclaimed, this is something from the immortal realm. A faint fragrance wafted into Yi Fan's nose. He approached to look inside the box and suddenly said, what is this? Yi Fan pulled out a small fragrant pouch shimmering in gold. Looking at it, she felt a little happy and said, a fragrant pouch? This scent feels familiar, it seems to be the immortal crushing flower. Master then spoke, ye Taoist friend truly has extensive knowledge, this is a treasure our sect obtained by chance. Yi Fan took out a grain from inside the fragrant pouch, which was also a material used to create its fragrance. He raised it high and remarked, indeed, a treasure. Animals love this fragrance, and fish will surely like it too. The master chuckled awkwardly at this embarrassing situation and raised her hand, saying, ye Taoist friend, quickly put it away, don't let the immortal weapon dissipate completely. Then I will take this, Yi Fan said with a bright smile, looking intently at the pouch of fragrance in his hand, but he also intended to turn and leave. The sect master, hearing this, smiled happily and watched Yi Fan. The seventh lady was a bit surprised and quickly asked, Senior, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to stay at the 10,000 Beasts sect for a while? Besides, it's getting dark, you don't need to rush to set off, do you? Yi Fan raised a finger and shook his head as a sign that he couldn't stay, then smiled cheerfully, closing his eyes and imagining countless delicious dishes, saying, my master loves the food I make, if I hurry back, I can still make breakfast. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Yi Fan remembered something and turned back to say to the master, by the way, little sister, remember to bring the ingredients for cooking demon beast meat to our sect every week. Do you know the location? The master pulled the seventh lady closer and replied with a smile, doesn't my disciple know? Yi Fan finally felt at ease and turned to walk out the door. Then I'll be heading back now. The seventh lady ran after him, shouting loudly towards Yi Fan who was flying above. Senior, in a few days, I will come to find you. Yi Fan flew off calmly, feeling a little pleased in his heart. He folded his arms and thought, that's great, with the immortal crushing flower this time, I will definitely be able to catch a big fish tomorrow. The seventh lady stood below, watching Yi Fan disappear from sight, feeling a bit reluctant, and pouting with regret as she thought, Senior is too indulgent towards the master, if only I could become the master of the senior, that would be wonderful. The master stood to the side, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, while secretly imagining the upcoming scenario with the Ziyan sect, where she would be the one to benefit. Finally throwing the hot potato out. If the Taiyang Xing sect wants the treasure, then they can compete with Yi Daoist friend, it would be best if both sides suffer losses. Upon returning to the Ziyan sect, a hook was thrown into a lake. Yi Fan leisurely lay there, holding a fishing rod, fishing in the lake. The bait used this time was indeed different from the previous time, the bait was the immortal crushing flower. Yi Fan was fishing, secretly delighted as he rubbed his hands together and prayed, Heavenly Tao, please bless me with a 30-kilogram fish this time. The immortal crushing flower gradually diffused into the water, its delicious fragrance spreading out for the fish. Deep in the lake, unexpectedly, there was a girl. She was drowning in a deep sleep, curled up and drifting beneath the bubbles. The scent of the immortal crushing flower began to waft towards her. In her subconscious, she thought, the scent of the immortal crushing flower. She quickly opened her eyes, joyfully thinking, this must be the pouch of immortal crushing flower that my mother left for me. She was eager to swim up to the surface of the lake to find the scent of the immortal crushing flower, but just as she intended to swim up, the seaweed beneath her feet quickly entangled her legs, preventing her from rising. A voice called out, Immortal. She struggled to break free from the seaweed that was holding her down, but to no avail. How long have I been asleep after being injured? The seaweed has turned into an evil object. Each strand of green seaweed, once harmless to her, had now unexpectedly transformed into a demonic object, which was truly repulsive. They kept wrapping around her body, gradually pulling her down deeper. Immortal, don't go, stay so we can take your divine power. She tried to push herself upward, reassuring herself, I can't faint again, these are just weak weeds, stay awake, I can definitely break free. At that moment, a fishing hook appeared out of nowhere and accidentally snagged her clothes. She was confused and forgot what she was intending to do. She struggled to break free from the hook when the fishing rod above Yi Fan began to move. Seeing the rod move, the surface of the water started to ripple, and Yi Fan joyfully shouted, I've caught something. But Yi Fan couldn't understand why, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the fish up from below. Yet this only made him more excited as he said, it's really heavy, this must be a big fish, it might even be the king of fish. The girl below continued to retreat, trying to avoid being pulled up by the force above. She struggled to pull her clothes back and couldn't help but exclaim, ah, where did this hook come from, don't pull my clothes anymore. Seeing the attention shifted to him, taken by that hook, the demonic objects stared in confusion. Yi Fan on the shore used all his strength, continuously pulling the fishing rod with all his might. Meanwhile, the demonic objects below refused to back down, using a 3-on-1 tactic, determined to reclaim her. Each one strained to pull her back. Yi Fan on the shore prepared to yank hard, furrowing his brow as he shouted, betting on the dignity of the fisherman. But unexpectedly, what he hooked was a person, causing him to stare wide-eyed as she flew straight up from the water. She directly ascended and crashed her chest into Yi Fan's face, leaving him bewildered, thinking, is that a white float? Or a meat bun? After a moment, Yi Fan grumpily stuffed cotton into his bleeding nose, quite annoyed that he hadn't caught a decent fish. The girl, after a while, also felt guilty and explained to Yi Fan why she was underwater like a mermaid. The thing is, I was secretly down there looking for my mother's fragrant pouch. Yi Fan, feeling disheartened, waved his hand and spoke on her behalf. After being attacked by the heavenly general, if it weren't for the senior appearing to help, the little fairy might have had to lie in the water for a lifetime. No need to explain any further, here's the fragrant pouch back to you. Right now, I just want to know if there are still big fish under the water. Hearing Yi Fan's question, she hesitated and awkwardly replied, the situation is complicated, so I didn't pay attention. Yi Fan, upon hearing her answer, was at a loss for words. He sighed and said, you can go now. Upon hearing this, she joyfully did a slight bow, her eyes not hiding the gratitude she felt towards Yi Fan. The great kindness of the senior is something the little fairy will never forget. Goodbye. Her appearance was quickly noticed by the heavenly general. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder and lightning struck down in countless arcs. A voice shouted down to her, filled with anger. Ingda Fairy, hiding in the lower world for so many years, I can't believe you have joined with a mortal dog. Upon hearing this voice, Ingda Fairy quickly recognized who it was. She frowned and called out, Heavenly General. A heavenly general, riding clouds and clad in armor, held a precious sword, looking extremely imposing. He looked down at the two people. Yi Fan shouted, violating 2 prohibitions, execution. Ingda Fairy panicked, quickly ran behind Yi Fan to hide, fearfully saying, Senior, save me. Yi Fan still didn't understand what was happening and thought, I attacked Heavenly General. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared, chuckling, and stepped forward saying, Host, don't be afraid, I have returned. Yi Fan was taken aback and exclaimed, looking at the system, Dog system, you are not dead. Ingda Fairy stood aside, perplexed, unable to comprehend what was happening as Yi Fan talked to the air. On the other hand, Zi Bing was truly directionally challenged. After flying for half an hour, she still hadn't arrived, a cat sitting on her shoulder, looking around vacantly. Zi Bing circled in the sky a few times then flew back to the same spot, confusedly saying, I remember there were 2 mountains on the left, where did they go? She was still on her way to her master, when suddenly a beam of green light shot straight up into the sky, catching her attention. She glanced over in confusion and made a puzzled sound, huh? A voice replied, is this an immortal realm? The system immediately drew closer, showing affection and pouting with kisses, saying, Host, I missed you so much. Yi Fan, feeling creeped out, shouted, don't start doing disgusting things right after coming back. The system just giggled and said, "Host, you must have been so tormented without me, right?" Yi Fan, feeling exhausted by the system's narcissism, responded, "Not here. You're really good at lying. You pretended not to be here, and now you're pulling all these tricks." Meanwhile, Ingda Fairy was being chased around like a dog by the Heavenly General, who was swinging his blade wildly. The system suddenly pulled out a pink orb and excitedly said, "Heaven has eyes. Since when did I know how to pretend? Oh, right, this time I've brought an ultimate treasure that will definitely satisfy you." Ingda Fairy was getting beaten up badly and cried out in panic, "Senior, how can you just stand there and watch?" Yi Fan was not concerned and was focused solely on the system's inquiries. "Is it again the spirit of the sphere? You really have no fear of infringing copyright, do you? Next time, please change it." The system called out loudly, "It's you we chose, hurry up. Where is the buff system?" After a while, the buff system appeared, with an incredibly cute and delicate personality. It joyfully bounced in and asked, "I finally get to make an appearance, this is so great. Does a host want me now?" The blue system rushed over, happily saying, "Buff system, you are now my subordinate, the person beside you is our host. I need you to give the host a little motivation." The Ingda Fairy over there was almost beaten to a pulp, but Yi Fan kept a cool head and observed the new system, thinking, "What is this damn system trying to do now?" Upon hearing the blue system, the buff system understood the request. Motivation, huh? I get it now. With that, it unleashed some kind of power towards its host. The allure of the copper, strength increased 100-fold, indestructible Vajra body, the unyielding spirit triumphs. The green system, alongside giving a thumbs up in support of the buff system, said, "That's right, it should be like that, we have to make the host happy." Who's the one happy here? You haven't seen Yi Fan happy yet. He just stood there, looking at the two systems with a critical gaze, mumbling for a while. The buff system then dove straight into Yi Fan, shouting, "All right, father technique." Seeing this, the green system held its head and screamed, "Damn it, what are you doing?" At this moment, the buff system inside Yi Fan emitted an incredibly dazzling pink light. On the other side, the Heavenly General was still angrily punching and kicking Ingda Fairy, grumbling, "It's because you immortals sneak down to the lower world that we Heavenly Generals have our salaries deducted every year." Ingda Fairy lay struggling on the ground, desperately explaining, "I just wanted to get back my mother's perfume pouch." Her eyes were filled with tears of grievance, looking very pitiful. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out again, asking, "Don't you understand what people are saying?" When the Heavenly General looked up, Yi Fan instantly teleported to him and kicked him straight in the face, sending him tumbling backward. Dealing temporarily with the Heavenly General, Yi Fan gently bent down, lifted Ingda Fairy's hand and said, "You go, I can hold off this Heavenly General." Hearing this, she was extremely grateful to him, responding, "Thank you, Senior. After this trip I will definitely express my gratitude for your great kindness." At the place where the Heavenly General fell, he sat up, continuously coughing up blood, and angrily gritted his teeth, saying, "In 1,000 years, I have never been seriously injured, I never expected a mere ant from the celestial realm could wound me like this." As he spoke, he slowly floated up again, pointing at Yi Fan and said, "Little guy, you have some skills, worthy of being my opponent." Yi Fan, on the other hand, looked down on the tiny Heavenly General, sneering as he replied, "You think you are worthy to be my opponent? Even if an immortal came, I would instant kill them, but I am just playing with you. I used only a little strength and have already hurt you like this." Hearing Yi Fan's provoking words, the Heavenly General gritted his teeth in anger, flew higher, and created multiple dazzling rings around him, shouting, "I really gave you face." Yi Fan stood there watching him perform antics, folding his arms and smirking, saying, "Drawing flowers and leaves." The Heavenly General, brimming with energy, quickly descended, attempting to stomp on Yi Fan, shouting, "Die!" But while he was quick, Yi Fan was 10 times faster. He swiftly grabbed the general's leg, exclaiming loudly, "Why use your leg when your arms are free? Here it goes." With that, Yi Fan slammed him straight down to the ground, causing the earth and rocks to crack, enough to show how hard the hit was. However, this Heavenly General remained stubborn and even intended to retaliate against Yi Fan, quickly crawling back up. As he stepped up, he found a pair of long legs blocking his way, and that person was none other than Yi Fan. He rapidly swung a punch into the general's stomach, using the technique of the fierce tiger breaking the mountain, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. At this moment, the buff system also broke free from Yi Fan, excitedly saying, "The fight is amazing." The blue system anxiously asked, "Host, are you okay?" Yi Fan, with an expression full of evil energy, pointed at the blue system and said, "If you dare control my body again next time, I'd rather commit suicide than let you fail that mission." The blue system, in fear, rubbed its hands and pleaded, "Host, I'm really sorry, I will definitely manage the system well and not let it happen again." The heavenly general, having endured this second punch, flew further away than before, taking more damage. He struggled to get up, his body trembling as he said, "Immortal lower world, how can someone be so powerful? Damn it, my dantian is shattered now, and my cultivation is only at the refined chi stage. If not, I would definitely go back to report to the commander-in-chief and destroy this world." But as he sat up, he was startled to see two holes next to him. One was from Steward Liu, and the other was Jia Xiyuan's hole. Suddenly, the heavenly general felt a chill run down his spine, trembling in fear as he thought, "Why do I feel like this is a place of burial? No, I must leave this place as quickly as possible." At that moment, a gunshot rang out, startling him as he looked around in fear. The person was Fei Yi, glaring at the heavenly general sitting below, firmly stating, "Once again, a person came to disturb the master. Why can't there be a bit of pressure created? It's a pity that the master doesn't need me at all." She is leaning on a cane with one hand while aiming a gun straight at the head of the heavenly general. The heavenly general panicked, waving his hands and legs, explaining, "Boss, don't hit me anymore, I am basically just a useless person now, please don't kill me." At that moment, Little Dog and Little Fox were riding on a box that was flying over, saying, "We don't want to kill you, I will use the bed to heal you." Little Fox added, "That's right, we have to be good children and please the master, so we won't be cooked anymore." The heavenly general saw the box that was referred to as a bed, and gasped, "Is that the spirit coffin? If a transformed spirit lies in there, it would take thousands of years. If I go in from refining chi, I would come out as a golden immortal. It might even take tens of thousands of years. This is like a prison. If it opens during the recovery time, the remains will just turn to dust. I beg you, don't put me in that coffin. I am willing to use all the information I have to exchange for this dog's life." The little dog heard that and got angry, growling and asking, "A dog's life?" Heavenly General, afraid, quickly replied, "A human life, a human life." Fei Yi calmly looked at him and said, "First, let's hear what you have to say." Seizing the opportunity, Heavenly General said, "In this lower world, there are indeed traces of the true dragon." Then, after revealing everything he knew, Heavenly General was still locked inside that box by Fei Yi. Inside, Heavenly General shouted, "Let me out, why doesn't it resemble the promise you made earlier at all?" Fei Yi and the two little pets sitting on the box flew away, responding to him, "I never said I would fulfill your request, wait until I capture the true dragon, and then I will release you." At that moment, from a distance, Zi Bing was looking for a way back to the Ziyan sect when she saw Fei Yi. She quickly flew over to Fei Yi and asked, "Hello, do you know which way Ziyan sect is?" Fei Yi looked at Zi Bing and thought, "Purple hair. Just looking at her makes it clear she's from the Ziyan sect." Then she pointed in a direction and said, "Go that way." Hearing this, Zi Bing was extremely happy, laughing as she flew away. "Finally, I found you, thank you very much." On the side of Ziyan sect, Zi Bing had arrived at the place, shouting loudly, "Master." Hearing the call, Ziyun unexpectedly looked outside. Zi Bing quickly rushed in and hugged Ziyun joyfully. Ziyun looked at her in surprise and called out, "Zi Bing." She happily laughed, saying, "Master, it's good that you're fine, I was worried that you would have to send off a white-haired person." Hearing Zi Bing's words, Ziyun pinched her and asked, "When did my hair turn white? When did I send a message? Zi Qing has been back for a long time, why are you just returning now?" Zi Bing smiled awkwardly and explained, "Master, please understand, I accidentally ran all the way to the northern region, that's why I'm back so late." At this moment, Yi Fan was standing aside, noticing Zi Bing's cat. He bent down and playfully poked it. Zi Yun then noticed and introduced it to Zi Bing, saying, "Look, this is your junior brother, a genius of our Zi Yun sect. He is Yi junior brother, right? He looks like a talent." Zi Yun covered her mouth and smiled. "That's right," Zi Qing said the same thing. Yi Fan stopped playing with the cat and turned to ask, "Senior sister, who is Zi Qing that master just mentioned?" Zi Yen replied when asked, "Zi Qing is our second senior sister." Hearing what Zi Yen said, Yi Fan asked in surprise, "So I actually have 3 senior sisters? Why have I never met them before?" Zi Yen said again, "You have only been back in the sect for 2 or 3 months, so it's normal you haven't met her. Even after 18 years in the sect, I have never met second senior sister either. Years ago, after you apprenticed, your family thought you were too young and regretted letting you go, so I could only follow master to the sect and continuously heard him speak about the 2 senior sisters, but until now I have only seen grand senior sister." She remembered that when she and Yi Fan returned to Zi Yun sect together. Yi Fan was surprised at this moment, stood up, furrowed his brows, and looked at Zi Yen saying, "What halo is enveloping? This feeling of existence is so low that even Lan Ling Wang has a higher sense of existence by a margin." Zi Yen listened and looked at Yi Fan, asking, "Who is Lan Ling Wang?" At that moment, a voice spoke up, "Junior sister, junior brother, don't make fun of me anymore, come over here and have some tea." The 2 obediently walked over to the table, each picking up a teacup and responding, "Thank you, senior sister." After a while, Zi Yen suddenly turned her head around, searching and asking, "Oh, where is second senior sister?" Just then, a female disciple rushed in, panicked, and shouted, "Master, it's bad, Master Ma Bian's son from the Xiang sect suddenly broke through to the Aurora stage and is currently leading the entire sect to attack us." Upon hearing the announcement, Zi Yun unexpectedly asked back, "What? Ma Bian's son?" Zi Bing also chimed in, "And he's at the Aurora stage." After a moment, Zi Yun hesitated and said loudly, "Wait, I've known that scoundrel Ma Bian for hundreds of years. When did he have a child? Moreover, the cultivation of this child is higher than that of an elder by 2 or 3 levels, isn't that too unreasonable?" Zi Yun said and then led the way outside, saying, "I'm afraid someone will take the opportunity to cause trouble. All disciples, come with me to take a look." Zi Bing and Zi Yen shouted, "Understood." After saying that, both of them grabbed Yi Fan's clothes and pulled him along, while Yi Fan was too tired to resist and let the 2 senior sisters drag him away. On the side of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the master and the 7th lady were inside a room, looking out at the scenery outside. The 7th lady held a letter in her hand, read it, and then exclaimed in shock, "What? The deputy family master of the Taiyang Xing sect attacked the Ziyun sect under the banner of the Xiang sect." The master also said, "That's right, I was surprised as well. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have given the treasure to Yi Daoist friend." She smiled enigmatically and turned to the 7th lady, saying, "Disciple, go prepare the mount, we will go to the Ziyun sect to lend them a hand." Upon hearing this, the 7th lady joyfully exclaimed, "Understood." The 7th lady left the room, and the master chuckled softly, saying, "In the end, who will the deer die at the hands of? Yi Daoist friend, don't let me down." The disciples on the side of Ma Bian all held swords and daggers, shouting loudly, "Please, young master, avenge the old master. Please, young master, avenge the old master." Ziyun appeared confidently at this moment, coldly responding to them, "Avenge the old master? Why didn't I see any of you the day he died?" In front of her was a young man sitting comfortably in a chair. He was Ma Fun, the current master of the Xiang sect and the deputy master of the Taiyang Xing sect. Yi Fan glanced at him with a frown, while Ma Fun looked at Yi Fan with a somewhat strange expression, thinking to himself that he was the figure causing a stir lately, right? But he seemed more like a mortal. Could it be that he had the skill to conceal his aura? However, he wasn't bad-looking at all. Ziyun then approached and stood in front of Ma Fun, continuing, "The Xiang sect master has no heir. For hundreds of years, he hasn't boasted about anything. Could it be that your young master just jumped out of his mother's womb, or did he crack out of a stone? Therefore, Your young sect master is just a fake. Ma Fan chuckled softly and said, saying such words is not acceptable. How could I possibly forge a false identity? My surname is Ma, so how could the Xiang sect not be my property? At this moment, Zibing raised her hand and angrily replied, is that all it takes to justify your actions? You're just trying to attack our Ziyan sect. Ma Fan glanced at her again and said, your words are sharp, but it doesn't matter. As long as you hand over the treasure of the celestial realm, I will let your Ziyan sect go. Ziyan frowned at his boastful words and asked, you want to take it by force? If you have the ability, break through the great formation of my sect and take it. Ma Fan casually replied, wasting time to irritate them, why should I bother breaking the formation? Is there something suspicious about your great formation? Seeing that he wasn't falling for the trap, Ziyan grimaced in frustration, thinking, I had initially considered using the great formation to attack the opponent and trigger a counterattack, but even if I saw through his intentions, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Zibing stepped forward with her sword, standing in front of Ziyun, and said loudly, Master, why waste words on this kind of demon physical body? Just hit him already. Ziyun cautiously said, Zibing, wait a minute. Ma Fan waved his hand, creating a powerful wave of spiritual energy, proudly snorting, you don't know what life and death are. As the wave of spiritual energy struck down, Ziyun dared not look, her voice trembling as she called out, big senior apprentice. Yi Fan, standing beside her, leaned on his hands and said, Master. He pointed ahead and added, Grand senior sister is fine. Ma Fan was stunned to see Zi being able to withstand the attack and asked in surprise, are you also at Aurora stage? Zibing smirked and retorted, are you afraid? Ziyun watched this scene and felt a pang of sadness, thinking, these two apprentices actually have a higher cultivation level than me, and they're saying such things to their apprentice in front of me. How embarrassing. Ma Fan pulled out an item that looked like a small hairpin and said, even if your sect has 2 Aurora realm members, so what? In front of my celestial magic weapon. He waved his hand, enlarging the magic weapon several times its original size, and proudly continued, how can you possibly have a chance to win? Hello everyone, let's get to the next episode. Zibing looked up at the Ma Fan technique that had just been unleashed and felt cautious. She thought to herself, this person is going all out right from the start, how should I defend myself now? She glanced behind her and saw Yi Fan and Ziyun watching her. Zibing gritted her teeth and thought, I can't run away, otherwise, their master will mock me. On the side of Master 10,000 Beasts sect and her disciple 7th Lady, they were on their way flying to Ziyun's sect to help as per the master's instruction. Unlike the anxious demeanor of 7th Lady, the master intentionally slowed down a bit. A smile seemed to curl on her lips as she said, Ziyun's sect truly has hidden talents, they even have a person at the Aurora stage, but soon there won't be anyone left. 7th Lady grew even more worried upon hearing this. Her eyes fixated below as she called out, Master, we need to quickly assist our sect senior, otherwise, she will die. The master waved her hand and indifferently replied, we can't help, that's a pin made from immortal crushing flower. Once the immortal crushing flower appears, any cultivators below the save lives stage facing it, there will definitely be only death. Although my magic weapon is also a celestial product, its damage is not sufficient. Moreover, with such a long distance, it won't be fast enough. But. Saying that, she looked at Yi Fan standing below, eagerly waiting to see the result. She said, Yi Daoist friend's hand also has the scent of the immortal crushing flower, let's see if he will take it out and use it. Yi Fan was confused and asked the system, why is it the immortal crushing flower? Could it be that she dropped it? The system appeared, frowned, and replied, after checking, it really is. Remembering when the green system and the buff system were talking, the buff system asked the green system when it found time to converse, you still have the mood to talk. Aren't you afraid the host's senior sister will die? The green system replied, of course not, what is there to be afraid of? You should know that during the explanation process, the surrounding environment seems to stop. The buff system asked again, so can we save the host's senior sister? The green system said, of course we have to save her, master, what do you mean by senior sister? They are all considered family to the host. The buff system understood and decisively said, okay, I got it, I'll give the host's senior sister a protective shield, 100 layers of silkworm armor. Meanwhile, Zibing tried to strike back against Ma Fen's attacks, but she was still unharmed, indifferently gathering lightning that looked ready to strike down. Ma Fen laughed triumphantly and said, haha, this is the fate of my enemy, quickly hand over the treasure, or you all can just die. Zi Yan anxiously called out, Grand Senior Sister. Zi Yun, terrified, hugged Yi Fan and cried, hoo, calling, Big Disciple. Yi Fan, feeling powerless, asked the master, Senior Sister has a protective shield, she'll be fine, but master, please ease up a little, or I'm really going to be in trouble. That powerful attack had struck down with a bolt of lightning, but to everyone's surprise, Zi Bing was completely unharmed, and even she wondered, am I, fine? Ma Fen saw her still alive and grinned angrily, asking, why are you still not dead? At this moment, Zi Yun saw that Zi Bing was fine and felt relieved. Misunderstanding Yi Fan's words, he shouted loudly towards Zi Bing, Senior Disciple, don't be afraid. Use all your strength to kill that demon with the physical body. Your precious disciple said it has protected you. Yi Fan listened and was dumbfounded, helplessly thinking, I didn't say that, but it is almost like that. Hearing this, Zi Bing gained more courage, firmly holding the sword in her hand and directing it at Ma Fen, saying to Yi Fan, thank you, Yi junior brother. Then I can confidently fight now. Ma Fen still arrogantly snorted and said, that's just the first attack. I don't believe you can withstand it 10 times, what about 100 times? The master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, flying above, looked at this scene in disbelief and said, this is impossible. Throughout the entire process, he didn't use any spiritual energy or magic weapons, how can he possibly neutralize the attack of the immortal crushing flower? Seventh Lady, sitting behind, was also anxiously watching the situation unfold. The Master System and Seventh Lady hovered above without landing. It immediately alerted Yi Fan, host, someone is watching you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan glanced up and wondered, I don't see anyone, do I? Noticing Yi Fan suddenly looking in her direction, the master felt a bit anxious and thought, why is he suddenly looking this way? No, how could the Aurora stage detect me? How could he? Could it be that his strength is even stronger than I imagined? Recalling Yi Fan's disdainful and sharp gaze directed at her, she worried, with such a cold and lazy look, it feels like he has seen through everything. What is he trying to convey? No, is it because he thinks I'm taking advantage of him? Is he disappointed in an ally like me? Thinking this, she quickly grabbed her disciple's hand and pulled her along. Disciple, we need to hurry and help. Seventh Lady, being dragged, asked in confusion, but didn't you say not to help? The master swooped down quickly and shouted loudly, old thief, how dare you attack our ally, the 10,000 Beasts sect? Ma Fen heard the voice and turned angrily, who is there? Zhen Su, the master, raised the pen he was holding, exuding a powerful pressure as he said angrily, I am Zhen Su, master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, here to assist in the battle. The Seventh Lady also descended from above in a cool manner, saying loudly, I am Si-Tu Liang Liang, the direct disciple of the master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, here to provide support. Ma Fen waved his hand, controlling the immortal crushing flower immortal weapon to strike Zhen Su, saying loudly, Zhen Su. You, an 8th level void shattering realm, have come here to eavesdrop. As the immortal weapon struck Zhen Su, Zi Bing charged forward and blocked it with her sword, saying, don't forget, your opponent is still here. Then, a fierce brawl broke out, with 4 people, 3 women and 1 man, fighting passionately, with neither side willing to back down. They clashed with each other furiously. Zi Yan watched this scene and didn't know what to say, while Zi Yun was extremely excited, pointing towards the battle above and speaking to Yi Fan. Disciple, you're quite impressive, you managed to call the 10,000 Beasts sect to join the battle. Yi Fan, not particularly concerned, covered his mouth and yawned, responding, Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Zi Yan, seeing Yi Fan about to leave, asked, Yi junior brother, where are you going? Yi Fan heard the question, paused, scratched his head and replied, where else can I go? There's nothing to do here, so I'm planning to head to the river to fish a bit, I still need to cook dinner later. With that, Yi Fan picked up his fishing rod and left. At the familiar fishing spot, today another figure appeared, an old man standing there not fishing, just looking up at the Ziyun sect mountain and saying, "When the Ziyun sect was first established, the master was merely a divinity, but now the disciples can fight against heavenly generals. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." At that moment, Yi Fan approached, saw the old man, and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing the question, the old man turned and replied, "We are just casual cultivators, occasionally visiting the Ziyun sect to enjoy this lake." Yi Fan wasn't too concerned and walked over to his familiar chair. He had only been there for 3 months and didn't know the sect's rules well, so he casually said, "Casual cultivators. The master doesn't seem to have opposed this, so it should be fine for us to be here." Suddenly, the old man quickly jumped into the chair where Yi Fan usually sat to fish, grinning with a puzzled look from Yi Fan. When he saw that Yi Fan didn't react, he looked over and asked, "I'm sitting in your spot, little buddy. Aren't you going to say anything?" Yi Fan, not interested, replied, "Sit wherever you want, it doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, the old man looked deeply at Yi Fan and thought to himself, "It doesn't matter where you sit, yet you still philosophize like this. My brothers are always too concerned about their own positions." He imagined a scene where the two were competing for the chair, saying, "This is my seat, I come here every day." He then retorted, "So what? I have been waiting here since 2 o'clock in the morning." Thinking like that, he added, "After all, everyone wants to achieve success and happiness. If you want to achieve more, you have to fight for something, not just not fight or be indifferent." Yi Fan baited the hook and cast it into the water. The old man saw that he was still relaxed and had time to go fishing, and asked, "Are you still fishing? Has the danger of the Ziyun sect been resolved?" Yi Fan replied, "Not yet, it seems they are still fighting." Hearing this, the old man frowned slightly and said to Yi Fan, "Yet you still have the heart to play. I observed as I passed by and found that the opponents are at the cultivation aurora stage, with a magic weapon from an immortal in hand. Your senior sister will definitely die." Hearing him say this, Yi Fan remained even more indifferent and replied, "I am just a mortal, useless there. Moreover, my senior sister cannot lose." Hearing his response, the old man spoke out with concern, "Your senior sister is just an ordinary aurora, how could she, Could it be that little friend has some extraordinary tricks up his sleeve?" Yi Fan was also too lazy to talk to him and simply replied, "Just say it has something to do with me." Hearing this, he did not say anything further, but looked at Yi Fan and thought to himself, "I almost forgot, he is the one who defeated the heavenly general. It seems he has many tricks up his sleeve as well. If I could share my predicament with him." No matter what, I am still a Wu Hua immortal, asking for help from a junior would be too shameful. After thinking this, he devised a plan and said, "Little friend, I have a story to share. Do you have time to listen?" Yi Fan replied, "Go ahead, fishing is just a way to kill time." Upon hearing this, he began to recount, "I had a friend who was once a prince." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan thought, everyone has friends in life. He continued, "When he was 13 years old, he killed his brothers to ascend the throne. At 15, he fought against the northern invaders. At 20, he unified the country. At 22, he was enlightened by an immortal and abdicated in favor of his junior cousin. At 100 years old, Aurora enters. At 1000 years old, he saves lives, but when he ascended, he was injured by the heavenly general and could no longer break through. Little friend, do you think my friend has suffered?" Yi Fan listened to the story in one go and suggested to him, "If the body is fine, then it must be a mental problem, so you should find a psychologist for treatment." Upon hearing the term psychologist, he was astonished and said, "A psychologist? Is that a villain, or is it a creature from legend?" Yi Fan was stunned for a few seconds and thought to himself, "I forgot, in this world of cultivating immortals, this profession does not exist." Then, Yi Fan proposed another solution and said, "Do you want me to help your friend? I have a method that I want to practice a bit, but I must remind you, it may not be effective, so come back in a few days." Hearing this, he replied, "Then I will visit you another day." After a while, the sky gradually filled with dark clouds, and Yi Fan looked up and thought, "Is it going to rain? It's still better to head back." The rain has started to fall, and at this moment, Li Mingbai suddenly appeared from somewhere, holding an umbrella to shield him from the rain, calling out, "Yi senior brother, what a coincidence, I just came to deliver vegetables to you." Yi Fan looked at Li Mingbai in surprise and said, "What a coincidence. How is the situation with the sect battle? How much longer will it go on? I need to cook a bit late, or else the food will get cold." Li Mingbai replied cheerfully, "It's over now. I heard that something about the horse manure running away, not even a hair of senior sister Zi Bing was hurt." The two of them went back together, and Yi Fan responded, "Senior sister is indeed really strong." On the other side, after that battle, Zhensu Master and Zi Yun were inside the sect talking to each other. Zhensu Master told Zi Yun, "Daoist friend Zi Yun, do you know that the immortal hairpin that your eldest disciple has obtained is one of the magic weapons left by a powerful celestial? 50 years ago, Ma Fun and I fought in an auction for that immortal hairpin, and it went up to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones." Zi Yun was astonished, her mouth agape as she listened to Zhensu Master. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Or should I sell them to you? Master Zhensu wiped his brow lightly and replied, "Daoist friend Zi Yun is indeed practical. That immortal left behind at least 5 immortal artifacts, and your sect has already possessed 2 of them. Why not strive to find the remaining 3 artifacts to strengthen the sect?" Zi Yun, hearing this, expressed regret, "2 already." Master Zhensu continued, "The celestial pouch is in the hands of Yi Daoist friend here." Just then, Yi Fan and Li Mingbai walked in. Yi Fan asked, "Master, isn't Grand Senior Sister and the others here?" Seeing Yi Fan enter, Zi Yun hurriedly approached and asked, "They have gone to rest, and it's just me and Master Zhen here. By the way, my dear precious disciple, is the pouch really in your hands?" Yi Fan, surprised, replied, "Oh, but I don't have it with me." Zi Yun anxiously asked, "You don't? Or have you given it to someone else?" Yi Fan answered curtly, "It was a celestial." Zi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what she heard. The miracle that appeared that day, was it the celestial being? "Why didn't you tell me?" Yi Fan was at a loss for words with her master and replied, "Oh, you didn't ask, did you?" Zi Yun heard Yi Fan and frowned, saying, "Important things need to be told to the master, understand? It's common sense." Yi Fan quickly responded to satisfy her master, "I know, master, I'll tell you next time." Zhensu Master, with the intention to seduce, moved closer to Yi Fan and asked softly, "Yi Daoist friend, don't you think my performance today can be considered the best ally of the Zi Yun sect?" Yi Fan did not respond to that question but looked at her and said, "This wound is quite deep, it needs to be treated immediately." Hearing this, Zhensu Master smiled faintly and thought to herself, "It seems I have captivated him, indeed, no man can resist my beauty." However, contrary to her thoughts, Yi Fan coldly glanced at Li Mingbai and said, "Li junior brother, please take Shen Daoist friend to the living room to rest and receive treatment." Li Mingbai replied, "Sure." Zhensu Master, hearing this, looked puzzled and asked, "Huh?" A moment later, Li Mingbai led Zhensu Master away. As he walked, he laughed and said, "The lounge is in that area, your disciple is also there. If you need food delivered, you just need to find an outsider disciple wearing clothes like mine." Zhensu Master, upon hearing this, did not pay much attention and was only concerned about Yi Fan's attitude earlier. "This time, I've helped Zi Yun sect a lot, but Yi Daoist friend didn't show any sympathy and even asked an outsider disciple to take me back to the lounge to rest. Wait, this outsider disciple has actually reached Yuaning Peak. Are these 2 actually stronger than Zi Yun Zhenren? Ah, I understand now, this person is a trusted aide of Yi Daoist friend, while that master is weak and foolish, likely just a puppet supported by Yi Daoist friend." Looking up at the sky, they unexpectedly saw a dragon soaring amid the incessant thunderclouds. Upon seeing it, Zhensu Master and Li Mingbai exclaimed in shock, true dragon. Over here, the little dog is trying hard to annoy the true dragon by climbing all over it, saying, hee, you can't catch me." The true dragon, fuming with rage, opened its huge mouth and yelled, "You will die." But suddenly, several gunshots rang out, piercing 3 large holes into its body, causing it to scream in pain. The little fox looked up and then told Fei Yi, who was aiming to shoot some more, "Sister Fei Yi, your head has been knocked to the side. Fei Yi disdainfully looked at the true dragon and said, what kind of dragon head is that? It's just a treasure, we can take it all back for our master to refine. The little fox, hearing this, cheerfully replied, so that's how it is. The true dragon overheard Fei Yi and furrowed its brow, cursing silently, damn it, her magic weapon is too powerful, I can't pretend to be down like this. Thinking this, it wriggled and charged straight up, breaking a large hole in the cave to escape outside. Fei Yi saw this and quickly shouted, oh no, it's trying to run, hurry up and chase it. Saying that, she, along with the little dog and fox, swiftly jumped onto the coffin to chase after the true dragon. The heavenly general lay inside the coffin, feeling extremely restless, and shouted, hey, I told you, if you find the true dragon, you have to release me. Fei Yi did not pay much attention and replied, oh, wait until I catch it, then we'll talk. Hearing this, the heavenly general screamed, untrustworthy woman, you've deceived me again. The true dragon flew towards the Ziyun sect, with thunder and lightning striking continuously. Zhensu Master, standing below, anxiously said, this is bad. The true dragon lost its balance and crashed straight down to the ground, causing a significant disturbance, with dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust and rubble settled, it lay right in front of Zhensu Master and Li Mingbai, tears streaming down its face as it pleaded, human cultivator, please spare my life, I am willing to form a pact with the empresses. Zhensu Master, feeling bewildered, asked, with me? The true dragon, still with tears flowing, answered, indeed. Hearing its confirmation, Zhensu Master frowned and thought, no wonder there was suddenly heavy rain at the Ziyun sect, it turns out there is a true dragon that can summon rain and wind. This is one of the strongest spirit beasts in the world. If it is possible to bind it in a covenant with humanity, then it is likely that the opponent, the immortal from the upper world, should also be considered. This hot potato cannot be obtained anymore. Thinking this, she smiled brightly at it and said, I'm sorry, I have already formed memories with many spirit beasts, and the remaining spiritual energy is not enough to establish a covenant. How about I help you make a covenant with this young man? The cost would only be a piece of protective heart unicorn. Li Mingbai was suddenly thrown a hot potato and was left confused, not understanding what was happening. After a while, he finally reacted and shouted, what? I can actually take this big dragon as a spiritual pet. Upon hearing this request, the true dragon hesitated a bit. Well, Zhensu Master came forward and whispered to the true dragon, he's just at the nascent soul stage. Even if he can't overcome this danger, you can still break the covenant yourself, right? The true dragon nodded and replied, oh, I see. Then it's a burden for you, Zhensu Master said, just leave it to me. At this point, Fei Ye's group also descended with an unidentified flying object. She stepped down from the box and looked around and said, where is True Dragon? Why did it suddenly disappear like this? Little Dog quickly barked, woof woof, pointing ahead, saying it was right in front. Fei Yi held the gun and looked forward, where Zhensu Master and Li Mingbai were. She frowned, thinking, how dare someone steal from my master, it's truly despicable. Is this the person who hunted my spiritual pet? Truly despicable, she continued to think. And there's another Yuan Ying, why did she force True Dragon to sign a contract with this person? At this moment, Zhensu Master silently thought, forget it, at least we got the protective heart unicorn, that's not a loss. Little Fox then jumped down, approached Li Mingbai, and said, Fei Yi elder sister, this person seems to be the junior brother of our master. Little Dog also confirmed by running up and sniffing around, Fox junior sister is right, there's something stuffed in his pants that belongs to our master. Fei Yi heard this and sprayed glue on the spot, staring wide-eyed at him. Li Mingbai hurriedly waved his hands in denial, saying, you are the spiritual pet of Yi's senior brother. Oh no, that's not right, you are a stupid dog. Don't go sniffing around anymore. Master Zhensu imagined the item inside Li Mingbai's pants and said, is it something stuffed inside the owner's body? Thinking about it, she chuckled and covered her mouth, asking, are you really playing that big with your Yi Daoist friend? Li Mingbai quickly responded, that's not what you think. Fei Yi then laughed heartily and said to Li Mingbai, so you are the junior brother of Yi's senior brother? It was just a misunderstanding. Li Mingbai didn't think much of it and waved his hand, saying, sorry, this true dragon has a contract with me, should I break the contract and return it to you? Fei Yi waved her hand and said, it's okay, I can use the things in the coffin to refine. The heavenly general was shocked and yelled in panic, while the true dragon also screamed in fear, I don't want to meet that woman again. At this moment, Master Zhensu was standing outside, watching Fei Yi and Li Mingbai talk, and after a few seconds of daze, she thought, damn it, it seems I have lost a dragon. Yi Fan stood on the high floor of the sect, looking down at the rain outside and thinking, what should I do to help my elder brother? Oh right, a friend from a past life gave me the recipe for honeyflower wine and soft drinks. I have also had a few cups, it was really great. When it comes to making wine, borrowing equipment from the alchemy pavilion would be more appropriate, as they have a large quantity and a spacious area as well. Having thought of this, Yi Fan went straight away. He headed to the alchemy pavilion in the sect. Inside, there were no lights, so the whole room was filled with darkness. Yi Fan called out, Second Elder, are you there? I've come to borrow some equipment, Second Elder. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Yi Fan. The Second Elder lunged in from behind, hugged Yi Fan around the neck, and said with a creepy laugh, finally, I found my chance. So soft and comfortable, I really like this. Yi Fan heard her words and was stunned, his face showing clear confusion. The Second Elder began to caress Yi Fan's face and, noticing he looked like a little cartoon cat, said, a little kitten like you was born to be played with by your elder sister. Yi Fan was puzzled and asked, a cat? Second Elder, what do you think I look like, huh? She didn't respond but intended to approach and kiss Yi Fan, saying, which one should I kiss? Yi Fan struggled hard, pushing her face away and shouting, Second Elder, why do you look like your grandfather? Did you take the wrong medicine? With no other way out, Yi Fan screamed, System, save me. The system cheerfully appeared and asked, what's wrong, host? This is the first time you've called for me. Do you need my help? Facing the system and a Second Elder with a twisted face, Yi Fan said, no, wait, I just realized that if I die, you should find another host to cause trouble with. The system, listening, held its head and yelled, in times like this, can you not say that? The buff system appeared and enlightened the green system, are you stupid? Why save the host? Who knows, maybe a little host will come along next year. The enlightened green system said, it's too unprofessional for a son to inherit his father's system, but I kind of like it. Yi Fan was at a loss with the imagination of the two reporting systems, shouting, don't even think about it. Ziyun was sitting in the study, her eyelids twitching constantly, causing her to frown and think, that's strange, why is my right eyelid twitching? The left means fortune, the right means misfortune. Thinking this way, she quickly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, oh no, my disciple is in trouble. The Second Elder imagined Yi Fan as a cat, petting and hugging her in every way, saying, let me kiss you one more time, then I'll take you to eat dried fish. Ziyun, along with Master Zhensu and her disciple, Seventh Lady, burst in through the door asking, Second Elder, have you seen my precious disciple anywhere? But unexpectedly, the scene before her eyes was both Yi Fan and the Second Elder lying on the ground, intimately piled on top of each other. Seeing Ziyun walk in, Yi Fan hurriedly said, Master, you're here already? Within 2 seconds, Ziyun's anger erupted like a roaring lion as she shouted, Fang Yuan, what are you doing with my precious disciple? The Second Elder found it hard to endure and said, of course it smells nice, just touch it and that's all. Ziyun ran over and teased the Second Elder, shouting, smell your own head. The Second Elder still had a blank look and asked, Master, what happened? Zhensu Master stood aside, unable to help but chuckle at the scene. He said, no wonder Yi Daoist friend doesn't want to leave Ziyun sect. Then, she silently rejoiced, thinking, this time I have to behave well, I can't miss this opportunity. No, I should take this chance to turn Yi Taoist's raw rice into cooked rice. The Seventh Lady stood by, not understanding what was going on, her expression shifting through various shades as she observed the situation. Then, she took out a pair of binoculars and analyzed the current situation as if it were true. it turns out Yi Senior only likes big breasts, they are taking advantage of this to force Yi Senior to become a star slave. Zhensu Master, hearing her say this, asked in confusion, star slave? Where did you learn this term? Zhensu Master seized the opportunity to jump into this chaotic situation and exclaimed, no matter what. Ziyun Daoist friend, I have come here to lend you a hand. Ziyun was fiercely fighting and, hearing this, turned around in annoyance and said, this is a matter within my sect, outsiders should not interfere. Seventh lady also jumped in passionately and exclaimed, I cannot allow you all to continue occupying Yi Senior. Seeing this, the second elder questioned, if you want to pet a cat, just say it. Why does it have to lead to a fight? The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and all four were fighting fiercely. It was at this point that the second elder panicked and shouted, stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Yi Fan was released and looked bewildered at the unbalanced battle. Items were flying overhead, causing Yi Fan to feel frustrated and say, it's such a headache. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come to the alchemy pavilion alone. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted past Yi Fan's nose, and he curiously thought, why does it smell like sauce? The fight among the four finally came to an end, all four were in disarray, their clothes tattered, and they were gasping for breath as they lay sprawled on the ground. The ingredients that were thrown to the ground had special flavors, with scents named spring pond water, dried autumn dew, delightful essence, heavenly 9-flower dew, and heavenly 1000-year honey. Yi Fan bent down to pick them up and examine them, then said, the flavor is almost identical to the top quality stuff I drank back then. If mixed correctly, it could restore that fine wine. After saying this, he took the ingredients and left. The seventh lady, in pain, collapsed and cried out for help, Senior, save me. Yi Fan walked out without looking back, saying, you all can entertain yourselves, I have important matters to attend to. The seventh lady, as if her soul were leaving her body, desperately yelled, I want to be subdued now, I am no longer angry. On a dark night a fortnight later, at the Pioneer of Jade, Ma Fun sneaked into the Ziyun sect, chuckling to himself, the people of the 10,000 Beasts sect have finally left, finding the immortal hairpin will be much easier. He quickly went inside and turned everything upside down, thinking in confusion, strange. Where have the girls of the Ziyun sect hidden their immortal hairpin? No way, today if I can't turn this place upside down, I won't give up. In a corner, by the table, beside a ceramic jar standing there boldly, upon seeing it, Ma Fun walked over and lifted the lid off it. They wouldn't hide something in a place like this, would they? Damn, it smells really good, should I take a sip to see what it's like? Saying that, he couldn't resist the tempting aroma and took several big gulps. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the old man were heading towards the Pioneer of Jade. The old man, following Yi Fan, asked curiously, little friend, can you tell me what the plan for assistance is? My friend is getting a bit impatient while waiting. Yi Fan reassured him, saying, don't worry, the longer the wine is kept, the better it gets, in fact, it should be aged for at least half a year. Hearing this, the old man found it confusing and asked, wine? Isn't the solution of the little friend just to drink wine? As they were walking, they suddenly heard someone shouting and laughing smugly, I must stand at the top of this world, making everyone bow down to me. Yi Fan turned around to look, then frowned as he assessed that voice. It was indeed the laugh of a standard villain with dreamy airs. I wonder who is in my house right now. Let me go check it out. Over here, Ma Fun was in a state as if under the influence of drugs, laughing to himself with his disheveled clothes looking quite confusing. The old man at this moment, along with Yi Fan, had rushed towards the source of the sound to take a look. When he saw Ma Fun, he slightly frowned and said, Taiyang Xing sect. Why did he suddenly come to Ziyun sect like this? At this moment, Ma Fun heard the noise and turned around, pretending to be delicate as he chuckled lightly and said, hey, stinky man, that also belongs to me. The old man didn't say much to him and directly unleashed his spiritual energy. Ma Fun huffed and also revealed his true chi, saying, do you dare to be disrespectful to me? If I can't bring you down today, I'll change my name to Horse Dung. The old man frowned as he assessed the situation and thought to himself, save lives realm. No, it's just his potential. Ma Fun raised his hand, creating a pressure of great power, and sneered. The old man said nothing, only took a defensive stance against his attack. Their strikes collided, creating a massive explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. After a while, Manhwa successfully logged out to the 10 directions of the Buddhas, leaving behind a large bloodstain on the wall. The old man looked down at the jar lying on the ground and said, "Strange, he only has aurora, so why is he exuding the pressure of the Save Lives realm? And he reeks of alcohol too." Yi Fan bent down to pick up the jar, understanding the reason, and said, "No wonder that man was so shameless, it turns out he came to secretly drink the wine I brewed." Upon hearing about the wine, the old man became excited, approached, and asked, "Wine? Little friend, if there's any leftover wine, why not give it to me?" Yi Fan looked inside the jar and replied, "That's impossible, the wine is still too strong. It has only been brewed for a little over 10 days and doesn't have enough time to reach its optimal flavor." Hearing this, the old man couldn't believe it and thought, "Isn't this the best?" After drinking, the power of Manhwa could almost be compared to that of the Save Lives realm. "If I drink it, can I gain the strength of a celestial or a golden immortal for a short time?" Thinking of this, he knelt down, tears brimming, and prayed, "Little friend, I want to drink your wine." Yi Fan saw that he was being overly emotional and said, "If you want it, just drink it. Good wine should never be worried about being too late to drink." In a small corner somewhere, the green system was seriously questioning the buff system. "Buff system, did you drink the wine and do something?" The buff system replied, "No, I've been very honest lately." The green system still had doubts and asked, "Then how come the host's wine has such strong effects?" Hearing this, the buff system rubbed its chin and said, "Could it be that the effects of this wine aren't strong, but stimulate the drinker's activity, like a type of stimulant?" While the two were talking, a dark shadow slowly approached, looking at the two systems in front of it and said, "Stimulants, huh? That's an interesting description. We also really need that." The two systems have only seen someone noticing us in a panic asking, "Who are you? Why can you see us?" The buff system suspiciously said, "How do you see my system?" The green system, dripping with sweat, replied loudly, "No, he is the one who holds a different system." Suddenly, the green system was attacked by something, a red system resembling a mushroom, pointing at the buff system and saying, "Finally found it, host, she is the one at the final settlement," increasing the power of the system holder by 75%. The injured blue system struggled to speak, "Growth system? What nonsense are you saying?" "Her." The red system laughed mockingly, "Haha, no wonder it's an inferior system, it doesn't even know the function of its own subsystem, truly a useless person." The host of that system looked down, saw Yi Fan standing below, and attacked, saying, "That person is its host, go die for me." Hearing this, the green system also charged down, shouting, "You can't harm my host." Saying that, the green system teleported to intercept his attack, and a notification from within the system sounded automatically. Using the time bullet, Ting automatically used the level 9 flower shield button. Yi Fan at this moment also noticed behind him and called, "System." The old man who was talking to Yi Fan at this moment also frowned and looked around. Who wants to ambush little friend?" The man in black snorted and said, "Blocked." The green system at this moment pointed at the red system, reporting, "Host, let's hurry and work together, the other hosts want to kill that person." Yi Fan casually looked at the system and asked, "Other hosts? Aren't they actors you invited?" The system quickly replied, "No." The man in black flew high above, looked down at Yi Fan, smiled with amusement, and said, seeing a change and not afraid, "It seems to be a very brave host, I should also show some strength." The old man spread his hands and cautiously said, "Little friend, be careful, this person is very strong." The man in black raised his hand to make a fighting pose and loudly said, "Transform." The red system next to him announced, "Brave knight logging in, please prepare for battle." The man in black gradually transformed, counting down for the transformation, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, transform. Seeing his host transformed, the red system reminded him, "Host, we are illegal immigrants, remember that we cannot kill the indigenous people." He responded to the red system's reminder, "Got it." Noticing his transformation was no different from a superhero, Yi Fan excitedly said, "That's amazing." The blue system was at a loss with the host and anxiously shouted, "Host, is this really the time to watch a play? If we don't fight back, we will die together. The old man rushed forward and threw a punch, frowning as he said, "Little friend, let me test the opponent's strength first." But with just one blow, the old man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby mountain. The red system smugly said to the blue system, "See, inferior system, this is my host's strength." The blue system was furious and gritted his teeth, screaming, "You're just relying on having a host that listens to you. Also, you just said you can't kill the indigenous people, so that means you are a black household, right?" Hearing the term black household, the red system exploded in anger and retorted, "Damn it, don't call me a black household. Host, help me kill it, I will give you a great Houthien hammer." The other person chuckled lightly and said, "Sounds good." He unleashed a very powerful purple spiritual energy and said, "So now, I will make you and your host vanish from this world right now." He split into many different figures and charged down, shouting, "Die." The green system was in a defensive state against the enemy and instructed, "Host, please be careful." Yi Fan indifferent replied, "If he has the ability, then let him kill me." At this moment, the green system turned around, searching for someone, and said, "Wait a moment, where is the buff system?" Unable to find the buff system, it took the initiative to rush forward, creating Bao Tin that leaned to counter, but the green system was quickly knocked back. The host snorted in disdain and said, "This is the outcome that opposes me." The green system lay weakly on the ground, whining, "It hurts so much, my blood over 2 million has just wiped out 300,000 in one go, those 300,000. Yet, its host nonchalantly asked, "Oh, how much does it hurt?" The host had already beaten the green system to the ground but was still not satisfied and said, "Damn, this system is really powerful. Even if you resist being hit, what does it matter? In front of me, you might endure 7 or 8 times, but can you survive the 10th time?" He pressed a red card wrapped in dark energy and continued, "I have many more attack tactics, and this moment is just the beginning, haha." At that moment, a wisp of spiritual energy lightly swept through, cutting the card in his hand into 2 pieces, causing him to ask in confusion, "What? Ice talisman?" The prodigal system appeared out of nowhere, coldly stating, "Where did this fake come from? Dare to bully the regulars and even my junior?" Beside her was the buff system, who had run off to seek help amidst the chaos, and at this moment, the buff system also nodded in agreement. The green system, tearfully rushing in, asked, "Prodigal system, are you here to save me?" The prodigal system growled in anger, recalling the previous transaction, and snapped, "Save your sister. Hurry up and return the luck points you owe." The green system, upon hearing this, laughed and replied, "I've spent them all." Hearing this, the prodigal system bared its teeth in frustration and asked, "Really? Do you always cause me trouble like this? You even harmed the previous host of the prodigal system, I almost got killed. Being with you is as exhausting as living with a mother." Not knowing how to respond, the system quickly called out, "Host, the subsystem, do you hear that? From now on, she will be our mother." The prodigal system, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Hey, call it correctly." Yi Fan, standing to the side, was speechless. The guy had already transformed, yet he was being ignored, and he said to the black household system, "Do you really dare to ignore me? She's a high-level system, we don't know her true power." The black household system showed some hesitation towards the prodigal system and stepped back. "She can take down 10 people like me, there's no way to escape. If she weren't bound by the host, she might have a chance to ambush." Hearing that, he boldly raised his sword and said, "Then let's strike first to gain the upper hand and give her no time to react." The black household system also took a risk and frowned, saying, "All right host, I will maximize all your attributes." The system said this and then continuously leveled him up, upgrade to supersonic speed, grant divine protection, high-level energy shield, equip ice armor, and master 10 types of weapons. He stepped into the air and charged towards Yi Fan, saying, "Let's go, cover me." The black household responded with enthusiasm, "Understood." Watching him fly in from the distance, the prodigal system simply looked at him and sneered, saying, "There is an unspoken understanding between the master and the servant." Saying that, she created a bottomless spatial rift. He could only shout, "Danger, before plunging straight into that void, into a pitch-black space with darkness all around. He looked around in confusion, and the black household spoke up to ask him, "Where is this place?" He also asked the system, "How do we get out now?" A voice echoed from nowhere, "You can't get out." A line of text appeared above reading, "Super Disaster Domain, no entry." The black household system looked at the text and suddenly exclaimed, "Is it a super disaster domain? Is it a system even stronger than the central system? Why are we suddenly encountering this kind of system?" The prodigal system scoffed and said to the black household, "Of course, it's because you wasted the material system arbitrarily." The other guy, confused, said, "Is that really a reason?" The prodigal system waved its hand down at them, saying, "Untransform yourself, you knight of the disaster star." After a while, from that space, the prodigal system grabbed the collar of that guy with one hand and held the black household's head with the other, pulling them out, and said, "The trouble has been resolved." The green system quickly ran over to flatter the prodigal system, saying, "No wonder it's a humanoid system, its power is much stronger than ours. You are our goddess." Hearing this, the prodigal system became amused and said, "I like listening to that, say a little more." Yi Fan stood beside, looking at the two systems in front of him, not knowing what to say. The prodigal system turned to Yi Fan and asked with a smile, "You are Yi Fan, right? How have you progressed with your master?" "There's a host nearby named Yi Feng, he has 2 children with Master Lu Qian Shui." Yi Fan frowned and replied, "Why do you care about my matters? My master and I are very innocent." The prodigal system chuckled and said, "The host from Xiao Yu's side is also quite pure with her master. Do you want me to help you reach the peak of your life? As long as you are bound to me, even the goddess of creation, I can help you obtain her." The green system growled in anger, running out to stand in front of Yi Fan and said, "Prodigal system, you are really cruel, how dare you dig into my territory, the host belongs to me alone." Yi Fan turned to leave, annoyed and uninterested in talking to the systems in front of him. "Get lost, I don't want any of you." The prodigal system expressed disappointment and said, "What a pity." Then she looked after Yi Fan's retreating figure and thought, "In this life, there is actually someone who rejects me, he is really a troublesome man. When I get back, I need to investigate this thoroughly." The black household was cast aside, glancing around and planning to escape, thinking, "No one is paying attention to me now, this is a great opportunity to flee. Sorry, host, I don't want to be destroyed by the central system." The buff system noticed the black household and saw it trying to run away, shouting, "Oh no, it's trying to escape." The black household tore apart the space with its hand and smugly said, "You think you can catch me? It's too late." The prodigal system merely glanced at it without even blinking and simply said, "Time stop." Immediately, the space became still, and no one could move. The black household system was caught and lay in the hands of the prodigal system, questioning life, saying, "How did you do that? Why am I in your hands?" The green system shared the same confusion, asking, "Wow, how did you accomplish that? With just a glance, it's already in your hands." Prodigal system laughed aloud. "That's the secret, aren't you great at escaping? Yet you dare to abandon your host." Black household, in fear, spoke up to threaten her. "You can't kill me, I want to file a report with the main arbiter system." Prodigal system scoffed and said, "What report?" Then, it directly tore black household in half with its bare hands. In the midst of buff system and green system's fear, she presented a chip in front of them and said, "This is for you." Hearing this, green system happily asked, "Oh, is it a chip? Are you treating me so well? Getting its data will help you and your host pay off your debts in the future," she replied. Green system shouted, "Don't mention the debts anymore." Yi Fan left, pondering, the system is really unreliable, even with a hidden host, it will ultimately betray you at the crucial moment. Prodigal system pulled the host into the space and said, "I'll take this time crosser back first. If there are any issues, you can speak to me." The cheerful green system replied, "I know, mother." The prodigal system roared, "Do not call me mother." A few minutes later, Yi Fan approached the old man who had fallen, poking him with his finger and saying, "Wake up, the floor is cold, you will catch a cold. The old man trembled and looked at Yi Fan, asking, what about that powerful great force? Where has he gone? Yi Fan replied, the matter has been resolved, and he will not return. Hearing this, the old man became even more panicked and asked, who did it? Who is it? Is there another strong one at the Ziyin sect? Somewhere, there were extremely terrifying eyes peering through a narrow crack. This morning, the disciples of the Ziyin sect gathered to discuss various matters. Hey, have you all heard? The 10,000 Beasts sect has tampered with the demon beast's meat. Out of 10 pounds of meat, there are actually only 4 or 5 pounds. Now more than half of the meat storage is gone. That can't be, another disciple exclaimed, feeling indignant. Doesn't the Grand Elder know about this? Surely the management has a reason to cover it up, another disciple panicked and shouted, gesturing wildly. This is all nonsense. Last night I got up to use the bathroom, and I saw a monster over 30 meters tall at the gate of the sect. Another disciple expressed disbelief and countered, you're just making things up. If it's true, I'll cut off my head for you. A monster that big sneaking into the sect to steal meat? Isn't that ridiculous? A week later, at Pioneer of Jade, Yi Fan was a bit surprised when he heard Ziyun say, are you saying the reserve of demon beasts meat has hit rock bottom? Ziyun replied, that's right, ever since the reserve of demon beasts meat decreased. Currently, every day the disciples complain, saying that without meat, they are not happy, and not having meat to eat is no different from dying. The old man had somehow entered the Pioneer of Jade, leaning against the doorframe and interjecting, little friend, I have checked. For the past few days, there have absolutely been no strangers entering or leaving the sect, and the meat of the demon beasts has disappeared for no reason. It is very likely a scheme of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Ziyun looked outside, confused by him, thinking to herself, who is this person? Why are there always unknown individuals appearing beside the treasured disciple? Yi Fan was at his wit's end, thinking about grilled dishes, and said, if there isn't enough demon beast meat, then the barbecue will have to be postponed for a few days. The voice of Master Jinsu echoed in from outside, continuing, today, the 10,000 Beasts sect is delivering goods. Master Jinsu peeked in, smiling brightly and calling out, Ye Daoist friend, I am back again. The seventh lady also happily said, Senior, it's been a long time. Yi Fan only apathetically replied with one word, day. In contrast to Yi Fan's indifferent expression, Ziyun was extremely furious and shouted, Jin Master, are you all in such a hurry? Why haven't you notified me and the Ziyin sect yet? Are you here to deliver the goods directly? Don't tell me you don't have anyone working for you. Jinsu Master tilted his head slightly and replied with a smile, Daoist friend, don't joke. After all, I am a master, so I naturally have a purpose for my visit. Behind them, seventh lady quickly vanished inside and stood before Yi Fan. She presented a small bag and said, Senior, I have something I want to give you. Yi Fan took it and asked curiously, what is this? Seventh lady replied, this is a protective talisman I made myself. Yi Fan seemed quite pleased and responded, Ziyun was no longer jealous of the master, nor of Jinsu Master's disciple, to the point of her eyes blazing with anger, thinking, little brat, using such a poor method of giving gifts. Ziyun was unable to contain her irritation and turned to Jinsu to ask directly, Jin Master, what is going on? If this is just about your disciple delivering a protective talisman, then please leave quickly. The old man was still there, paying attention to the two talking. Jinsu Master calmly replied with a light smile, actually, there is a bit of a matter, it's just related to the Daliang kingdom. My disciple, Si Tu Liang Liang, originally intended to marry 7th Prince Daliang. As a result, she ended up breaking off the engagement. If that's the case, it's easy to resolve. Although the Daliang kingdom nurtures a number of cultivators, it is fundamentally still a mortal dynasty and wouldn't dare to touch our sect. Later, it was discovered that there was once an emperor of Daliang who embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. He had completed saved lives and even achieved enlightenment and ascended, and has recently returned to the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the old man revealed a cryptic smile. Seeing this, Yi Fan curiously asked, Brother, what are you laughing about? In fact, he was the immortal cultivating emperor, the ancestor of Liang, who had just returned to the eastern wilderness after overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Master Zhensu continued, if one day he comes to rally against the 10,000 beasts sect of ours, it would be a huge problem. Ziyun looked at Master Zhensu and asked plainly, isn't this something your disciple brought upon herself? Why come to Ziyun's sect at all? Addressing the main issue, Master Zhensu turned to Yi Fan and said, of course, I will ask Yi Daoist friend for help. Hearing his name, Yi Fan was puzzled, huh? What can I help with? Zhensu said again, the strength of Yi Daoist friend can be said to be the strongest in the lower world. As long as Yi Daoist friend follows me to Daliang, I believe everything will definitely be resolved easily. Yi Fan, with a face of annoyance and indifference, replied, but I don't want to go out. The seventh lady looked at Yi Fan with sparkling eyes and asked, Senior, could you really bear to let me be forced to marry a man in his 40s or 50s? Yi Fan was somewhat at a loss for words when he heard her, unsure of how to respond. Ziyun, with thousands of years behind him, thought after hearing the seventh lady, isn't 40 or 50 years old still very young? Master Zhensu continued to persuade, let Yi Daoist friend go, if something happens to Liang, Yi Daoist friend may experience heart demon tribulation. At this moment, the old man also approached, putting his arm around Yi Fan and saying, little friend, I am quite familiar with Daliang. It is truly wonderful there, with many beautiful bustling scenes and cultural wonders. And many delicious dishes as well, taking a trip to Daliang is not a bad idea. Yi Fan heard many people talking and was a bit swayed, stroking his chin and saying, indeed, it has been a long time since I went out to have fun. Zhensu, having achieved his intention, smiled broadly and said, Yi Daoist friend, then let's make it decided. Ziyun, seeing this, felt her anger double, thinking to herself, how annoying, trying to use the heart demon tribulation to tempt my precious disciple, but I can't refuse, there are too many trivial matters in the sect, and I can't help anything by going to Daliang. What should I do? Zibing walked in from outside carrying a tray of tea, smiling and asking, have the friends from the 10,000 Beasts sect arrived? As soon as Ziyun saw Zibing enter, she felt like she had found a lifeline and quickly grabbed her, saying, Senior disciple, you've come at the right time, let's go to Daliang with junior brother. Zibing stared at Ziyun in confusion. Ziyun scolded Zibing in a low voice, making her expression blank, Senior disciple, do you still remember the matter that I have been looking forward to? Zibing quickly understood her master's intention and responded. The disciple ensures that he will not let down the mission. Ziyun feels somewhat relieved and then turns to Yi Fan, saying, Disciple, if you can't hold out in Daliang, remember to come back early. Yi Fan helplessly replies, I understand, Master. On the day they are to go to Daliang, aboard the flying ship, Yi Fan is already feeling bored and dejected as he leans against the ship's railing, thinking, I want to go back to the Ziyun sect. Zibing notices this and comes over to ask, Little junior brother, why does your face look so bad? Are you perhaps poisoned? Master Zhensu also asks with concern, is it because Daoist friend Yi is not well? The seventh lady, worried, asks, Senior, is there anything I can do to help you? The blue system appears, laughing heartily, and explains the situation to Yi Fan, host, you are currently at a high altitude, this is a reaction to the plateau that only mortals experience. The buff system gives Yi Fan a vial of medicine and says, host, I have alleviated the burden on your body, do you want to use the system's special medicine? Yi Fan, upon seeing the two system faces, immediately erupts in anger, shouting, get lost, get lost, get lost. I don't need anything you give me. The green system and buff sighed and slowly disappeared, saying, the host is really stubborn and the host is still like this. In the sky, at that moment, there was an enormous thunder that crashed down. Seventh lady said in fear, demon wind. Yi Fan chimed in, it's a storm. Zibing corrected the two, little junior brother, this is not a storm. Zhensu master also said, I feel this is pressure from the upper world. In the sky, there truly was a graceful figure of someone. Yi Fan looked up for a while and said, this scene seems familiar, could it be an immortal from the upper world? The system confirmed, host, yes, above is a heavenly immortal. A bolt of lightning struck down, and along with it was none other than Ying the fairy flying down from the sky. Yi Fan, seeing a familiar person, was a bit reluctant to acknowledge her and said, "Why is it her?" The other three, Jinsu Master, Seventh Lady, and Zi Bing, were all very excited, saying, "It's an immortal, it really is an immortal." Ying the fairy looked over and, upon seeing Yi Fan, was extremely delighted. As if finding hope, she rushed down to hug Yi Fan tightly and said, "Senior, please help me." The three who were so excited a moment ago were now filled with confusion. Little junior brother. Yi Daoist friend, so you know the immortal. Yi Fan was tightly held by Yingde, feeling helplessly to himself, "I am immortal, why do you all want my help?" The green system appeared to provide courage. "Host, you still have us." A moment later, two heavenly generals descended from the sky and said, "We found her, she is over there." The green system and Buff, seeing the two of them, were confused and said, weren't they the heavenly generals defeated by the child of the system? Why do they look exactly the same? Could it be that they are the triplet embryos?" Seeing the two heavenly generals, the Yingde fairy quickly called out, "Senior." Before she could catch her breath, Yingde grabbed Yi Fan and pulled him along, shouting, "Help, save me." Seeing Yingda's knees kneeling down on the ground, Yi Fan felt pain for her and thought, "Doesn't your knee hurt?" Yingde fairy knelt down and pleaded with Yi Fan, "Senior, please help me one more time. I am willing to be your servant for a lifetime." The seventh lady, hearing what Yingde fairy said, questioned, "To be a servant? My sisters taught me that isn't that using your body to make a promise?" Yi Fan struggled to pull his pants back and shouted, "All right, I understand, stop pulling at my pants." A heavenly general looked down at Yingde and angrily listed her crimes. "Huang Ru, you have escaped from the upper world numerous times. This is a serious offense, and you have conspired with the lower world. The punishment for this is death. The plot to assassinate a heavenly general is even more unforgivable. This time, your life will be worse than death." Yi Fan stayed silent for a moment after hearing what the heavenly general said. The Buff system, seeing Yi Fan look at him, panicked and quickly denied, "I didn't do anything, I even left him a chance to live." Yingde also cried and said, "Heavenly General, I really didn't kill anyone. I don't know anything at all." At that moment, the two heavenly generals raised their swords and shouted, "Huang Ru deserves to die." A tremendous lightning gathered in the sky, and a blinding golden light surrounded their flying ship. Zi Bing and the seventh lady rushed over, pulling Yi Fan away from Yingde fairy, shouting, "Little junior brother, that's heavenly thunder. We need to escape quickly, if we stay here, we're doomed." Yingde fairy stubbornly refused to let go of Yi Fan, biting down and calling out, "Senior, don't go. You can definitely defeat them." Before anyone could react, the two heavenly generals above suddenly exploded into hundreds of pieces, struck by an enormous force from somewhere, illuminating the sky. It turned out that two of Yi Fan's systems had pulled out heavy guns and shot directly at the two heavenly generals. After dealing with the two heavenly generals, the two systems laughed and said to each other, "Host, look. I've taken care of it." The blue system showed dissatisfaction and looked at the Buff system, saying, "Are you really a Buff system? You said you increased it 5 times. But the result was an increase in strength, and there was also fist technique, rocket ammunition." The three people who had just pulled Yi Fan suddenly widened their eyes when they saw this scene, sweating profusely, saying, "Is it resolved?" "Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be that strong." Yi Fan casually replied, "I had nothing to do with this." Seventh lady turned her head left and right, searching for someone, then asked, "By the way, where is my master?" Zi Bing, standing next to seventh lady, replied, "It seems like he has run away." Hearing this, seventh lady looked down in confusion and continuously called out, "Master." Yi Fan looked seriously at Yingde fairy, crossed his arms, and asked her, "Now that I think about it, didn't you run away at the beginning? Why did you come back to the lower world?" Yingde fairy looked a bit worried and answered Yi Fan's question, "Because the number of heavenly generals in the upper world has increased too much compared to before, and my current strength has also diminished greatly, so returning to the upper world means death." Zi Bing was a bit surprised and said, "Diminished strength, really?" Yingde fairy continued, "When I was pursued by the heavenly general, I made a bold decision. In that desperate moment, I split my soul and divine power into 7 parts, hidden within magic weapons, and scattered the magic weapons far and wide. I hoped that when I died one day, I could be reborn like a master in the ring. I don't know if this is fortunate or not, but the first attack from the heavenly general did not kill me, so I fell into the lake for several 100,000 years. However, my strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. Yi Fan listened to her and found himself at a loss for words, saying, "Why do I feel that your situation is similar to Voldemort and the Horcruxes? Or more accurately, the 7 Dragon Balls." Yi Fan suddenly remembered something and reached into his clothes, saying, "Oh right." The fairy thought of something else and awkwardly said, "Senior, do you want to take it off here? There are many people around, it's not very appropriate." Yi Fan took out a hairpin, looked at the fairy with a puzzled expression, and said, "What are you talking about? This hairpin is yours, isn't it?" The fairy happily received her hairpin back and said, "Is my hairpin also in the hands of the senior?" "How did you know that, senior?" Yi Fan replied, "It's all because of the immortal crushing flower, so it's not hard to guess that it's yours." The fairy then used that hairpin to condense spiritual energy and said, "Fortunately, not much of my soul and celestial power was lost." The 7th lady admired and exclaimed, "Wow, that immortal has become even stronger." The fairy laughed and responded joyfully, "You're exaggerating. Just wait until I get a few more magic weapons, then I will truly be celestial." Yi Fan then curiously asked the fairy, "Now that you mention it, did you make any mistakes in the upper world? Why did you take the risk of losing your life to come to the lower world?" The fairy sighed and began to tell Yi Fan, "It's a long story. Everything started because of our immortal emperor. Our immortal emperor was a very kind person who rarely intervened in the affairs of major celestial sections. He only proposed a concept to maintain the balance of resources in the upper world. Lacking life, yet not lifeless, free and easy in existence. However, for reasons unknown, the immortal emperor's temperament changed. He began to organize his army frantically to attack the magic clan. This war lasted for hundreds of years, and all the geniuses of the young generation in the upper world fell because of it. Because of this, the population of the upper world became very sparse. A large number of replicas appeared on the screen, a series of heavenly generals created that looked exactly the same. The immortal emperor demanded that the immortal quickly marry, otherwise, he would force arrangements. I had not been liked by anyone in the upper world for tens of thousands of years, and if the immortal emperor arranged it, I didn't know who I would be forced to marry. After much consideration, the only chance for survival was to sneak down to the lower world. The 7th lady, upon hearing the fairy's story, empathized and grasped her hand, saying, "Fairy sister, I understand you very well. I also do not want to marry a stranger for no reason." The fairy looked up and asked, "Little friend, are you also?" Yi Fan interjected, cutting through the emotional atmosphere with a question. "What will happen if there are no children after marriage?" The fairy turned back and said, "Then the consequences will be even more serious. He will summon a group of heavenly generals to surround you and do everything to make you pregnant." At this moment, a figure crawled up from below the ship, and it turned out to be Master Jinsu. She quickly ran over and covered the fairy's mouth, whispering, "Fairy, it's better not to talk about this, my disciple is still just a child." 7th lady hadn't heard anything, but when she saw Master Jinsu, she joyfully said, "Master, have you climbed up already?" Yi Fan rubbed his chin in thought and then expressed his amusement, saying, "This heavenly emperor sounds like someone who has been crossed over and taken over. The heavenly generals all look the same, this is no different from asexual reproduction." The old man inside the cabin called out, "Little friend, Taoist friends, we are about to arrive at Daliang." Yi Fan looked in and responded with an exclamation. All 4 of them ran out to look down at Daliang before them. Before their eyes was an incredibly magnificent and grand palace city, which was also extremely vast. Zi Bing and 7th lady wandered around the city, happily admiring the surroundings. "Wow, this is indeed a prosperous country. So Daliang is such a country." The old man walked with Yi Fan for a while, then intended to leave somewhere and said, "Little friend, I have to leave now, you stay here and have fun." Yi Fan looked around and asked him, Where are you going?" He did not answer but turned to leave, thinking mysteriously, "I am going to prepare a gift for the little friend, I hope the little friend will like it. Yi Fan wasn't really concerned and approached a stall, looking at the tray of buns and asking the vendor, how much are these buns? The vendor casually replied, 600 spirit stones each. Hearing this price, Zi Bing came up and said, is it really that expensive? Besides, how would a mortal realm person have spirit stones to buy them? On the other hand, Ingda Fairy said, isn't 600 spirit stones very cheap? The vendor, hearing the noisy discussions, frowned and took the book that was covering his face down. The bun seller turned out to be Li Bai. As soon as he saw Yi Fan, he dropped all the buns on the table and shouted, Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't recognize him and asked, who are you? Before Yi Fan could figure out who he was, Li Bai threw all the buns away, ran off, and shouted, damn it, all the buns are for you, see you later. Master Zhen Su immediately teleported to him, punched him a few times, and then forced him against the wall, coldly asking, looking at your appearance, it seems you have bullied ye little friend before, right? Then you can't just leave. Li Bai, frightened, shouted, great master, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again next time. Zi Bing came over to mediate, pulling Zhen Su's hand away from Li Bai, saying, Zhen Daoist friend, don't press him like that. First, let's find out what happened. Yi Fan watched the situation as if it had nothing to do with him, casually eating the buns from the tray. Li Bai was sweating profusely as he looked at Yi Fan's group, and he had no choice but to recount everything. Because of the seventh prince, he was favored by an immortal. It means that he is favored by the immortal, and in the future, he will certainly be ranked among the immortals. Someone revealed that this immortal might actually be the immortal emperor of the Liang dynasty, who has returned to the lower world to benefit his descendants. Yi Fan, after hearing this, asked Fairy Yingda, is that true? She sat down, stroking the cat on the ground, and replied, it might be true, but I have only touched dogs and cats, so it's not certain they will become immortals. She did not notice that the cat she was stroking had long since gone to sell salt. Li Bai continued, to attract the attention of the immortals, a large number of people cultivating immortals have flocked to Daliang, and currently, most of the capital consists of those cultivating immortals. Zi Bing, who still remembered the Bao incident, asked him, then your Bao cannot be that expensive. Li Bai had no way to respond to her, I also think it's too expensive, but this is the command of the Daliang Emperor. I don't know which Heavenly Kill sect it is, but that female cultivator from Heavenly Kill clearly wanted to have a marriage alliance with the seventh prince, yet she regretted the marriage and ran away. Then the seventh prince flew into a rage, which is why Emperor Daliang decided to tax all those cultivating immortals. Zhen Su and the seventh lady were furious upon hearing the name of that sect and thought, oh, it's the Heavenly Kill sect, isn't it? Yi Fan, munching on some pastries, asked in confusion, if taxes have already been collected, then why increase prices? Li Bai continued, because a strong Aurora stage cultivator healed the seventh prince, becoming his eunuch. He suggested raising prices to fill the national treasury, but everyone knows the money actually went into his own pocket. This is all because of that female cultivator, if it weren't for her, such troubles wouldn't have occurred. Two pairs of eyes, sharp as bullets, were always focused on Li Bai's spine. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill running down his back and remarked, how strange, why do I feel so cold at my back right now? Each of the five had a different expression in the same frame. Zhen Su Master coldly laughed and said to the seventh lady, never mind, after all, my 10,000 beasts sect started this. So we will go to visit Daliang as the master. Ye Daoist friend, tomorrow please accompany me to the palace. The seventh lady looked a bit awkwardly at Yi Fan and said, Senior, only you can help me find it. Yi Fan had no intention of refusing and said, I don't think I can help, but if I go to the palace, I can surely learn many delicious dishes there. The seventh lady joyfully asked again, so you've agreed then? Li Bai also wanted to follow and asked Yi Fan, can I go with you? Zhen Su shouted, no, you kneel down for me, you little brat. Li Bai sadly knelt down and replied, all right then. The next morning, inside the royal palace, within the magnificent hall, there were stunning paintings hanging all around. The four of them walked around admiring it and couldn't help but exclaim, there are so many beautiful paintings, and the fragrance of flowers is so strong, could this seventh prince be a narcissist? But why are all these paintings covering their faces and wearing hats? The seventh lady asked her master. Master, where is the fairy? Zhensu master replied to her. She went up to the flying chariot to rest. At that moment, a eunuch spoke up to announce. Emperor Liang, the seventh prince has arrived. A beautiful young man, covering his face, could not conceal his beauty. The seventh lady stood behind her master, looking at the seventh prince, unable to hold back her admiration. Is he really the seventh prince? He is so handsome. Zhensu master wasted no time and got straight to the point, speaking to Emperor Liang. Emperor de Liang, seventh prince, I have come here regarding the incident that occurred with the 10,000 beasts sect earlier. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, meant as an apology gift. The demon Fan somehow managed to survive until now and is inside this palace, and he came out laughing softly. Seventh prince, you just have to do as I say later. The seventh lady blushed a bit and approached the seventh prince to speak. I apologize, it was all my fault, and I am willing to fight to make amends for the De Liang kingdom. The seventh prince did not mind this matter and gently responded. Miss C2, you do not need to blame yourself, this is due to my own insecurity. The seventh lady felt even more affection towards him upon hearing this, and called out, Seventh prince. Master Zhensu and Yi Fan stood to the side, watching the scene without knowing what to say. Yi Fan was puzzled and approached to ask the seventh prince directly. Seventh prince, why do you wear a face covering and hood in your own palace? The seventh prince replied frankly to Yi Fan's question. I find myself unattractive, and I fear that my true appearance would frighten all the immortals. At this moment, the seventh lady spoke up, kindly saying, the seventh prince is joking, those cultivating immortality train their mindset, how could they be afraid just because of their appearance? You should take it off. The seventh prince touched his face covering and replied to her. If the fairy wishes to see my true appearance, then you will have to marry me. The seventh lady heard this and weighed the words refuse and agree on a scale, hesitatingly saying, this matter. Both systems of Yi Fan were also curious and started discussing among themselves, why is this person so mysterious? I will act as the host and help you explore. The blue system agreed. Quick, lift the cloth to see. They both wanted to take a look, and the buff system blew a strong gust of wind directly into the face of the seventh prince, causing his mask to fall successfully to the ground. Behind the mask, unexpectedly, was an extremely ugly face, bald head, missing teeth, even long beard and coarse lips. At a loss for words, he suddenly said to the seventh lady, oh, my mask, Miss C2, please wait while I find another mask. When the seventh lady saw the true face of the seventh prince, she was utterly frightened. He, along with his hideous face, approached the seventh lady and said, forget it, my lady, it's best that you keep your promise and marry me. Unable to stand his toad-like face any longer, the seventh lady kicked him squarely in the face and yelled, get lost. He flew around a few times before directly crashing down, dangling above the roof. Emperor Liang, seeing this, was terrified and called out, my son. Ma Fan saw an opportunity and quickly spoke up as if he had authority. Brave, he pointed and ordered the group of monks behind him. Who dares to sneak attack the prince in De Liang? Grab them all for me. Hearing the order, he and the other monks simultaneously charged forward, intending to attack Yi Fan's group. Master Zhensu frowned and looked at the man Ma Fan, asking, Ma Fan, why are you here? And you, a member of the Tai Yang Xing sect, on what basis do you demand to command the fake cultivating immortals of the royal city? Yi Fan was unconcerned about the current situation, only focusing on pondering and wondering, I remember that this kid was dead, right? Ma Fan, with an arrogant expression, replied to Master Zhensu, Master Zhen, I am currently the national advisor of De Liang. Isn't it normal for me to command the cultivating immortals? You came to visit the seventh prince and harmed him. If you do not provide De Liang with an explanation today, no one will be able to leave easily. He said this while secretly laughing in his heart, I possess the great art of resurrection, so I didn't die so easily. He stood in the middle of the four cultivators and loudly commanded, National Protection Great Formation, activate. The four of them obeyed him, forming seals and shouting, Hey, immediately, a sturdy protective circle was erected outside. The outsiders cannot enter, nor can they leave. Master Zhensu is currently a bit worried and frowns, saying, "Is it the National Protection Formation? This is clearly the six-wind mystic sound formation of your sect." Yi Fan looks outside and sees the sky gradually changing color, then asks a completely clueless question, "What the hell are they doing? There's a dark cloud hovering above us, will it turn me into a naked rat?" Ma Fan listens to Yi Fan and smirks contemptuously, saying, "Haha, keep being tough-mouthed." Zi Bing and Seventh Lady are inside, puzzled, thinking, the spiritual energy has been sealed. Why can't I use spiritual energy anymore? Ma Fan utilizes his power, laughing gleefully as he orders the archers, have they all become mortals? Archers, prepare your bows. The arrows are shot from the bows, flying straight towards Zi Bing and Seventh Lady. Suddenly, a powerful force directly intervenes, shattering those ordinary arrows, and shouts, "Stop!" The old man frowns, exuding an aura that suffocates anyone who looks at him. Looking into his eyes, Ma Fan felt a slight fear and asked, "Who are you?" "Wait, I feel like I recognize you." Earlier, Ma Fan had been drunk, so now he completely failed to recognize the person in front of him. Seeing that no one had recognized him, the man emanated the presence of a contemporary immortal emperor and said, "I am the fifth emperor of Daliang, Yu Renhai, and I command you to stop." Ma Fan turned pale upon hearing this and stuttered, "Wu Hoa immortal. That's incredible. Daliang actually has an immortal. Isn't this just a lie I created to control those cultivating immortals around Daliang? I never thought he actually existed." In contrast to him, Emperor Liang and the seventh prince did not believe him and shouted, "You claim to be our ancestor, but why should we believe you?" The seventh prince added, "Who do you think you are? Just because you say a word, you expect us to stop?" Yu Renhai responded, "If you want proof, then feel the veins of the ancestor, the ancient veins." The aura of fire spread everywhere. Two people there immediately sensed it, their spirits high, even their clothes were set on fire. "My clothes! I feel like they are melting." The several monks and the father and son of Emperor Liang were dumbfounded, staring at that stream of spiritual weapon, wondering, why can't we feel anything? This must be a scam in cultivating immortals. Yu Renhai was just as perplexed as the Emperor Liang father and son, staring in disbelief, thinking, strange, why can only these two sense the veins, could it be that the veins of the others are too thin? Yi Fan calmly looked at Yu Renhai and said, "Or it's possible that they are not your relatives." Yu Renhai painfully collapsed, sitting on the ground, unusually somber. Yi Fan sympathized with him, comforting, "I am very sorry." Two green and pink systems appeared, taking out two thick rolls of paper to examine the veins for him. After testing, it was found that this royal family essentially had no blood relation to him. The buff system also spoke up, according to calculations, that emperor was cheated on about 200 to 300 years ago, or the royal genes have mutated. The more Yi Fan comforted him, the more Yu Renhai became despondent, thinking, how can this happen? The throne of the Yu family has been stolen by someone else. Ma Fan took the opportunity to shout to everyone, "This man is extremely dangerous, everyone, quickly seize him." The group of cultivators behind surrounded him and said angrily, "Do you think we're that foolish? He is Wu Hua immortal, even if he is not a true immortal, we are not his match. National Master, stop talking and come forward if you have the ability." In the sky, a storm was brewing with thunder and lightning, and a massive creature resembling a dinosaur opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. A stream of power shot out from its mouth, striking the barrier directly. The barrier immediately cracked, and a large hole was made in the ceiling of the palace. The cultivators inside were terrified and began to scatter, shouting, "Damn it, who is that bastard? Help, someone, quickly come and assist me in maintaining the formation." The group of people led by Master Zhensu suddenly looked outside and said, "Has the formation been broken?" Yi Fan looked up at the sky through the large hole in the ceiling, thinking, "Is it Dehei?" On the side of the mage Ma Fan, he was at that moment affected by the energy, his body gradually dissipating as he panicked and cried for help, "Help, Master Zhen, please save me, I swear I will never be your enemy again, please save me." Master Zhensu stood there indifferently watching him slowly disappear, saying, I don't even know what kind of fire this is, so I cannot save you. He was unwilling and yelled before completely vanishing, Master Zhen, I really know I was wrong. Finally, Ma Fan completely disappeared, not even a fragment remained. Emperor Liang witnessed Ma Fan's death right before his eyes and shouted in fear, is the national master dead? He, along with the seventh prince and the other cultivators, immediately knelt down, regretfully pleading with Yu Renhai, ancestor. Yi Fan saw Yu Renhai remain silent and then spoke up, elder brother, your descendants are calling for you. Yu Renhai gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, I am not your ancestors. You are not related by blood to the Yu family. I have no obligation to protect De Liang at all. From now on, whether De Liang lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Yu Renhai put his arm around Yi Fan and resolutely walked outside, saying, little friend, I apologize for letting you witness these terrible things. I will treat you to a meal at Xian Pavilion. Yi Fan sighed, not wanting to pick a fight, replied, I can't eat the imperial dishes today, but it's alright. Emperor Liang trembled as he watched, calling out ancestors. The other cultivators looked at Emperor Liang, who was collapsing to the ground, and angrily questioned, what is this De Liang kingdom? In the end, it's just a deception. You keep telling us to do this and that, do you really think you are superior to others? If your De Liang kingdom has no connection with immortals, then don't blame us for not showing respect. Emperor Liang felt as if he wanted to ascend to the heavens, horrified and pale, thinking, it's over, this is completely finished. In the sky at this moment, a person and a demon beast are flying above, but they seem a bit unsteady. The voice of the person sitting on the demon beast says, Dehei, my wounds are beyond saving, you should go on without me. The demon beast called Dehei, while soaring through the storm, patiently responds, bosom friend, what are you talking about? We have just barely defeated that old Taoist Xiang Wei, and now you want me to go on my own. He is covered in blood, with many arrows embedded in his body for a long time. In his hand, he holds a jewel of some sort and says, this world is about to be destroyed by him, I'm giving this destructive fire pearl to you. After saying this, he can no longer hold on and falls freely downwards, the jewel also dropping alongside him. Upon seeing this, Dehei turns around in panic, bosom friend. The water is stirred up greatly, and Dehei does not hesitate, diving straight down into the water and shouting loudly, bosom friend. Below the river are fish with incredibly sharp teeth. Dehei cried out in agony, where are you? On Yi Fan's side, he was on the flying boat returning home, and he woke up staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. A tray of steaming buns was brought out, and when seventh lady saw Yi Fan come out, she asked, Senior, are you awake? Yi Fan said, hello, and asked her, where is your master? Seventh lady replied, she said that there was a civil war in De Liang last night, and the cultivators established their own sections. Being people of the righteous path, we must collect taxes from them, but they do not agree with us. The image depicted was Master Zhen Su happily standing on a mountain of spirit stones, but disapproving eyes were looking at her from below. Seventh lady looked at Yi Fan and asked, Senior, are you still seasick? Yi Fan replied with half-closed eyes, ah, it's gone. Just after he said that, Yi Fan's complexion turned pale again, his eyes turned white, causing seventh lady to look at him with confusion. It turned out that the seasickness had visited Yi Fan right at his bedside, making him rush to the window to vomit everything out. He also admitted, alright, I am drunk. After saying that, he asked, what happened outside? You brother, this boat is quite dangerous. Yu Renhai approached to ask both of them, who is steering this boat? Yi Fan, looking confused, turned his head and unexpectedly asked, hey you brother, weren't you just in seclusion? Wait a minute, if you brother isn't steering, then who is? It turned out that the two girls Ingda and Zi Bing were steering the boat, one was steering while the other was checking the map, looking very professional. Ingda skillfully turned the wheel like Captain Straw Hat Pirate, laughing and saying, wow, steering the boat feels really exciting. It seems like we are about to crash into something again. Zi Bing, holding the map and looking around, then casually said, it's fine, it should just be a slightly larger bird, just keep steering. Ingda then asked, Zi Bing Taoist friend, where are we heading next? When Zi Bing heard the question, she held up the compass in her hand that was spinning around, and after looking for a long time, she still didn't understand anything and replied. We don't understand this at all, why does it keep spinning like that? Or should we still apply the teachings of the master, respecting the superior and looking down on the inferior, examining the enemy on the left and guarding the right? Ingda Fairy then asked, wait, where are we right now? Zibing immediately replied without thinking, it's in the northeast direction. Ingda said, okay. The two of them were the type where one dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. The door outside was suddenly burst open, and Seventh Lady along with Yu Renhai rushed inside. Seventh Lady shouted in panic, seniors, stop driving, look outside. Yu Renhai also said, there are many enemies surrounding us out there. Hearing this, Ingda and Zibing were taken aback, frozen in place. All five of them looked outside at an extremely dark sky, with flickering clouds and thunder, and three earths floating above in a surreal manner. Yi Fan looked outside and asked Zibing, senior sister, where have you been? This is still the eastern wilderness, right? Zibing smiled shyly and replied, I sincerely apologize, I just got confused. Ingda Fairy frowned and looked outside, asking loudly, may I ask you Taoist friends, what is the meaning of you blocking this spaceship? At that moment, something very strange appeared in the sky, its legs resembling terrifying tentacles flying freely in the air. It responded to Ingda's words, but in a language beyond human understanding. However, Zibing was able to understand and translate the statement. It said that our spaceship was going too fast and crashed into the deep hole they just opened. The tentacle then said something else to them, and Zibing took on the role again, baring his fangs and shouting, it says that our spaceship charged straight into the front lines, crashing right into the center of its army, resulting in the plan to ambush their northern region being delayed for several days. The tentacle grew angrier and said more, and Zibing, with great effort, not only imitated the voice but also had to convey the expression accurately, said, true Taoist master, I have tolerated you for a long time, and I am only translating. Don't imitate our voice. Yi Fan, confused, asked, Grand Senior Sister, how can you understand what they're saying? Zibing walked over and explained to Yi Fan, when I was cultivating back in the day, I got lost in the northern region. I fought with these creatures from beyond the abyss every day, so I learned to understand their speech clearly. Since their individual strength was quite weak, I stayed there and cultivated from the golden elixir stage all the way to Aurora. After hearing her explanation, Yi Fan couldn't help but praise, fighting every day and still finding time to cultivate. Senior sister, you truly excel in both martial and scholarly arts. Zibing, pleased with the compliment, humbly replied, oh no, not at all. How could I compare to a little junior brother as gifted as you? Ingda Fairy suddenly warned the two, be careful, they're making their move. As soon as she said that, Yu Renhai summoned his life-bound magical talent, counterattacking the creatures. Ingda pulled out her hairpin, gathering spiritual energy, and directly shattered the demon, its physical form split into pieces. Unexpectedly, it crawled back and reformed with its mother body. Ingda exclaimed in astonishment, how come they aren't dead? Can they really withstand my attacks? Zibing noticed something and spoke up, it's useless. If the attacks are too scattered, no matter how strong one's martial arts are, they won't be able to kill them. Therefore, we need to cut them into much smaller pieces. With that, she waved her hand, creating beautiful peach blossom petals, showcasing a transformation of techniques. Yu Renhai laughed heartily and praised, little friend, it's no wonder you can hold your ground in the northern region. Ingda also happily complimented, Zibing, my Taoist friend, this skill must be self-created, right? Can you teach me on another day? Zibing smiled and replied, you two seniors are too kind. In the sky, a large hole appeared, prompting Yi Fan to remark, there's a deep hole behind us. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and said in unison, that's the northern region, the deep hole is about to close. We must leave here quickly. When the tentacles saw Yi Fan's group planning to leave, they called out to their companions. Don't even think about leaving, stop them. They quickly surrounded Yi Fan's flying ship, preventing it from taking off. Zibing looked around nervously and said, there are just too many of them. Ingda Fairy lowered her head, her voice filled with concern, there's no way we can eliminate them all. At this point, everyone is fighting their own battles. Seventh Lady and Zi Bing are fighting together, throwing out protective talismans at the demonic creatures. Haha, break them for me. Yu Renhai also quickly takes out his weapon to fight the demonic creatures. Ingda also takes out her hairpin, frowning and ordering it to immediately fly out and sweep away the demonic creatures hovering above, but it still has no effect. On the contrary, they are increasing in number. Zi Bing, feeling a bit helpless, says, "They are so determined not to let us go." Seventh Lady, slightly worried, says, "What should we do now? My explosion talisman is about to run out." Yu Renhai, with a serious expression, speaks up, "Because they are very difficult to deal with, we need to divide their bodies to tackle them. However, we have an urgent matter, we must first leave this cursed place." Ingda looks back and tells everyone, "No, there must be another way. Look at them, those demonic creatures don't dare to attack the senior because the senior has the power to kill a heavenly general. So it's just a bunch of petty evil spirits that will definitely be eradicated." Unlike her superior imagination of Yi Fan, the evil spirit simply felt that Yi Fan was not a threat. Yi Fan propped his chin up, watching the Ingda group fight with boredom, thinking, "These evil spirits are not hostile to me at all. Moreover, the system has inexplicably disappeared. Could they be creations of the system?" Zi Bing tearfully said, "Junior brother, how can you be so calm? Or have you thought of a solution?" Hearing the question, Yi Fan stood up and explained to this group, "I am just a mortal, so how could I have a solution? However, senior sister, don't worry too much, just think a little more and you'll definitely come up with something." Zi Bing smiled when she heard Yi Fan, thinking, "Indeed, as master said, my junior brother likes to consider himself a mortal. If my junior brother said that, then he must have a solution." Thinking this, she shouted loudly to everyone, "The evil spirits have invaded the northern region for many years. Forget the beginning, forget the middle, forget the end. In short, this is the time to eliminate evil and destroy the wrongdoers." Ingda listened to Zi Bing and felt confused, turning to ask Seventh Lady, "What do you mean by before, middle, and after?" When Seventh Lady was asked, she explained, "This is the tone of the officials, I heard it when I was still in the Dolyang Palace. At that time, you were on a flying boat, so you wouldn't know." Yu Renhai, seeing Zi Bing so enthusiastic, scoffed and said, "If little friend is so confident, then I don't need to hold back." Seventh Lady also pulled out a stack of spells, saying, "Then I will show all my skills as well." Ingda took out her hairpin, preparing for battle. All four people were ready for a fierce fight. Suddenly, the evil beings seemed to be stopped by something, standing still for a moment without moving, then directly pressed the button to vanish into thin air. Zi Bing and Ingda were left amazed and exclaimed together, "Did the evil beings just commit suicide?" Ingda saw with her own eyes the remaining group of evil beings disintegrating as well. "What are they doing?" Zi Bing also felt a chill down his spine and said, "I have never seen such behavior before." Yi Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought, and then chimed in, looking at the situation, "I guess they are merging." Yu Renhai asked in confusion, "Merging?" Noticing above, the evil beings had started merging into a different version, continuously leveling up to Golden Elixir stage, Nascent Soul stage, Divinity stage, Aurora stage, Integration stage, Great Ascension stage, Save Lives stage, Heavenly Immortal, Dark Immortal. Yu Renhai saw their ridiculous leveling up and exclaimed, "Celestial? So they became celestial in such a short time?" Ingda, seeing this for the first time, said in bewilderment, "What kind of operation is this? I've never heard of this in the upper world." The Seventh Lady no longer had the courage she had earlier, fearfully clinging to Zi Bing and softly saying, "Zi Bing Sr., could the power of the evil spirit truly be so monstrous? It feels like if just a few of them appear, the Northern Territory will be doomed." Zi Bing was just as confused as the rest of the group and said, "How could this happen? In the northern region, their numbers are greater than insects, but there aren't many whose power exceeds Yuaning. However, if each of them can become celestial, then the entire immortal realm will collapse." Yi Fan was also paying a little attention to the current situation and thought, could it be the moonlight? Yu Renhai asked him, "Little friend, how are we going to fight like this?" Yi Fan pondered deeply, not hearing Yu Renhai's question, "What game is this system trying to play? Do they want to create a desperate situation to suppress them? Thinking so, Yi Fan shouted outside the cabin, "Come out, I know you're hiding nearby." But along with his words was a silence in the space. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from somewhere, piercing into a floating planet. The dark creatures saw this and scattered in chaos. A large foot stepped on his spiritual energy. Looking over at Yi Fan's flying boat, Yu Renhai was surprised, as if seeing such a divine beast for the first time, and exclaimed, "What kind of evil creature is this?" Ingda also voiced his astonishment, saying, "Its power can eliminate evil with just one attack, its strength is not below that of a senior." De He gradually descended into Yi Fan's cabin, staring intently at him. It spoke, "You still discovered me." It then transformed into the beautiful figure of a girl and added, "My bosom friend." Yi Fan was surprised and asked her, "Are you De He?" That's where the story ends. See you all in the next chapter.